Propulsion continues to be normal.
Chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger roll, Atlantis.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight outside SC off. Bring in SC off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
What's up, everybody out there in Tank Watcher land? We are looking at Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount, and we are hoping, crossing our fingers, for some booster testing and maybe even some ship testing today. I see the 5x5s coming in chat, so you all hear me loud and clear, which is great. Once again, I'm Jack Beyer, and joined by a bunch of people today. We'll be rotating people in and out for commentary, because we have no idea how long all of this will take, but of course, first up is Mr. Adrian Bile. What's up, Adrian?
Hello, Jake, and hello, everybody. Yeah, I hope we're having a nice little eventful stream here, and I'm looking forward to whatever happens today.
Yeah, it's sort of a big question mark in terms of what we're going to see. We could see another spin prime of the booster. We could see some ship testing, because they did, as Michael noted on Twitter, clear Pad B in that area earlier today as well. So, yeah, maybe, I mean, there has been no overpressure notice, but we're sort of in a gray area in terms of if that sort of thing would still happen before a static fire. So maybe even a static fire today, who knows? But we've got ship cleared and ready to go. We've got booster cleared and ready to go. The pad is clear. The road is closed. And we are jumping right into it. Also joining me on commentary is Mr. Ian Atkinson. What's up, Ian?
It's going good, Jack. Glad to be here. Hopefully we get some exciting things today. We have 2 targets to watch, so should be exciting either way, hopefully.
Indeed. So, yeah, as usual, we're doing the standard Q&A that we always like to do, sort of interactive things. So if you have any questions, throw them into chat at NASASpaceflight, so we'll see your question pop up in our handy-dandy software. And that reminds me, as usual, to say that in the background we have Michael as today's live stream director. So thank you, Michael, too, for joining us. Cool. So I'm going to look at the questions here, but I mean, right off the bat, I think we should probably address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that Booster 7 sort of exploded a little bit last time they tried a spin prime or engine test with it. They had to roll it all the way back to the Mega Bay, right? It went to the Mega Bay, did a whole bunch of repairs and whatnot, and now it's back on the orbital launch mount. So that's a little bit adds a little bit of extra excitement for today. Am I allowed to say that? Is that accurate? Ian, do you think that's an okay statement?
I think it's an okay statement, yeah.
Adrian, would you agree? A little bit of extra excitement?
Yeah, it's I'm really this booster has been through a lot.
Oh yeah, I think we should kind of dive into that.
Yeah. Like this booster has like a rough day at the office at this point, and
every day at the office for me.
Yeah, like it's basically like he just every day at the office is rough for it so far. So let's see what it might have to endure now after several other beatings.
It's not just the explosion. I'm just gonna keep calling it explosion because that's what it was, and it sounds cool. It's not just the explosion that happened previously, it's also the transfer tube issue that happened. Is that what it was? Was it a transfer tube?
Yes.
Yep.
That also happened to this booster.
You want to give us a little recap of that whole kerfuffle?
Oh boy, where to begin with that? So this is the 4th time Booster 7 has graced the launch pad, as far as I'm aware. The first time it rolled out engineless, kind of how boosters do. There's no engines. It's there's a lot of missing components, missing shields, and it rolled out to the structural test stand, also known as the can crusher, which is from this camera angle about to the right of the orbital launch pad, kind of blocked by that the tank farm there. So it rolled out to there, and they were doing some cryo testing, and somehow along the line, we don't really know exactly what happened, but there was likely some test procedure, maybe some hardware procedure error, or some hardware error, I should say. And the transfer tube, which takes liquid methane from the upper tank and transfers it down to the engines, that was crushed somehow. There was a pressure differential, meaning that the air out the environment outside the transfer tube was much higher pressure than the environment inside, causing it to crush. SpaceX then had to disassemble it inside, likely build a new one inside, or maybe finagle a new one inside somehow. We aren't sure exactly what they did there. But yeah, they managed to rebuild the transfer tube, then they brought it back out for more testing, and it's just been going downhill from there, I guess.
At least level, right? Maybe not downhill, but this is why you
It's
test,
level.
is to find issues. Unfortunately, they've found a number of issues, but again, that is why testing is done. But yeah, definitely a long road to get to here for Booster 7, and I can just hear like Booster 8 in the background, like, what about me? And it's like, you'll have your turn, buddy, but first let's get done with this one.
I'm not sure if like Booster 8 is really asking for its turn at this point, if it sees like what they're doing to Booster 7 so far. I'm not sure if it's like really like, or if it's just like they're like, you got this, buddy.
I'll stay back here.
It's just like cowering in the mega bay, like, please no.
Don't bring me out.
Don't let them hurt me. And yeah, there you can see the road is closed. You can see the Star Factory building going up back there at the production site. You can see the tracking station. Interesting that both dishes are pointed up. No dish pointed at the launch site right now.
Yeah.
Sort of another data point. We often see the dishes pointed at the launch site when they're doing testing, but not always. Let's see. Really quickly, right off the bat, I just want to thank some of the quick super chats that have come in before we get too buried in them. James Juries, thank you for the support. They say, long live Antares, so happy it has a future. Antares is personally my favorite rocket. Well, good for you, James. I'm glad your favorite rocket has a future. Definitely excited to see it get re-engined and continue to fly. And continue to fly out of Wallops, right? Because Wallops good.
Oh, Wallops. Wallops is my favorite launch site. It has a spot in my heart. I've seen 2 Antares launches from down there. Great site. I love it down there. And I'm so happy Antares has a future. Like, it makes me so happy. Ian happy.
Ian happy. We need a happy Ian emote.
Yay. Happy pineapple.
Hapnapple? Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say, were the propellant lines affected by Saturday's chopstick issue? Oh, right. We mentioned the explosion, and we mentioned the transfer tube thing, but we didn't talk about the chopsticks having a hydraulic failure the other day. They rolled Booster 7 out to the launch site. They were getting ready to lift it up with the chopsticks, and there was a relatively, I was going to say there was a little hydraulic leak, but I don't think that's even like sarcastically accurate. There was a large hydraulic leak. The booster was right there. I wouldn't be shocked if hydraulic fluid got on the booster itself, which I'm sure is not, hydraulic fluid's flammable, right?
Yes, it's flammable, so I would imagine that before this, they hopefully cleaned it off, because I'm not sure if they want something flammable on the booster if they do some sort of engine testing. Because, I don't know, like in my head, that sounds bad.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good thing to have. And, you don't want to do that. You don't want to set things on fire or like have something that's about to be on fire covered in something else that's flammable. Somewhere at Starbase, there's an engineer who's like, no, the packaging for the hydraulic fluid says it's inflammable. But joke's on them. Flammable and inflammable mean the same thing for some stupid reason. Yay, English.
Love it.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, man. Yeah, apparently neither did some engineers at Star. No, I'm kidding. Let's see. Jonah, thank you for the support. They say, any update on the chopsticks? I don't think there's any update other than they'll continue to work on them and hopefully get them fixed in short order. Jim
We could
Cabot,
at least
go ahead.
just aside of we could at least see them getting them down, so
Yeah.
they have at least some sort of control over them.
Yeah, they did lower them later that night after the hydraulic
Yes.
leak happened, and it makes sense because they're opened and closed hydraulically, but they're lifted and lowered with that whole cable system. So it would make sense that cable system is sort of a separate
Yeah.
system.
Also, they worked a lot on them the last few hours, and we see a lot of lifts going up there. So I guess they're in the process of looking what happened and maybe replacing it.
Yeah, makes sense. Really quick, Jim Cabot, thank you for the support. They say the curse of 7. 7's supposed to be lucky. David Spector asking when we'll get Mary on one of the streams. I don't know if Mary really would want to do commentary, but she's always welcome to if she does. And she's been on every now and then. You know, she's piped in here and there. Those are like some of the best moments, if you ask me. Gary, thank you for the support. Very generous of you. Nothing to riff on there in your comment, but thank you, Gary. Billy Day, also very generous. Thank you so much. And James Juries once again saying Starship pads predictions. Starbase will mainly be Starlink. 39A will be crew launches. LZ1 will catch ships and boosters from 39A, and LC-47 will launch commercial payloads. Oil rigs won't happen. That's a bold prediction, James. Somebody save this for the future, and we'll see how correct you are. I'm not even going to venture to go through all of these one by one, but I mean that's part of the excitement that we'll get to see unfold over the next months and years. But you can see the tank farm.
The tank farm? Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I was going to say the tank farm is active, and we have, by all appearances, they're moving into testing of the booster because that is the orbital tank farm, not the suborbital tank farm. And yet another reason why we can't go over all of our crazy predictions for each individual launch site because we have booster testing underway or about to be underway. So hooray! As usual, Adrian and Ian, if you see any questions in the queue that sort of pique your interest, please, by all means, jump on it. Because I'm just going to pick questions pertaining to bacon. So, right off the bat, Azriel, thank you for the question. They say, why are there no 4 towers here? I think there's 1 tower, and I think that 1 tower is probably sufficient for lightning abatement. Yeah, I think that's a appropriate answer. And then next up, Pot the Dutch is saying, did Adrian watch the movie already? No, Adrian didn't. I can confirm he did not. Let's all yell at him for it. Sorry, Adrian. I'm sorry. At this point, it's become an annoying meme to you, I'm sure. But here we are. Watch the movie.
You remember the kayak?
Oh, I do. That's why I know it's an annoying meme to you at this point.
I mean, it's all good. I love that. At some point, I just got like DMs asking me, "Hey, did you see this one?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't." Yeah,
cool.
But no, I didn't watch any movies.
So I don't know, Ian, Adrian, any of these questions jump out at you right off the bat?
Yeah, I'm gonna look here.
I have one actually. From James John. Can they static fire Starship and booster at the same time? Which I'm just putting
at the same time. That would seem to be a lot.
Yeah, but like we know, like just I think it won't happen, but just as an interesting question to talk about a bit, because we saw them actually test something with the orbital tank farm and with the suborbital tank farm at the same time, because we saw one of the test tanks being tested while there was also ship testing going on in a previous stream. So they can at least work on both things at the same time. I don't think they will have a necessary like a T0 at the same time, but we could it wouldn't be out of question that there would be testing on both pads at the same time.
Yeah, what's the quote from Jurassic Park? Like they didn't ask if they could, they asked if they should, or something along those lines. Like they probably could, but they probably also shouldn't.
Yeah.
Wait, Adrian, have you seen Jurassic Park?
Well, no.
All right, moving on to the next question.
Moving right along. Ian, what do you got?
MK here asking, are all the heat shield tiles on Starship in place? Well, based on pictures that I've seen, the vast majority of them are in place. It seems they're missing a few, and you can actually kind of see it if you looked at the aft flap. Right at the top of the aft flap is a little shiny section. They haven't put a lot of the special tiles on, like the border tiles, the special form factor tiles. Some of those are still missing, but I'd say like 99.8% of the tiles are actively on the ship now. So only a little bit of work to go. Shouldn't be too bad to get it ready for flight or re-entry capable. So yeah, it's mostly ready in terms of heat shield.
Yeah, I think basically it's the attach points and the special tiles, like you're saying, left, which, those are sort of the last things to get done anyways. But look at the tank farm. It's getting ready to go. I mean, at this point, what are we going to look for next? Is like Frosty Booster? Is that what we think it would be the next step here?
Yeah, there are multiple things that could happen next. One of them is, of course, that we would see venting that is located on the pad or on the booster, which would indicate that they are doing something with the booster, prop loading something in that area. Also, there's the methane recondenser, which could activate. That's another indicator we are looking at. But it's with these orbital tank farm. We are kind of good in the picture how the suborbital tank farm works. We really have a good understanding at this point how to look at that and what we're looking for. With the orbital tank farm, I would say it's a bit more confusing, and that's another thing that might be interesting today to look at how such a flow looks at again here. That's more data points, because we have loads of data points about the suborbital tank farm because there was all of the Starship testing there, and so far the orbital tank farm just didn't have that amount of testing.
And real quick here, before we hop back in, I wanted to answer from Yes No here, asking which flaps are the aft flaps on the ship. So in reference to my comment about the heat shield tiles, the aft flaps are the bottom flaps. They are not really visible in this camera angle, really sticking out, but you can see them on the left. They're kind of sticking straight out from the vehicle. There we go. So you can see the bottom flaps right there. Those are the aft flaps.
Yeah, forward and aft. It's like nautical references, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they use like port starboard. It's probably like plus Y minus Y or whatever it is, but yeah, they use forward and aft.
Personally, I like, not that it matters what I like, but I like port and starboard for ship. It's a ship. Its name is ship. Like, why not use nautical references? And I immediately start thinking of like Warhammer and Space Marines and just all various sci-fi properties where, I mean, stuff from shipping and from nautical and maritime lingo, like that should all transfer over, if you ask me. It just makes sense. But again, what I like and think really doesn't matter.
I mean, another thing that makes me excited, I mean, maybe because I have a very weird fascination with light bulbs, but the fact that like Crew Dragon...
Whoa, back up. What?
What?
Light bulbs. They're
yeah,
cool,
we need
right?
to talk about that, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, just really quick, explain please, while we watch and wait for Booster 7 to become more active.
I don't know how to explain it other than sharing this tidbit that when I was a kid, I would go into buildings and count. So say if I was in like an auditorium or like a gymnasium, within like 2 minutes, I'd turn to my parents and say, okay, there are 4 burnt out light bulbs in this gym. And then just continue on as if nothing happened. My bedtime stories were my father telling me of an astronaut going to the space station and changing out all the different colored light bulbs.
That's amazing. I mean, I like Cold War era microwave towers, so we're all allowed to like weird and interesting things. So go for it. Okay, so please continue. You were in the middle of a statement, and we stopped you to explain your light bulb thing. So
yeah. So I was saying how Crew Dragon and I think Cargo Dragon does too. I'd assume Starliner does as well. They have the red and green lights, with green being starboard and red being port, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it's a bit more nautical, I guess. I don't know what the term is, nautical terminology coming over to spaceflight.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm all for it, personally. I'm also all for, again, everybody having interesting things that they're into. Adrian likes spreadsheets, Ian likes light bulbs, I like microwave towers. Go figure.
Yeah, I found out today that there's an Excel World Championship. That was the highlight of my day.
I'm not even. I'm just gonna move right along. I'm gonna make like the Muppets and move right along. Let's see. Only 944 Kyle is asking, after a static fire, if no launch happens for a week or a month, will they static fire again? How long is a static fire good for? I think this falls into the category of questions we don't have a book or a Bible or a guide to all of this stuff, right? Like, nobody has told anybody, or nobody at SpaceX has messaged this info. So, to be clear, we're just sort of spitballing here. But to me, logically, it would make sense that if enough time passes, you would want to static fire again. Now, that said, would they absolutely positively static fire again after, say, a month? Maybe not. You know, maybe if ooh, venting. Yeah, so maybe they would want to do it, maybe they wouldn't. But it's a good question and interesting to think about, because it could be pending launch site readiness, pending regulatory approval, all that stuff. It could be a while between static fire and launch. I don't know. What do you think? Let's start with Ian.
Yeah, I think given how young Starship is, if it's been like, say, 2 months after, say, whatever happens, say if they do like a static fire today, and then like 2 months later they bring Booster 7 back out to the pad, I would assume they would do another static fire. And I think it also depends on what work they do on the vehicle. So say with Booster 7, they have 13 more engines to add. Even if they do, say, like a 20-engine static fire in the coming week or two, even if they do that, I would almost certainly bet they would need to do another one when they install more engines. So I think if there is a configuration change to a vehicle, say adding more engines, say like adding more engines or swapping engines, things along those lines, I could totally see another static fire. But if it's something where it's like they static fired 2 weeks ago and now they're getting ready for launch, I think it should be fine, probably.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say it's valuable for a bit of time. I would expect that at least. But yeah, it's hard. I think you've explained it quite well, Jack. It's really hard to judge that from the outside. And I think that's a ground line freezing up to the pad. Sorry,
Are we literally seeing, like, that almost looks or looked like plumbing freezing up and condensating in a line. Like it looked like it was following a pipe or something. That was interesting.
Yeah, that's an indicator we have been able to see sometimes on the suborbital pad. It's a very neat one that really is interesting to see, but hard to see sometimes. But yeah, I think this is almost the best way we are ever able to see this so far. Like, this was really, you could almost see it following a line on the ground while it was approaching something there. So yeah, we will see now if this is the line that goes to the pad, because I don't really think we can judge if it really goes to the pad. But yeah, that could be a good indicator here that they might move into something loading on this booster.
Adrian, could we call this the orbital grass vent?
No.
Stop. Just picture the GIF in your head, the guy tapping the stop sign. Stop.
Yeah, if you go to the total aid, there's the sign right next to the camera, and I'm still asking myself what's on that sign, because now I wonder, like, I wish I could see the other side of that sign, because now I'm curious what is on that sign.
Where?
There's like a sign next to one of the cameras that films the booster, and it's like we see the back side of it. And now I'm super curious what's on that sign.
I think it's like road ends X feet.
Oh, from this angle? Or from a different angle?
From this angle.
Huh. Yeah, if it's the road sign, it's probably... Oh, honestly, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've been in Boca. Really quick, a couple more super chats before we get back into questions. Jason, thank you for the support. They say, anytime I listen to you guys during streaming during a test, the workday is an extra good day. Thanks. Well, thank you for the kind words, Jason. Thanks for the support. We really can't do this stuff without all the members and without all the super chats and everybody watching. It's a hoot to do. So thank you for saying that. It really means a lot. Xenon, thank you for the support. They say terraforming Mars will lead to a race of evil, sentient, robotic spaceships. I saw it in the game. We must inform the team. I don't know what game that is, but sensible chuckle. Todd the Wraith, thank you for the support. They say your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could that they didn't stop to think if they should. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the quote. Thank you. Hashtag Jurassic Park. And my iPad froze. Joy. Don't you just love when things freeze?
It's
if someone else could clear the lower third while I reboot things, that would be great.
I'm on my way.
Beat you to it.
I'm not sure.
Aha.
For me, I beat you to it. So we need a like photo finish call here. I think.
There needs to be like an indicator on the software so that we can tell who did what. So yeah, you can hear the tank farm becoming more and more active. Some of that venting might even be the booster. I'm not sure. I think so far we're just hearing tank farm, but I'm not positive.
I'm staring at that booster very intensively.
Jesme in chat says Jack is cryo testing his iPad. Yeah, I mean it froze, so.
Oh wow. Now I know how these jokes feel on the other side.
Yeah, it's like you've done them so many times. Now I'm subjecting you to them. Look at the berm. They've really done a lot of work on the berm there.
Yeah, they're putting concrete in.
Fancy.
I mean, probably so this
Fancy burn.
dirt away.
I'm still trying to get my systems back up and running. Somebody grab a question and run with it.
Yeah.
Here's one that's a very good. Oh, go ahead.
Why is this QD arm retracted? Asks Starship 24.
They don't need it. Yeah, there is no ship on top to be fueled or have electrical lines into. There's also no claw on the QD arm, so there literally would not be a use for it with the booster right now, so it's just not needed.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's not necessary, and again, like you said, there's not even the little stabilizer arms on it anymore. I keep wondering if they're going to reinstall stabilizer arms on it, or if those have just been obsoleted.
Yeah, here's a fun question that could lead to a little bit of conversation. What flies first, SLS or Ship 24, aka Starship?
SLS.
That's easy. SLS.
Yeah, SLS winner. All right, next.
It's like you can always tell how close we are to something happening based on how we feel about its readiness. Chris G in chat saying 3 weeks to the day to SLS. And it's entirely possible that SLS gets into its countdown and, something happens and they have to roll it back, or it delays, or they find an issue while they fuel it. It's entirely possible. But as of right now, the way the chessboard is laid out, it seems like SLS is going to fly first.
Yeah,
Second.
I think like there's no realistic path for this to fly this month or next month here. I would be very surprised looking at past timelines, how booster testing went and how ship testing went. I would be very surprised if this has any realistic chance to fly in this month or next month, and I think SLS will.
And we have a poll in chat, so jump into chat and weigh in what you think one way or the other. And it's funny, too, because I'm pretty sure we've been asked this over and over and over again, because it's a good question. And I bet if you went back in our live streams and found this exact question in live streams from like a month ago, 2 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, you would hear some very different answers.
Yeah.
And I think that is a function of both how things have progressed at Starbase, sort of haltingly, and how things with SLS have also proceeded haltingly, but also they've kind of like marched forward. And that's not to say it hasn't, Starbase hasn't been marching forward as well, but there was a super long delay from the environmental assessment and the whole building out the orbital launch site thing, and now we're just trying to get some vehicles ready to go. But even when we have 2 vehicles fully tested and ready to go, it's like is the ground side ready for it? I'm still unclear as to whether or not the orbital launch site is ready right now, today, if they had 2 vehicles ready and working to go, if the orbital launch site could support an orbital launch. I think it's probably close, but I don't know if it's necessarily 100% ready. So, oh yeah, looking at chat, we should mention Booster 7 only has 20 engines installed. Elon tweeted something to this effect when they rolled it back out, and we could even see it when they rolled it back out, that there are currently no center engines installed on the booster. Those are all the gimbling engines. So just the outer ring of 20 engines, outer 2 rings, right? And that is what we're looking at. So whatever they do today will not be a 33 engine thing. At most, it would involve 20 engines.
Also, we found, like, we see the vent here that we hear all the time. It's on the right side, right below that sign.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where the vent is coming from. There it is.
Nice. Yeah, that's why I was saying I don't think we're hearing the booster yet, because I know that there is that particular tank farm vent that sounds like that. Really quick, Samuel in chat is saying the FAA delayed it all on purpose. I'm sorry, but no, that's just not how it works. I'm perfectly willing to put on some tinfoil on my head and engage in conspiratorial thinking, but that is not. I'm not on board with that one. Darth Buddha, thank you for the support. They say, Ian, was it 5 light bulbs? That's a Star Trek reference. Reference acknowledged.
I've never watched Star Trek, the TV show.
Don't be careful what you admit to on stream, because I will give you guff for it, to a nauseating degree.
Yeah, Chris G is getting my severance paperwork ready as we speak now.
You have access to my Plex, right? You should just watch it on there.
Okay, you're assuming I have free time.
Oh, yeah, good point.
In the next few weeks.
Touche. Jeremy Johnson, thank you for the support. They say, or they became a Pad Rat member. So thank you so much for doing that. If you guys don't know, really quick, our membership program is super important to helping us keep the lights on, keep the bills paid, keep the robots fed, all of the good stuff. And the membership program, it's a little button right below the timeline, the play bar in YouTube. And you can sign up to be a member of the channel. You pay us a certain amount a month, whatever you can do, whatever tier you want to jump in at. And at the different tiers, you get different perks, including access to the NSF Discord at Capcom level and above. So membership program is super awesome. We have a whole bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff that we post on the YouTube channel that is only visible to members. And we're constantly trying to add new things and do new things and just enjoy the community that's sort of built up around all of this. And yeah, pop into Discord if you're at Capcom level and above. And if you are considering the membership program, we appreciate you even thinking about it, because again, it's super important to helping us do what we do. So thank you, Jeremy, for becoming a Pad Rat. MTO, thanks for the support. Jim Cavett, thank you for the support. They say, I'm with you, B7, whatever Jack says about you. I don't think I've slandered B7, have I? B7 good.
Yeah,
B7
I think you have.
James Juries, thanks for the support. They say, last time Ship 20 and Booster 4 were stacked, they did it without the claws. Indeed, yeah, the claws haven't been on for, I want to say, months at this point on the QD arm.
Yeah, maybe
Go ahead.
it's just playing like an opinion piece. Like, are they still part of the design, or maybe they decided they don't need them? I don't know, but like
unnecessary.
It strikes me that we have not seen them now for months. So it's not like it doesn't seem like a repair anymore. It just seems like that's how it is now.
Yeah, when they took them off, I was kind of thinking, maybe they need to do some work on them. And then when they stayed off, I was thinking, maybe they're going to install different ones that haven't arrived at Starbase yet or haven't been built yet. And now that it's just been months without them, I'm just like, yeah, has that just been deleted? And of course, in chat, Jewel1234 says, the best claw is no claw.
Guess so.
And then right below that, Dan Stevens says, the claw, which, here we go. Adrian, have you seen Toy Story?
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
You're like you're like 1 and 200 or whatever, however you say the sports score thing.
there's there's things that I will watch because I like them, and I also like to watch them like with my sister and my brother. And there's like Disney and Pixar, and also Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. Like these 4 things, you will not beat me on these 4 things. Everything
Lord of
else
the
is
Rings.
everything else is void. But like these 4 things, I'm pretty solid on.
All right,
Love me
I'll
some
buy that.
Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
Let's see. Base in chat with a question just says bacon right off the bat. I suspect that was in order to get my attention. Do you think it's just non sequitur bacon, and then they ask a real question? Do you think
Chance,
a
no.
first?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it worked. It got my attention. Do you think of? No, I'm not saying that everybody should do that. Please don't do that. What have I done? Do you think a first attempt catch is realistic, considering Falcon 9 needed 20 launches to land? Seems like a lot to ask for. I mean, if they feel like they can do it, I wouldn't be surprised if they attempted it. What do you guys think, Adrian? Why not you go first?
Yeah, I'm still a bit struggling with because of this bacon thing. I love
Yeah,
that.
chat has just erupted with bacon now, so
Yeah.
I've made my bed. I will lay in it.
The best thing is that it worked. Like the best thing is that it perfectly worked. But yeah, I think it will be faster as it was with Falcon 9. I don't think they will need 20 20 launches to land. It's just a feeling. I think they learned something from Falcon 9 and probably implemented that. I think though it won't be a first attempt catch. I think there will be things to learn after the first attempt. That's my prediction. I think it will be
that
the
makes
second or
sense.
third.
I do think it's a really good point that you bring up, that it is worth keeping in mind that with Falcon 9 they were doing propulsive landing for the first time, whereas with Starship they have the benefit of that experience. How much that will transfer over, it remains to be seen, but they do have the knowledge that they acquired from successfully bringing Falcon 9 to propulsive landing from, not. Ian, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's. I don't feel like they're gonna catch it first try. I feel like with Booster 7, Ship 24, they're probably just gonna do like an offshore landing. I don't know whether that would be like a boost back and landing, like say 10 miles offshore, or just like continue a ballistic landing downrange. But I think they're gonna do some sort of mid-ocean landing attempt, not recovering. But I just don't think the first catch with the chopsticks is going to go right. Either it'll be a timing error, a targeting error. I just don't feel like a first catch would be successful. It's just so ambitious. Will they get it? I absolutely think they're going to get it eventually, but I don't think they're going to get it first try.
For what it's worth, I don't know that they'll succeed on the first try, but I wouldn't be surprised if on the first launch of the entire Starship stack, if they do attempt it, because I remain steadfast that in the fight between Booster versus Tower, Tower wins. At least if Booster is landing. If Booster is taking off with ship on top, maybe Tower doesn't win. But it's an extremely well-built, extremely heavyweight and robust tower, and a landing booster hitting it and exploding a little, while that wouldn't be great, probably mostly not for the ground side equipment and plumbing and all of that, I think the tower itself is robust enough that it would be able to handle that. But yeah. Good question, though. Good question from Space in chat. And I guess pretty soon here we're going to have Quindar tones, but instead of like a beep, it's just going to be the word bacon. Anyways, just because I saw this pop up in the YouTube chat, I saw somebody asking about a way to support us on PayPal, because then, it's a little bit of a... Yeah, YouTube and Google, they take a cut. So if you want to support us directly on PayPal, there is a link in our About page. I think the link should be in chat. I'm going to post a link in chat as well. If you want to support us that way, we super appreciate it. We appreciate any support. We appreciate you hitting the like button. It doesn't have to be monetary support. So I just wanted to mention that because I did see someone asking about it. But the link is in chat. NASASpaceflight.com/about. The link is at the bottom of the page. And speaking of supporting us and different ways to support us, we have new merch. We have Starbase Texas merch with this sweet new design. I'm in love with this design. I love the whole reflection style. I love the giant sun rising behind the production site. Even though that's not how it would work in real life because the sun doesn't rise from that direction, it sets in that direction. Still super cool. I guess it's a sunset. It's a sunset. There, problem solved. But yeah, we've got the towel, we've got shirts, we've got shorts. We've got all kinds of stuff with this design. It's lovely. There is a mouse pad. We've been asked about mouse pads a lot. There's a sweet shirt, like I've said, all kinds of cool stuff with this Starbase design on it. There's even a jigsaw puzzle. Holy cow, that's neat. So yeah, if you want to support us in that way and get something physical back in return, check out the merch store. We would super appreciate it. Let's see. Let's get back into some viewer questions. Don't forget, ask your questions at NASASpaceflight, and we may or may not answer them. And subtle reminder, you don't need to put the word bacon in your question for it to be answered. And sorry, chat mods. Chat mods are having to deal with just a tsunami of bacon right now, which...
Some of them joined. I'm not sure if we should apologize. Some of them joined. I saw some of our chat mods spamming bacon.
Well, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. If I learned anything from Bugs Bunny, it's that. Let's see. CJ Howell is saying, if a booster comes in to catch and it's going to be a failure, would it have enough delta V to send itself back up and into the ocean? That is a really interesting question. Falls into the category of questions I don't think we really could know the answer to, but we can sure as heck speculate wildly. Ian, go first. I'm putting you on the spot.
Okay. Throw me right in the ring. In terms of, I assume like it knows it's going to be a failure, as in it's missing the chopsticks or the chopsticks did not close in. No. I'm going to say probably not. I would assume at that point you're just kind of going down with the ship and you're taking the chopsticks down. Maybe having the inner, I assume like inner 13 engines are restartable. If you could get those firing just to launch yourself into the ocean. But I mean, that's a big what if, you know? There's a lot of other failure modes where like the engines don't ignite, it'll hit the tower, it'll hit the launch pad. I'd say it's kind of like an edge case that maybe isn't even worth looking into on SpaceX's end. But again, we really don't know. Maybe they are actively looking into that.
I sort of think it, like, rather than yeeting it out into the ocean in an emergency like that, they would just go for the landing pad, maybe, assuming the landing pad wasn't populated with important equipment.
Yeah,
because the landing pad is right there. It's much closer. But I also sort of think in the same way that Falcon 9 targets not the landing pad when it's doing an RTLS, it targets like offshore until the last second when there's, you know, some certainty that it will be able to successfully land. Or same with the drone ship. It doesn't target the drone ship until that you know, immediate final landing burn, at which point it corrects from being off course to on course. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like they would do something similar with the booster, to where the abort point and ditch it in the ocean point would be before they actually get close to the chopsticks, negating the need to do what this question is asking. But, you know, who knows? Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah, so about the question, I don't think it has the energy. At least from my KSP knowledge, it takes a lot of energy to stop a booster in falling and then send it up again and then bring it on a trajectory where it goes into the ocean. And these margins here in these vehicles are usually kind of slim because you don't want to spend any unnecessary fuel on like big margins if you want to just make sure that it lands. So German there.
You're allowed to say you are completely and 100% allowed to speak German on this channel, as far as I'm concerned. Again, not what I think matters, but that's what I think.
Noted. But yeah, I don't think it would be possible.
Yeah, you know, and that's kind of why I say that the tower would win in a fight between a landing booster and the tower, because the booster at that point is mostly empty. And mostly empty also means it probably wouldn't have enough fuel to abort into the ocean. But who knows? The ocean is like right there. But I really think it would not be great to chuck the booster into the ocean like that, especially like right on the beach. and which is why I was thinking maybe they would go for the landing pad. But in reality, probably neither. Probably like we're talking about, they would do what Falcon 9 does and only go in for a landing if they're reasonably confident that they're gonna they're gonna nail it. Das in our back channel distracting me with hilarious commentary. You can't do that, Das. I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah, I also read that and I was like, oh no. Also,
great.
thanks, Merritt. I got people in the chat now doing exclamation point English to remind me that the channel language is actually English. So thank you for that.
Oh yeah, we totally forgot for a second there. Sarcastic. I almost said /s. I spend far too much time on Discord. Let's see here. Good question though. Keep the good questions coming, everybody. I'm really enjoying this. Let's see here. Doug Judson is asking, any idea what the controls look like for the chopsticks? Are we talking an Atari 2600 joystick or something different?
Oh yes.
I love this. I love this just because of the visual. Although I fear and suspect that it's much less interesting than that, and it's just automated to some extent. Maybe there's like a pop-up window or something. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Ian? Go first.
I feel like it's literally just the arrow keys on a keyboard, just going like, just like click clack, click clack, click clack, up, 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 left, left, left. At least I feel like there's some backup option for that. But yeah, I agree with you. There's probably some automation in there at this point. I'm sure there's options for manual override, but I think they're I would assume that they're probably trying to do this automatically.
I'm super impressed by your Foley, by the way. That was excellent Foley.
What's that?
Oh, it's like in filmmaking when you make noise for things that are on screen. Your keyboard clicks were lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think there's an interface. That's my belief. I think that's just a boring script running on some PC that says what there's to do, and when they need to change something, they just input different commands. But I don't think there will be like a keyboard or joystick which can be used to control these chopsticks.
At least I didn't note who it was. I feel bad. But somebody in chat said WASD on a keyboard is how they're going.
Oh my god.
Which is hilarious.
And you hold down control to make them go faster.
Can somebody?
Oh god, yeah. Oh, shift, you shift to stealth.
Can somebody make a game like some sort of web? Remember Flash games? I might be showing my age here. Remember Flash games on the internet? Somebody make a cheesy game where you have to catch a booster using WASD.
Oh, that sounds awesome, actually. And make it pixelated, 8-bit or 16-bit or something.
Yes, 10,000% yes. You guys have any questions you want to call out real quick? I'm working a thing in the background.
Gotcha. Just scanning through real quick. Ghost Dragon here asking, can Ship 24 or Starship in general SSTO and land with little to no payload, so basically fly to orbit by itself? Elon has said that the ships can do an SSTO where they fly to orbit just on their own. But there would be pretty much no payload capacity, and I wouldn't be shocked if they had to fly with no flaps just to minimize mass. So I doubt they would be able to launch and land to orbit a ship, honestly. I think that's really where the booster comes in to help it get to orbit. Adrian, do you have any questions or any thoughts on that question?
Yeah, I think that it would be I think it's this fun mind game / theory thing where in theory it would be possible, but it's just not practical. So, yeah. So, according to Elon, it works. That's the answer to the question. According to Elon, it can. Or at least Starship can. Probably not S-24.
I'm still not used to saying S-20. I still want to say SN. I can't help myself.
Yeah, I want to say SN as well.
It's S.
Let's see.
Don't fight the facts.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't fight it. Dale Kirkwood, thank you for gifting Red Team memberships. 5 Red Team memberships. That's awesome of you. Let's see, what else? Heat Beat Repeat, Metalworks? I get it. Also became a Red Team member. Thank you, Heat Beat. I wonder what kind of metal they're making over there. Appetite 9, thank you for the support, becoming in a Capcom membership. Again, you get Discord access at Capcom and above, so pop into the Discord and say hey when that propagates for you. All right, I'm gonna work a thing. Adrian and Ian, take it away.
Alrighty.
Okay, should I just jump in and take a question?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, let me look at it. What's the theoretical thrust to rate ratio of the Booster 7 with 20 outer engine half fueled? Oh, that's a math question. That seems like...
boy.
Yeah, at this point we are asking math questions. For TVR with the Booster 7 with 20 outer engine half fueled. So we are talking about 1/3 of the thrust. I'm not sure if we want to do this calculation, because I feel like we can only embarrass ourselves.
Half fueled, 2/3 thrust. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna be straight up and just say no, I can't do that right now. I don't know the propellant mass. I don't know. Probably enough to lift it off if I had to guess. I don't know if very fast, I don't know if very far, but...
Yeah, I mean, usually I think it would definitely be able to lift it, because half fueled and not having a ship on top that is fully fueled, then yeah, you're probably way in the area where your TVR is positive.
Yep.
But yeah, exact numbers, I really don't know at this point. LRB Drone asks, they will move B7 to the Mega Bay again to install the other 13 engines?
Yeah, probably there. They probably would move it back to the Mega Bay to do, or the High Bay maybe, to do engine installation. So yeah, it probably will happen maybe in the next few days, next few weeks. They'll roll it back, install the remaining engines, and it sounds like Jack is back.
I am back. Did you hear that?
Back.
Hello, Jack.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3?
Yep, hear you.
Yes, we hear you.
Yay. What did I miss? Did it explode?
Not yet.
Not yet, sadly. Or, I mean...
Not yet, he says.
I mean, we never know.
That's amazing.
There's a good chance that somewhere down the line in its life, Booster 7 will explode somewhere at some point.
Yeah, I would say it's very much a non-0%, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
non-zero, definitely.
Jim Cabot, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. We got a lot of the gifting going on, which is really cool because it helps people figure out how cool the membership program is. So thank you, Jim, and everybody that's been gifting the memberships. Thank you to all of our new members, including Casey for becoming a Padrat member, and Brahm for becoming a Red Team member. I mean, I don't want to like talk you guys' ears off about it. I just want to make sure you know about it. The membership program exists. It's super important because some videos get more views, some videos get less views. Sometimes we don't have a video to put out, but the grout that goes in between the tiles of that are those videos, that grout is the membership program, and it keeps everything in place and allows us to keep doing what we're doing. So thank you to everybody for gifting the memberships, becoming members, all of that. It's really awesome, and we hope you enjoy all of the cool perks that you get with that program. We super appreciate it. I'm gonna run through a couple more super chats just so we don't get completely buried in them. Some of these are like 30 minutes old at this point, so bear with me and we will get back to y'all's questions. Let's see. Ren Hoki, thank you for the support. They say, which launches next, Falcon Heavy or Starship? Ooh, that's a good one. Ian, go first.
Starship. Falcon Heavy right now is scheduled for the end of this year, which more or less means probably next year. Starship, if I had to guess, would fly orbital in October, maybe November. So that gives a little bit of space between those two. But yeah, my guess is probably Starship around October, November.
Yep, that makes sense. I see the
Falcon
poll has
Heavy.
the poll has completed, and the previous poll, first to fly SLS or Starship, and SLS won at 63% to Starship's 36% with 7.8 thousand votes. And we have a new poll for Falcon Heavy next or Starship next. So weigh in what you think there in chat. Adrian, what were you gonna say?
I'm gonna say Falcon Heavy.
Hey,
I think Falcon Heavy will fly late this year or early next year, and I have been of the opinion that Starship will fly in Q1 of 2023. So
I think
I'm
Starship's
gonna go
flying
with
this
Falcon
year.
Heavy.
I don't see.
Yeah,
I don't see a reality that Starship does not fly this year. Whether or not it'll be successful, that is up for debate. Yeah, I think they're really pushing hard to fly Starship this year.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and I don't like. I could definitely see it, but it's just my maybe at this point, maybe a bit too pessimistic view on timelines. And yeah, that's where I come to that conclusion.
I mean, that's good though, because we often have wild, unbridled optimism, which is also fine. And it's good. It's good to have a balance, right? And so pessimism balances out the boundless optimism, and hopefully between the two, we come to a realistic thinking and prediction, right?
Wait. So that means if you think Starship flies first, and I mean Falcon Heavy fly first, the balanced middle ground is they will fly at the same time.
I love it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
we're back to that previous
I love
question
it.
about testing things at the same time.
That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
we've solved the equation.
But to round out answers on this question, which launches next, I feel like we're in with Starship where we were with Falcon Heavy for so long, where Falcon Heavy was perpetually 6 months away. And at this point, Starship is like perpetually like a month away or 2 weeks away or whatever time span you want to pick. But Starship feels simultaneously like it's about to do an orbital launch and it is months away. Like it's this weird continuum that it's in right now. Just really quick, but good question. Really quick, Liz McQuaid, thank you for the support, saying I was betting on Starship, but now I believe it will be SLS. Starship won't be too far behind. Again, some of these super chats are really old. But I think you're right, Liz. Starship, I think it'll be SLS first, and Starship won't be far behind. Jerwa, thanks for the support. They say, oh, unknown mystery testing, how I've missed you. I think we can all agree with that. Unknown mystery testing is best testing. Ron Smith, thank you for the support. They say, who flies first, Terran R, Beta, Rocket 4, or New Antares? Oh my god.
Oh.
I don't even...
Are we getting the easy questions here?
Yeah, right? I don't even think we can answer this. Like, this one's just so nebulous in terms of what would go first. I have a hard time even speculating.
Rocket 4.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll go with that. We'll go with Ian's question of an answer.
Yeah, with all the emphasis on the.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'm getting Anchorman vibes. I'm Ron Burgundy. Unconscious. Wait, Adrian, have you seen Anchorman?
Oh, no.
I love doing this. I'm sorry, buddy. I can't help myself at this point.
Like a list.
I saw that question. I saw that question coming from a mile away, and I was like, "Oh no."
The problem
It will
is
happen
I
again.
frequently reference TV shows and movies, and now, like as an add-on to my brain, every time I reference a TV show or movie, a little voice in my brain is like, "Wait, has Adrian seen it?" So it's a problem. It's a problem, and it's an addiction, and I will work to get better at it. I apologize, Adrian.
I googled movie references before, so I understand them while being on stream. Just it doesn't get caught. I don't get caught not knowing that movie.
That's amazing. Unconscious Led, thank you for the support. They say a Starship launches by the end of the year. Can Jack do a bacon cooking stream? Love what you guys do. I need to do just a how to cook bacon like members video. I think that would be a good member like behind the scenes video. The problem is my kitchen is filthy and I'm constantly working, so I have a hard time cleaning my kitchen. But one of these days I'll clean my kitchen and then I'll do a bacon video and put it up on our YouTube for members. Saturn Man, thank you for the support. They say, do you think the 20s will be remembered as a decade where we really took the big step into space? I sure hope so. I don't know, but I sure hope so. I think both of you would agree with me on that, right?
Yeah. I think there's always the chance that it will be the 30s, because there's always the chance that all of these big rockets need time to really get into pace, and everything kinda sometimes feels it moves a bit slow, but that's just because this industry is hard and there's like complicated things that need to be solved. but I hope it will be the 20s.
Yeah,
I
same.
think this is like the second golden era of space after the 60s.
Agreed.
And
And
really-
I think we're all super excited to be living in the middle of it. Musical Wolves, thanks for the support. They say B7 cursed launch mount, cursed itself, cursed the chopsticks, and now it cursed Jack's iPad. B7 should join the cursed rocket club. Fair, I would say. Shuttle Discovery, thank you for your super chat and for your hot take about the oil rigs. I don't know that I agree, but you do you. I think the oil rigs will be useful at some point, whether or not that's soon or later, who knows. But thank you for the support. Hi, Lord Reven, thanks for the support. They say they're going to Florida in 2 weeks, hoping to get to CSLS. And they're asking if they think it'll be worth take a few days to travel to Boca. I always think it's worth it to travel to Boca because, I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Things are impermanent. Everything in life is impermanent. And the current status of Boca Chica is only what it is right now. And if you want to see Starbase as it exists today, and not in the future as like a super built up, buttoned down professional launch site or whatever it ends up turning into, you should go and see it while you can, while it is how it is. It's already changed so much from how it used to be. I mean, it used to just be like a pile of dirt with no fence next to the road. It's
Yeah.
crazy how much it's changed. So go see it now while you can see it how it is now. I know that's kind of a roundabout statement, but I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. If you can, I highly recommend it. Holy, oh my God. Is that, what currency is that? MX? Fernando Ferrer with a 500 something super chat.
Mexican peso.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Fernando. They say if we consider using these vehicles, or if we consider these vehicle ships, what has to happen for all to be called USS Starship? I think they have to be operated by the Space Force, right?
I would assume by the U.S. government in some way, probably by
Yeah.
the Space Force, yeah.
Yeah. Dirty Hippie,
Eh?
take a shower, please. They say, thank you for the support. They say no catch until protective covers are on tower. I can see that. That's plausible. I'm just going to try and run through these last couple super chats here, and we'll get back to viewer questions. But the super chat questions are really good, too. Good Gremlin Media asking cryo, spin prime, or pre-burner test. And thank you for the support, Good Gremlin. Well, you know, maybe we'll take this opportunity with this question to sort of back up a little bit and go over what we sort of think might be happening today, what we're looking at, what led to here. I mean, let's do a little bit of a recap, huh? Starting off with Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount. What did you say, Ian, for the fourth time?
Not on the mount for the fourth time, on the mount for the second time, but at the launch site.
At the launch site, thank you. Right, and so previously it was, they did some engine testing. It got a little explodey. They took it off the launch mount. They brought it back to the production site. They fixed it up. They rolled it back to the launch site. The chopsticks broke down. There was some sort of hydraulic failure with the chopsticks, which necessitated that crane there on the left side of the screen that you're currently looking at. They used the LR 11,000 crane to lift it onto the launch mount the other day. So chopsticks are being repaired. That's not a big deal, hopefully, although I can't imagine hydraulic oil being spilled all over fragile wetlands is a good thing, or all over a booster that's being tested being a good thing. But that's about where we are at. Booster being tested today, probably not a cryo. We think it's at least a spin prime or pre-burner. There has been no overpressure notice, which is a sort of a wrench in the works because we normally expect those anytime there could be a risk of an overpressure, I suppose, which is a fancy way of saying explosion, to simplify a bit. But it doesn't, the lack of the overpressure notice does not mean there absolutely is not a possibility for a pre-burner or static fire. It just means there's no overpressure notice, which is an interesting thing in and of itself, but probably, things have changed a lot since the Starship flight testing program. And one of those things that could have changed is the whole notification system. We're not quite sure, but today we're expecting, I think, at least a spin prime test. Beyond that, hard to say, but is that Is that the recondenser, Adrian?
I'm trying to.
No, I don't think. I think
No,
that's just a vent, right?
It's the other one on the other, like behind the orbital tank farm, but it's not it. But like that's another new vent, another vent that's spooling up now, not a new one, but it's another one that's spooling up. So more moving into testing. So I like that. But so far I see no indications of like the booster or the pad showing activity. Like that's the really big thing we are looking for at this point, I feel. That we see like the pad, like there's this one vent that is coming out of the pad, basically to the left side, I think, where we're looking at right now. That always spools up when we saw orbital pad testing. So far that vent has not been active.
Got it. And I mean, do we want to go over really quickly the recondenser and its importance? I mean, it involves it comes on when methane is being worked with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Go ahead, Adrian. You know more about this than I do.
Fight.
No, it's once methane becomes active, you need to some way to liquefy it and re-liquefy it. And the recondenser is used for that. It recondenses methane, and usually it is shown in the suborbital side as well as on the orbital side by a vent stack that just vents off condensation gas, and that's why we see that the methane side of the tank farm is being active, because you can kind of separate these tank farms always in like two sides. There's the one side that is responsible for loading logs, and there's the other side that's responsible for loading methane. And of course, once the second one is being loaded, that's really when we get into interesting tests, because with logs, they can also do like pressure testings. They do them usually with nitrogen, but they could also use logs for that. But methane really gets only used in tests that are kind of in the engine testing department. So that's why the methane recondenser is super interesting for us to see once it spools up, because it really indicates we are moving into a countdown. And also it has been in the past a good indicator of saying like, okay, 45 minutes-ish from here on out to T0. So that's why we watch it.
And so I know that it's 45 minutes from suborbital tank farm recondenser to T0-ish. Does that hold for the orbital tank farm as well? Do we have enough data yet?
It showed close similarities, but I would not say it's confirmed yet.
Got it. So we need more data points.
Yes, I would expect at least a close to similar countdown, but I would not say on the minute. I would not guess on the minute here.
That makes sense. Holy cow, Russell Snodgrass. One of those names we see pop up in chat and supporting us very often. So thank you so much, Russell, with a $100 super chat. Thank you. That is a huge amount of support, and you know we will turn that around into more coverage for y'all. So thank you again. They're asking, could the last explosion of the Booster 7 spin prime test been a simple spark made worse by the oxygen-rich environment? Was there enough boom to have a fully cooked pack of bacon? I think it would have just pulverized the bacon. I don't know that it would have cooked it. But to answer your other question, I think methane was involved in the spin prime when normally perhaps it might not be. And more methane accumulated underneath the booster than they expected to, and that is why there was a boom. It wasn't about oxygen-rich environment. It was about a mixing of oxygen and methane in just the right amount to make it, let's say, detonatable, if that's a word.
Yeah. Also to underline that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ian.
Oh no, I was just joking with Jack.
If I recall correctly, for that test, the recondenser was also not on, so it has to be like gaseous methane in some shape or form that was involved. But I agree with, obviously, there was some methane involved because we saw a big boom.
Yeah, and I'm being told in our back channel that Alex wrote about the engine bleeding methane thing in a Starship article, so somebody linked that in chat. And Dan Stevens in chat says stoichiometric, which is always a fun word to say, which, yeah, that's the chemistry thing, meaning the proper mixture to be detonatable, I think. I don't know. I'm not a chemistry-onomer. Cheminologist, whatever that is.
Chemistologist, yeah. That sounds
yeah,
about
thank
right.
you.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
it, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. somewhere watching our stream is an actual chemist. Like, dear
They're
God.
having a heart attack right now.
Right.
They're very angry at us for sure.
Boop, 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 boop. Musical Wallops, thanks for the support. They say Adrian Bacon Movie Fund. Neil, thanks for the support. They say rocket fuel doesn't melt launch towers. That's hilarious. Morgan, thank you for the support. They say, will they conduct a static fire with a fully fueled stack? Also, any updates on the Dear Moon mission? There has been a conspicuous lack of Dear Moon updates, right?
Yeah, they just dropped off the face of the planet pretty much after announcing it. So yeah, it's
I mean, I imagine
probably
it's
not happening next year. Let's be honest.
Yeah, the original target date was 2024. I would be very shocked if it met the target date, but I still think it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. It'd be nice. I mean, I am fully and 100% on board with the idea of sending artists into space. As someone who makes things, maybe I'm a little biased, but I do sort of have like a sad spot in my brain for the fact that we only really ever sent to the moon a bunch of test pilots, which, don't get me wrong, I love test pilots, but I think we sent like one actual scientist. Was that Harrison Schmitt?
Harrison
he was
Schmitt,
he was a
geologist.
geologist, right? And it's like, man, if only we could have sent like, you know, a musician or some photographers, because we got some cool photos from the astronauts, but I don't, you know, you can train a photographer to be an astronaut. Can you train an astronaut to be a photographer? Maybe, because astronauts are very, very smart people. But anyways, I think I've made my point there. But thank you, Morgan, for the support. Will they conduct a static fire with a fully fueled full stack? What do you guys think? I say yes, just because I want to see that happen.
I will say it is necessary to fire if you want to fire all engine at once, because I have a hard time how they want to hold down this booster firing all engines at once. If they want to test that without like a lot of counterweight, and a Starship would be a counterweight. And I have a hard time seeing them holding this booster down.
I mean, they do have hold downs, or is it more just sit downs?
That I'm not even. Oh man, I don't know. I have heard things. I do not feel comfortable repeating the things I have heard. But yeah, it's a question mark. It's a good question to ask. Overlord Raven, thank you for the support. They say if B7 manages to finish all tests successfully and launches with no issues, it will go to show how durable these boosters are. Very good point. I mean, they're hopefully very durable because they need to be reused over and over and over again. Much like Starliner can be reused 10 times. FR Peter J. Shaw asking when Fwoop. I remember Fwoop. That's like an oldie at this point. We'll have to just wait and see. What were we gonna say, Adrian? Sorry.
I just made a stupid joke. Go ahead.
Oh, I completely missed it. And I'm seeing you get yelled at in our back channel, but I'm sad that I missed it. Cool. So let's jump back into some viewer questions. How about Nick Lewis is asking, oh, yay! Here's a question we can actually answer with certainty. That's a rare one. Nick Lewis is asking, after Booster SEP, can we expect all 6 or maybe 9 engines on the ship to light? Yes.
Yeah.
The answer there is indeed yes.
You need that thrust. Also the initial gimbaling of the engines will really help. But yeah, you need that thrust.
Can we get some like a merch design that's just the aft end of a ship with like the engine layout with all 6 like red and firing, and it just says you need that thrust on the ship? Like that would be a great. I would wear that shirt.
The most niche shirt.
Yeah, much like the spreadsheet shirt. Is that still?
Yeah,
in the store?
I know it's not, but I saw some people wear it, and I always love when I see it being worn.
Oh, I'm gonna rebel. That should still be on the store. Maybe I'll have to DM Mark later. Let's see. Good question though from Nick Lewis. Chris is asking, are the chopsticks okay? What is your definition of okay?
They're still there. They're structurally okay. They can go up and down. They cannot go side to side.
That sounds okay to me.
But I like that we finally asked the question no longer when hardware or what hardware. So we are finally asking question how hardware.
How
Like-
hardware? Yeah.
Yeah, how are chopsticks?
The chopsticks answer. They're like, could have been better, but I'm all right.
Like giving imagine them giving a super detailed answer to that question. Like you're
I-
just asking how are you, and they're going on for 2 minutes.
I weirdly imagined them somehow giving a thumbs up, which I'm not sure how they would, but there you go.
Yeah, like
Welcome to my-
a thumb
welcome to my brain.
flopping up on the right chopstick, like just a like small thumb. I like that.
That is quite cursed. Jake is asking, does the orbital launch mount have a deluge system to withstand the forces at launch? Kind of a tricky one here. We've seen what appeared to be a deluge test, although it wasn't really like a whole lot of water. So there appears to be at least something, but
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure to what extent that they have a deluge system there. I mean, we haven't really seen more than a handful, if that, tests of what we think are a deluge system. So it's really hard to say. But Ian, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, they have a deluge system, not in the sense of like Falcon 9 or like SLS, where they are dumping tons and tons of water. It's more probably just to deaden some of the noise and to, really just to deaden the noise probably and protect the pad hardware, instead of just, dumping water everywhere, covering everything with water, because with something this powerful, there's really not much you can do. But yeah, we've seen them. They do have nozzles and sprayers on each of the six orbital pad supports, it seems like.
Here's another good one from Gunham, not to be confused with Gundam. Gunham. Gunham is asking, why are the Raptor engines green? I think you mean the nozzles are green, and that's a coating, right? That's like a treatment that's done to the nozzles. I feel like didn't we just see the answer to this in the Tim Elon interview, or where am I? I'm like vaguely remembering something about this. Does anyone please have more information than me?
Well, the answer is they're sick and they need to get better.
Oh my god.
No, it's from when they're manufacturing them, there is I guess they're in an environment where things oxidize a lot, and they oxidize on a green layer. It might have been mentioned in Tim's video. I kind of forget now, but it might be for protection, or it might just be a side effect from production.
I'm like watching chat. Oscar in chat is saying Inconel oxidation? All right,
Yeah,
I'll buy
could see
that
that.
for $1.
I looked at the back channel and there was nothing useful there as well. It was like everybody was just joking and making the same jokes I had in my head, so that doesn't help. Because, yeah.
Let's see. Alan is asking, was the lobster claw removed because it damaged the grid fin on Booster 4 when they wiggled it? Did it? I remember when they wiggled Booster 4's grid fin and it kind of locked in the same position, but I didn't think it was because the claw damaged it.
Yeah, we went into some speculation why the claw was removed earlier. I think they're like the two leading things are A, it's getting repaired, or B, it's no longer part of the design. Like that's the two, I think, most likely possibilities here. I don't think it was like, I don't think it was the reason the grid fin was damaged. At least I'm not aware that it was the reason the grid fin was damaged, or like until now. So I'm not sure if that was the reason.
Yeah, I think they just removed it because it's not needed, but it's really hard to say. Although I will say I don't think it broke Booster 4's grid fin. I love that it's called the Lobster Claw, though. I hope it comes back just because it has such a great name. And as far as I know, that is like actually an official name.
Just to side note here, when I tried to establish the mustache vent for starships, everybody was against it, and I still think it's wrong because there should be a mustache vent for a starship.
Okay. Is that the orbital launch mount venting?
I am looking. It's loud.
Like
Oh,
right in the
on the
middle, right in the
bottom.
middle of the
Oh
legs.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's starting to
It's
vent.
getting bigger.
That will expand a lot. Like we will see that if that's the vent we usually see, it will get bigger and bigger. That's
Do you have-
very significant and visible vent.
Do you have any data, spreadsheet-wise, in terms of what that could be or signify?
What we see before is that vent will go on for a longer period of time, and then suddenly stop, and that's when we will see proper bloating. Like basically it being like, I don't know, a purge vent for the line until like the end of the line is reached with like what they want to fill, and then suddenly getting loaded.
Could it be like a GSE chill down kind of thing?
Yeah, that could be like, but they basically now chill down the lines to the booster and making sure like the lines are completely like remove, like no bubbles in there and everything, and then they're moving into prop loading. I could see that. Yeah, I think that's the most likely explanation of this vent.
Let's see. Ian asking, can a booster fly on its own for testing? I mean, we saw SN5 and SN6 fly on their own, and they're sort of like a stubby booster. Even though they were Starship prototypes, they were still kind of the same, right?
Yeah, you need to have like some kind of landing equipment, probably the chopsticks, I would assume, or just weld on some landing legs onto the booster. But yeah, you need some kind of landing equipment.
So we don't think that's going to happen. I wish it would. I miss flights. I miss having flights. But I don't think we expect a booster to fly on its own at any point. Although that sure would be cool.
Yeah.
Really gives me.
Here you can see. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to point out here we can see that vent now expanding and going like longer and longer.
Yep. All eyes are on the booster to watch and see if it starts to get frosty. And as we wait and watch, we will continue answering everybody's questions. Here's a question in a super chat. Thank you, Dan, for the support. Who says, hypothetically, are there hypothetical SpaceX sources that hypothetically give you hypothetical information? And my answer to that is hypothetically yes.
He's friends with Elon Musk, is what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm all up in Elon Musk's DMs. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Him and the Elon are the good buddies.
Darkboy05, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Super appreciate all of the memberships coming in. Holy cow, Dale Kirkwood coming in at Launch Director. Thank you so much, Dale. And John Rodriguez, also Launch Director. That's one of the higher levels of support. You get all of the perks with the Launch Director membership. You get Discord access. You get the chat emoji. Speaking of chat emoji, I'm gonna throw a bunch of Raptors in chat. In fact, I'm gonna throw 20 Raptors in chat in honor of Booster 7 having 20 Raptors on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Bam.
Excellent.
So yeah, thank you, John.
Spamming.
Thank you, John, for becoming a launch director. We really appreciate all of the members. Billy, Capcom membership, awesome. Get into Discord and say hey. Ryan E with a Red Team membership. Whole bunch of new members today. This is seriously awesome. John Rodriguez coming in at Padrat. Jerwa gifting 10 Red Team memberships. I mean, I feel like I'm on PBS or something, and I'm like, doing a pledge drive. I really hope it's not that annoying. I want people to understand how important the membership program is to us being able to do what we do. It's so important. We literally couldn't do what we do and all of the things that we do, not just Starship, without the membership program. It's so important. So that is why I'm so appreciative of the members, and that's why I always take time to let you guys know about the perks that there are, and that you can get those perks. If you don't have them and you want them, you can get them. They're there. They're right there. Just click the button. Imaginator, Imigivator, Padrat membership. Thank you, buddy. And T-Bane Padrat membership. Thank you as well. Did someone just throw a question in and I overrode it with I think I might have just overrode a question. Darn it. Or maybe I'm just pushing too many buttons at once. Either way, thank you so much to all of our new members. Really quick, Remy Turk, thank you for the support. They say Adrian Movie Night Fund.
At some point.
Mike Lutke, thank you for the support. They're saying, can we get a spreadsheet of the movies Adrian has seen? Adrian Fan Club. Adrian 4 being, wow, I can't talk. James Jury's being really pessimistic about Rocket 4 ever flying. I mean, fair. Who knows how that's going to all shake out? I hope Rocket 4 flies because it seems like it'll be pretty cool. Martin, thank you for the support. They say, do you think someday they will use 3 boosters to launch a Starship like they use Super Heavy now to converting the middle booster with 15 RVAC engines and speed and range when reaching Mars? That's a lot. That's a big question. No, I don't think they'll ever do a 3-stick Super Heavy if that's what you're asking. I think it's hard to say what the future holds. And if anything, that's going to be way down the line because Starship in its current form is still in the prototype stage. And if you think about Falcon 9 versus Falcon Heavy, it took them a while of doing Falcon 9 before they finally moved on to Falcon Heavy. So that's at least like 10-ish years out, if not more. Boop, 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 boop. Ashu, thank you for the support. They say best case scenario, if Starship has a successful first launch to orbit and landing, how fast do you think things will move after that? RE Mars. I mean, it's tricky, right? Like we've talked about this. We talked about it just a little bit earlier on the stream about how Starship simultaneously somehow is in this like reality distortion field and feels like it's both moving very rapidly and very slowly. And it's moving slowly, it feels like, because human time spans are maddeningly short. You know, we only live like 80-something years at best, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, give or take. So we want to see the things happen and happen now. But it's important to take a step back and look at the long view and think about, compared to what we have seen in the last, 30 or 40 years of spaceflight, Starship is moving insanely fast. I mean, I know we all want boots on Mars in 2024, but, you know, the reality is these things take time, and I think we can all be thankful that they are moving as fast as they are. Sure, faster would be great, but at least they're moving as fast as they are. I think that's fair to say. But
Yeah.
how fast do we think they'll move after a successful first launch, should that happen? I mean, I think they'll only crank things up to 11 and go as fast as they possibly can. What do you think, Adrian?
I think I don't think they will make it with the next window. I think that would be quite hard to get anything of significance there in the next window. But I think in the windows after that, I wouldn't be surprised if SpaceX basically makes sure that they get something to Mars with every window. I don't think that humans will be that soon as they want it to be, because I feel like there are a lot of problems on the road that still need solving. But however, I think they will start launching like payloads and satellites and potential like pathfinders for different technologies they want to get there to test on Mars. And I think that will happen quite soon after this whole thing launches to orbit. And basically, yeah, probably like 20. Well, what's the next one is 2024. Then after it's 2026, right?
2027 after that.
Okay, so then I think 2027 onwards is when they will always launch to Mars in the windows.
Agreed.
That's my prediction here.
Yeah, I think it's I think after the first orbital launch might be like a little time to like, okay, settle down. What did we learn here? Get the next vehicle ready. And I think over time, after maybe like the second launch and then the third launch, they'll start to slowly ramp things up to the point where they're flying, you know, a bunch of Starlink missions, and then eventually maybe next year do the first refueling prototype test at the very end of next year. Then maybe the first people in 2024 or 2025. And then go from there. I think it'll be a lot of step by step, but it'll start to really, really ramp up as they go along. That's kind of my 2 cents here.
I think Jewel1234 in chat said it best. As fast as they can is how fast
Yes.
things will move after that. As fast as they can. And that might be an unsatisfyingly vague answer, but, you know, I think that's probably the most accurate. Brad the Fitter, thank you for the support. They say orbital flight or Fifth Element film review. Do we have to choose between one or the other? Because then I choose orbital flight.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. Then I'm definitely choosing orbital flight.
Same.
To the surprise of no one. Ingo McLean, thank you for the support. They say petition SpaceX to add purple tint to the venting hazing. So it's, I guess, it's purple haze. I see what you did there.
I agree. I actually, and I make this a very serious point.
Uh-oh.
Sure.
I agree. I think they should color the fog so I can track it more easily. And I would prefer if they color different kind of condensation in different kind of colors, so it's more trackable in like what kind of things are active. So thanks SpaceX for doing that. I expect that starting tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be really great. Like the methane, it gets like a pink tint, and like the oxygen gets blue, and yeah, that'd be great. But then we might get
Yes.
into like, it's a Starship tank farm gender reveal. Ugh. It's a boy. All right, sorry.
Oh no, I hate those so much.
Yeah, me too. I regret even saying that out loud. Stefan, thank you for the support. They say vote to rename Booster 7 to Bacon 7. I'm not gonna disagree there. John, thank you for the support. They say, have they opened the bar on the top of the high bay yet? And is it named the Flip and Burn Bar and Grill? No, it is not. And I don't know if they've opened it or not. Every now and then you see lights on up there, and I'm always wondering what's going on, but unclear. I don't think we have an answer to that.
All I know is I'm getting very hungry from these discussions.
Dawson in our back channel says methane red and LOX blue. If you see a purple cloud, run.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Booster 7 be like.
Right? Andy P, thank you for the support. They say, hi from Colombia. What is the current orbital flight test profile of the booster and ship? Will the ship try to land in the ocean or just crash into the water? Who wants to take this one?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think that's one that we know, actually. I mean, we've heard rumblings that they might be trying to do a landing on the first orbital flight.
I think we do at least know a little bit. Like, it will... I saw that, Patrick. The ship will try to propulsively land and do a simulated landing off the coast of Hawaii, whereas the booster will either ditch in the Gulf of Mexico or come back and attempt a landing. I think that is sort of the unknown at this point, is whether or not they will attempt a landing catch with the booster or if it'll just ditch into the Gulf.
Yeah, and that's really the big question, and I think it'll just like come down to A, the readiness of the pad. Like, do they think the chopsticks are ready? Do they have the software in place? As well as B, the readiness of the booster, because there's a lot in play here. You need to have the engines reignite for the boost back. You need to have the engines reignite for landing. If you're having concerns about Raptors reigniting, then maybe be a little more conservative and don't do a chopsticks catch. Maybe they'll just do a landing offshore. Again, be it if maybe it's a ballistic landing or a boost back and then land in the water. But yeah, I don't know, and I think we're gonna have to wait in the coming weeks and months to hear what SpaceX has to say.
And
That is-
we
is that-
have
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that ship doing a... Is that the tank farm? I can't even talk.
Yep. That's the
suborbital
recondenser
tank farm
even
has
on the-
become active. Go ahead, Adrian.
I think you can even see the recondenser puffing.
Wow. Okay, so ship testing maybe also. We said at the start of the stream that there might be some ship activity as well, given that they cleared the Pad B area specifically, in addition to the orbital launch site. So, question mark? We might see a spin prime double header, a spin prime with the ship and a spin prime with the booster, and who knows what else? Who knows what the day holds? Which reminds me, what is the window for today? It goes till 10 p.m. local, right? Is that correct?
So far.
No, I think so.
Yeah, so far is the correct answer to that, because they can
Yeah.
extend the window. We have seen that happen in the past. So it is currently 4:11 p.m. local. We got plenty of time left in the day for testing of both of these vehicles. So yeah, but wow. Okay, so ship, tank farm, activity. I can't even brain. This is so much at once.
There's a lot happening. Both tank farms are active. So you have the recondensers on at the suborbital site, right? So that means that they are actively getting ready to load fuel?
It's
no.
at least puffing. I saw it puffing earlier, but I'm not sure if it's constantly. I don't think it's constantly active because you cannot see it here. being
Okay.
constantly active right now, because the big vent we see there is from the horizontal tanks. It's not from the recondenser. The
Gotcha.
recondenser is more to the a bit to the right. But yeah, this to the person that asked the question at the beginning of the stream, if they can test both at the same time. Yeah, good question. Apparently SpaceX maybe thought, like, when you asked that question, good point. Why don't we test at the same time?
Yeah, let's find out together.
Wee! I like the unknowns though. I feel like for a long time we've sort of been seeing the same or similar things happen repeatedly, and it's always fun to get thrown a curveball and learn new things. Very, very interesting. Andy P, thank you for the support. Oh, that's the one that was asking about the landing. Well, thank you again. I'll show your name on screen for a second there, if my iPad will cooperate. There,
Apple
done.
technology.
You know, Ian, stop.
I said
Stop
that out of
Stop
pure
it.
joke just to see your reaction.
Stop it. Apple good.
I
Overpriced,
really
overpriced, yes. Also good though.
I don't. Everyone in chat, please don't start a flame war about technology. I genuinely don't care about Apple versus
You
whatever.
you realize by
if
saying
you-
that you have now started it, right?
Yeah,
If
the
you
flame-
wanted to go, if you want to do that, just make sure to join our Discord channel, because there's a tech chat there where that discussion is ongoing all the time.
Yeah, that
Oh,
I can
boy.
confirm that is a thing that I will occasionally go into the tech chat channel and rant. But you know what? All things aside, everyone's allowed to like their own team, whether it's sports or computers or companies or what have you. No one's
Go
wrong.
Penn
There's no
State.
wrong answer, except Apple does make the best computers. Rodek, thank you for the support.
All
They
right,
say
that's
thank you
objectively
for
wrong.
Rodek coming in as a red team member. I just see chat erupting out of the corner of my eye. Adam, NASA, thank you for the support. Flawed Perspective, thank you. They say big double bada boom, but you have to watch The Fifth Element to understand. Overlord Raven, thanks for the support. They say, did they finish outfitting the weather tower on top of Mechazilla? I don't know. I don't know if that's done or what. I know there's like the new little structure on top of the launch tower. I'm not quite sure as its status in terms of how finished it is. Mr. Vip, okay, really quick. Mr. Vipit's in chat asking how I charge my mouse. I don't use a Magic Mouse. I use a gaming mouse. It's a Logitech gaming mouse. It's amazing. It has very high DPI and is very precise. Because if you're one of those people that picks up your mouse and clomps it across your mouse pad, you're doing it wrong. But yeah, I will be the first person to admit the Magic Mouse is the stupidest design Apple has come up with. Right up there with charging your pencil by plugging it into your iPad. Anyways, I think that's enough tech chat for now. We can, if you want to continue it, let's go into Discord and talk about it in the tech chat channel. But yes, charging a mouse by plugging it in upside down is stupid. Vibjorn, I hope I'm not butchering your name, but thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Speaking of Discord, if you want to go argue about Apple versus other companies in our tech chat channel on Discord,
no.
you now can, because you're a Capcom member and you get Discord access. Nico, thanks for the support. They say, is the sub pad powered by the orbital tank farm and they're doing some sort of orbital tank farm prop testing? No, they're two separate systems. But good question. That's a very good question, Nico.
Yeah, they're very much independent. The suborbital tank farm has been active since the Starhopper days.
Oh my god.
What's
There's
up?
a
Cool.
yeah, there's a
poll.
poll. There is a poll.
Oh no, Chris, no, you can't do this. Okay, Windows is gonna win because it
Don't you love it when you're trying to keep things on the rails and not just go completely into chaos, and then your boss throws a poll like that into chat?
Who gave this Chris
Wow.
Bergen poll rights? Oh wait.
I love it. I love it. But yeah, good question from Nico. Very, very much two separate systems. Overlord Raven, thank you for the support. They say, did they finish outfitting? Oh, that's the weather tower question. Let's see. John Rodriguez, thank you for the super chat there. They say, just want to say I love everything you Guy and Tim are doing for my community, Rio Grande Valley. This exposure are what we needed to keep space. Thanks to SpaceX, we have it. Keep up the good work. You got it, John. I'm super glad everybody down there in South Texas gets to have a little bit of space fun in their lives. It's super neat.
Yeah.
I know how many people in the community it's super important to. I immediately think of a friend of the channel and friend of me personally, Austin Bernard, who grew up down there and very much, you know, it meant a lot to him. I know when SpaceX came into town and started making things interesting around there. So yeah, it's good to hear that, and we're glad you appreciate what we do, and I'm definitely super glad you get to have a launch site in your backyard functionally.
The chaos is spreading to our back channel, by the way, with the Windows versus Apple
Yeah,
discussion.
no, I can't
There
look
are-
at that. I'm trying really hard to focus and not be completely insane today, because I know this stream could go on for a while, and the insanity will happen. I'm just not going to force it.
For anyone who's not watching, I was about to say for anyone who's not watching our back channel, as in literally everyone watching the stream, there are GIFs being actively dropped in our back channel. This is getting chaotic. Anyway.
I'm resisting the urge to join in. And wow, Windows is stomping Apple in the poll too. It's 20-60. That's crazy. I mean, hey, if you guys want to use inferior hardware, go for it.
Apple for work, Windows for gaming.
All right,
Sorry,
I'll allow it.
But
Beep beep
Anyway.
beep.
The
Ryan
recondenser
Weber?
is... Oh,
What's up, Ryan? Ryan says, "Oh God, what are you guys doing? We already have chaos on screen." Yeah, I think we have enough chaos with 2 tests going at once.
yeah.
And with that, Ian, I will let you discuss what you were about to say.
Yeah, I was just saying because, again, it's been so long since we've had a lot of testing, I've kind of forgotten what the suborbital tank farm is doing. That's just doing some some quick tank fence, right? That's not the recondenser puffing right now?
No, that's not the recondenser. That's just tank farm. I think.
I
that
wish I
might-
could see the recondenser, but there's a white cloud in front of it.
Right? Okay? Sorry, Adrian, in advance. The suborbital tank farm used to have a thing called the grass vent, and it would just sort of vent without any noticeable or predictable behavior. Did the grass vent get relocated to what we're seeing now? Is that a thing that
No.
happened, or am I just making that up? Like, meaning,
No.
is this just sort of an activity signal and not any kind of, like, it's not the recondenser. Recondenser is closer to those vertical black tanks, right?
I think what this is like we saw this behavior of this suborbital tank farm before, that they spool it up before the recondenser comes up. That has been happening before. So I think this might be one of these. In my chart, I just called him weird flow. So this might be one of these weird flows where they just go a bit different to how we are used to do this. But I think we saw some grass vent earlier today, so that indicated like there might be some activity on there, because grass vent is not totally meaningless.
He said it.
But yeah,
He said it here. Everybody, you all heard it. He said grass vent's not totally meaningless.
it's not a when indicator, it's an if indicator. But yeah, overall, I think this is really the suborbital tank farm and chip 24 spooling up. I don't think this is, I don't think there's even a line between the suborbital and orbital tank farm, to my knowledge. So they cannot be related in any shape or form.
I think Epic Daniel in chat said it best with the clapping emoji in between every single word. Grass vent has no timing implications.
I think I throw away my higher ground right now a lot with that statement, and that will probably never leave me.
So it is. So it goes. Again, if either of you has any questions that are popping out at you in the panel here, feel free to jump into it. And chat. If you guys have any questions, please at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we will endeavor to answer your questions. Ryan S. is asking, what's the latest on the chopsticks hydraulic issue? I think the latest is the chopsticks had a hydraulic leak. Hydraulic fluid went everywhere. I hate that, because I can't imagine that's good for fragile wetland ecosystems. Hopefully they cleaned it up thoroughly. Hopefully the booster's not just like completely covered in hydraulic oil, because that would be bad for any booster static fire situations, I imagine. But yeah, I mean, the chopsticks hydraulic issue is they broke. They're going to fix it. That's about that. I don't think we really know more. Cool, and I will take both of your silence to mean
Oh, no,
that was a good answer.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to add to that. I was like, yeah, I agree. Sorry.
No worries. I'm just joking around. You know how it goes. Let's see. ZRBD is asking, what are the two things? Of course, my body decided that I need
the
to
recondenser now. It's hard. We could see it. It's again off, but there was a short moment where it was puffing again behind these two vertical. Oh, it's hard to describe. So, on the left, you see two vertical black tanks. That are the one is a bit there's one higher and then a bit lower one, and then there come the three higher vertical tanks in a row. And there it is again. There's the recondenser. You could see it like flowing through the tanks. It's coming like from the inside of that area, and you can see it flow out of that area.
If you look at those two vertical tanks, and there's a small gap in between them, and if you follow that gap all the way down towards the horizontal white tank, you can see that gap that you can see the sky through does not go all the way down to where those two tanks and the white horizontal tank intersect, if that makes sense. That thing blocking the sky right there is the top of the recondenser, the very tip top of the recondenser, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
And you could see it like you can see puffers from it. So there is definitely tank farm activity and recondenser activity here going on the suborbital tank farm. We can 100% confirm that at this point.
Adrian, since you are sort of the guru here, how about you give us a rundown? Like, the recondenser puffing does not equal recondenser active, right? There's a distinction between the two that should be made.
Yes, I can give a quick rundown what we should... Like, this puffing, we have seen that before. Usually this puffing it can go on for hours. It's not really a big indicator. It's more, hey, maybe watch it. What we are looking for is a constant stream of condensation/gas coming out of that recondenser for a longer period of time. That really is the flow we are looking for. And from there on out, we are on average about 45, 46 minutes away from a T0, whatever that T0 might be. But yeah, that's the first indicator in the flow. Then they will move into like frost ring forming, propellant loading, and then the final indicator will be the engine vent, we call it, or the engine chill vent. That would be about, with the new flow, about 14 minutes before T0.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. Because I get to ask my own questions, and I'm going to ask one now. What do you think we will see tested first today, ship or booster? Because they're kind of like, they're almost like racing at this point. Obviously not really, but it's sort of what it feels like, right? What do you think first? Ian, go.
Booster first, I believe.
All right, Ian says booster first. Adrian, what do you think?
Ship.
Adrian says ship. And I'm going to not be a tiebreaker, and I will say a simultaneous test, just because that would be maximum insanity mode.
I'll say that the first thing that tests are the friends we made along the way.
Oh, John Krause would be pleased with that.
John Krause moment.
Reason, by the way, I think ship is because the ship recondenser is showing activity, while the booster one is not. So far.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
That's my reason.
Logical. Adrian, you are nothing if not logical and efficient.
That's my brand. That's what I'm going for.
That's my brand.
Logic, efficient, and very bad puns. That's the three things I got going for me, which is nice.
God, now I'm thinking like, what's my brand? It's like bacon, beard, insanity. I don't know. I got nothing.
I feel like insanity is branded to multiple people at this point. So yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to kill the commentary here.
No, I got texted something hilarious. Hal Snyder, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Super appreciate it. And again, you get Discord access at Capcom and above, so thank you, Hal. Okay, real-time follow-up. I just was texted by John Krause. He says the real shout-outs are the friends we make along the way.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's not distracting at all, John. Thank you. You guys have any questions you see popping out at you here?
Looking through the queue right now.
Ollie is
Very
asking,
venty.
what was the white hose that got blown apart during Booster 7's explosion? What did it do, and is it important? So, there's a thing called confined space hazards. I don't know if that's like the proper name or whatever, but when you're in a confined space, you need to have proper ventilation in order to safely work in that confined space. You don't want even just your exhalations to build up and become a toxic atmosphere that you then asphyxiate on. That's extremely dangerous in a variety of industries. If you're a fan of the United States Chemical Safety Board on YouTube, which I certainly am, they go through a lot of these different hazards and incidents that have occurred because toxic atmospheres were not mitigated, and workers that were working in or around them either were injured or killed because of it. So that white hose was a ventilation hose, because if you saw it from like the daily video that day or previous days, they were working inside that lower liquid oxygen tank. And when you have workers in there welding, welding torches create or require acetylene and oxygen. So that's potential hazard in terms of toxic atmosphere, and also again people breathing in there. So you need to have some sort of hose to ventilate an enclosed space when you're working in there. So that's all it was. It was a ventilation hose, and it was obliterated. You can just buy another one. It's not a big deal. It's not super important. I mean, it's important for the people working in a confined space, but it's not important like, oh, the orbital launch mount is important, and it would take a long time to replace if it got exploded. But yeah, hopefully that's a solid answer there, Ollie. I feel like I kind of rambled a little bit, but there you go.
By the way, I want to give a quick shout out. My God, quick shout out to Paragon643, who apparently did the math on with just 20 engines at half the booster, what would be the TVR, and apparently the answer is 1.818.
Oh boy.
That's assuming that half the weight means half the ratio from like every fuel and like public numbers, but I just wanted to give the shout out for somebody doing actually that math, what we speculated before. Paragon643 with the answer 1.818.
Let's see here. Sebastian is asking, will Starship be used for the launch of Gateway?
No. Falcon
Not
Heavy.
yet, anyways, right?
Yeah, Falcon Heavies will be launching Gateway, and that would be in 2024 if things stick to plan.
Kind of.
Hey, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
I came in right at the right moment. I just learned about this on Friday.
Go for it.
Please go on.
Yeah, the answer is that the first two modules of the Gateway, the PPE, the Power and Propulsion Element from Maxar, and the Halo from Northrop Grumman and various international partners.
Hey, hang on, Chris. Let me stop you there. People are saying you're super quiet, so I want to be able to hear this excellent answer from you. So let's get that sorted before we have you answer it. Say something again.
Alrighty, how do I sound now?
You sound louder. That's good. All right. Tell us, please. Will Starship be used for the launch of Gateway? Start at the beginning.
Okay, so as of right now, no, there are no plans at present to use Starship for the launch of the Gateway elements. The plan right now is that Falcon Heavy will launch the first two, the Power and Propulsion Element from Maxar, which is co-manifested with the Habitat and Logistics and Operations module, or HALO module, from Northrop Grumman and a variety of international partners, including ESA and JAXA, are participating in the HALO's development as well. Those will be launched co-manifested on a Falcon Heavy. The others are currently planned to be co-manifested with Orions on the SLS.
And people are now saying that you're too loud, so we can't win.
That's the difference.
But maybe turn it down just a hair. So here we go. We got the ship. Should be
Hopefully I'm
good.
okay now.
Hopefully good. We'll see what chat says. Give us a 5x5. So ship and booster potentially testing today, Chris. I think we might be getting a little bit of feedback from me through your mic as well. But anyways, Thank you for joining
This is
us.
This is what I get for tearing apart my home audio setup to bring it to Boca Chica, like, for a week and a
Oh
half.
yeah. No, the rule is once you have it working, never change anything.
I'm learning this now. Yes, yes. Your humble learning servant is here. Yes.
Cool. So that's everybody. That is the voice of Chris G. I'm like hearing. Sorry, I'm hearing myself through your mic, and it's like incredibly hard to like concentrate on what I'm saying. But Chris, thanks for joining us on the stream. You can see his info pop up there. But to give you a recap, basically what's been going on is the booster and the orbital tank farm spooled up for what looked like some testing, and now the ship has spooled up for what looks like some sort of testing. So we've got kind of a double header going today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I'll make an honest to God joke that they were just so intimidated by the fact that I was there for 10 days that they just decided to, like, Booster 7 was just too scared to come out of the high bay. It was like, oh dear, Chris G is here. So you can all blame me for the delay. I'll take it.
Fair.
But,
well,
but
well,
honestly,
thank you.
but let me answer the question in a non-joking way. I think this is really exciting today, and I think it's exciting for a couple of different reasons. Is one, we normally, when we see different components of vehicles tested, like, and I'm going to use SLS because it's the other big mega rocket that we're very familiar with nowadays. Like, you see the individual components tested, right? Like, you see the engines test fired, and then you see the engines put on the core stage and test fired within the core stage, and then you see Northrop Grumman doing test firings of the same kind of design and build processes for the solid rocket boosters. But you never actually see the companies put them on dueling test stands at the same exact test site and go for it simultaneously. So this is really interesting because it shows the independence of those two pads and the various architecture and systems that are there, which I think is very important. It also potentially points to how large of a control team they have if they are potentially able to split the control team between the two vehicles to maximize a potential road closure. So I think this is important for a variety of reasons, and I'm sure Adrian is having one joyous time going, oh my gosh, spreadsheet, how do I follow this both? But Adrian, in all seriousness, thank you for that too, because sitting here and figuring it out and like literally using the scientific method to figure out what's going on with these things, I think is really cool for a science channel.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, I
really
didn't
enjoy it.
Yeah, Adrian. Speaking of spreadsheets, you want to? I know you need to go, but before you do, you want to give us a quick rundown on where the tank farm for the ship stands and how that might line up with said spreadsheet and current predictions.
Yeah, I will go soon to get some food, so we are sure that I would be able to maybe go longer if this goes on for another 6 hours. We don't know, so I will take a break. Yes, the tank farm is right now in a state where you can call the recondenser on for the ship. It turned on about at 4:31-ish. I didn't exactly, I'm not trying to get every indicator right now because it's impossible.
And also you want to get
turned
food.
around. Yeah, I also want to get food. I'm turned around like 4 minutes ago, which would mean, based on the spin prime test, that a potential T0 of whatever will happen here would be around 5:15 CDT. And the engine chill vent would start around the top of the hour. So I would watch for these two indicators, the engine chill vent at top of the hour and potential T0 at 5:15. That would be my outlook for now.
I absolutely love it. I'm getting like old school tank watching like vibes. I got goosebumps a little bit. We got data in the spreadsheet. Very cool. I think with that, we'll let you go grab some food. Thanks for joining us for the first part of the stream, and maybe we'll see you again in a little bit.
Yeah, see you maybe all later, and enjoy the testing.
Indeed, but we're not going anywhere. I guess at the top of the hour, we'll look for that engine chill vent to start, and we'll know how things are going. But almost looked like there was a frost ring on the ship from that other angle. Is that just me?
Ooh, I will have to go back and check. I did not even notice.
It's like darker right around the weld line. I don't know if it's it's not a frost ring, but it might be signs of fueling starting. I don't know, something to keep an eye on.
Along where, Jack?
The weld line of the bottom dome. It's like sort of 2/3 of the way up the
bottom
base.
dome, like above the where the quick disconnect plugs in, basically.
Yeah, just above that, like one ring-ish above that. It's like there's that darker band. Do you see that?
I do see the darker band. Yeah, yeah.
Cool. So we'll keep an eye on the ship, and simultaneously, we will also keep an eye on the booster. Ian, was there any question in the chat that piqued your interest?
I was actually looking through for any new questions, but let's see what we got here. ZRBD in chat asked, what are the two things on the side of the booster that kind of look like the aero covers on the ship? Those are the chines. And Jack, I actually think you know quite a bit about those chines. Do you want to give us kind of a in-depth view on it, or do you want me to grab it?
I mean, we're not looking at the booster right this second, but yeah, they sort of changed up the aero cover design on the booster. You can see those little nubby things on the on the bottom third of the booster. Those are chines. Chine is an aero surface. They are used to generate lift or drag, and they are the replacement for the aero covers on the ship. It's kind of like they are an aero cover, but they're not just an aero cover. It's like a dual purpose thing. If you're going to have mass for something to cover something else up, you might as well make it useful mass. And that is what they've done with the chines. It's like, if you think about the SR-71, how its fuselage has like it's not like a cylinder. It's like it's super tapered down to a point. That's kind of what the chines are similar to on the fuselage of a booster. And if you watched the Tim interview with Elon, the most recent one, they talk about them a little bit, and those will probably change over time. These are like the first attempt or first, pass at doing these, and we'll see how the booster's shape therefore changes over time. I mean, I think that's a good segue to move into like just thinking about this test program as a set of prototypes. These are still very early vehicles, and the look of them, the final look of these, could change dramatically between now and when the entire system is up and operational, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's rapidly iterating. That's the whole name of the game of Starship is rapid prototypes. You find a problem, cool, change it on the next one. You break a prototype, cool, the next one's just in the factory. It's coming out soon. So yeah, and actually there's a really good question here that I saw from Simply Space, I guess, saying, what are the biggest differences between Ship 20 and 24? And right off the bat, the first thing I thought of is the methane header tank has been moved to the top of the nose cone rather than being inside of the tanks. I don't think 20 had a nose cone header tank for methane. But yeah, other than that, I think just some minor refinements, maybe some heat shield tile improvements. I do know that Ship 24 has less heat shield tiles. Were you about to say something,
like,
Chris?
Less? What do you mean? Sorry,
Sorry, if
you
there was
piqued
a
my
noise from
interest.
my end, no, that was not intentional, no.
Gotcha. Yeah, I feel that Ship 24 has more tiles. I think it has more tiles because a lot of them have become smaller in the changes between Ship 20 and 24. So that is one change there, but other than that, there's not really any huge major changes between the two vehicles.
It's I mean, I constantly think about the future and how these things will look going forward. I mean, there was the talk of from Elon about adding 3 extra engines on ship to go from 6 to 9. That could be something that happens. They could change the flaps, like has been mentioned previously, in some way. I mean, heck, they could eliminate flaps on the ship and turn it into, because right now it primarily flips with the Raptor engines, right? I mean, I know the flaps are good for descent when they need it to be really draggy, but I mean, point being, these things are prototypes. They could change a lot between now and then.
Yeah. Also, Ship 24 obviously has the Pez dispenser. I saw someone in chat saying that's an obvious difference right there. And also, it looks like the propellant lines are frosting up on Ship 24.
Very cool. Those
white.
the 2 white lines.
Yeah. Down at the base, right?
Uh-huh.
On the
right
QD?
on the top of the QD.
Yep.
Do we have a timing of when that happened? I wonder if that's something. As soon as Adrian leaves, I have questions for him.
I will look into it.
Cool. Let's see. Moving on. Chris, I feel like because you're here, I should be looking for shuttle-related questions.
No. Keep it to Starship. Keep it to Starship. I've actually got a couple that I kind of pulled out of chat that I could ask, but I actually want to first say a major thank you to Tappan Kegs, who became a launch director member. Thank you so much. That is one of the highest memberships that we have at NSF. Truly, thank you for that continuous support. That really means a lot to us in terms of being able to do this, right, Jack? Like, to be living in 2 different time zones and just totally rock out a multi-hour live stream because SpaceX decides to do both in one day. Yay! Right?
Yeah, exactly.
I hope that scream was sincere. It came across
No,
as
it
sincere.
was.
It's definitely
knowing,
great. Yeah.
knowing you, I know that was. I'm being told really quick on our back channel that they have those GSE lines we're talking about. They actually have white insulation on them. So derp.
Phooey.
So no change just yet. Gotcha.
Yeah, they've just been looking like that all day.
Here's
But seriously, thank you, Tappan Kegs. Go on, Chris.
Yeah. No, I mean that's really important to us. We really thank you. And here's another good question from Xavier. From Xavier asking, when Starship becomes operational, will the orbital launch pad at Kennedy and Starbase each have an access arm for astronauts, or just Kennedy? Well, here's the trick. Once it's operational, they don't technically need the arms right away, because under the current plan for Artemis, and I know Artemis, bear with me here for a second, because Orion is the launch vehicle for the crew, right? And Starship will be launched into low Earth orbit, refueled with tanker flights, and then sent to the specific orbit of the moon that it needs to be at for the Orion rendezvous for the Artemis 3 mission. So at present, neither of the towers actually require an arm, but I don't particularly see a reason why both towers wouldn't necessarily need an arm. I can see why they might not want to necessarily be launching why they might necessarily want to launch the first crewed flights out of Kennedy, because all of the potential recovery supports, depending on what they try to do with the vehicle. If there are examples for like ejection seats, like the first 4 shuttle flights had ejection seats before they took them out. If they had something like that, if they were able to in some way build in an abort system for the crew on those first few missions, I could see a scenario where they would want Kennedy to be that test point, while at the same time I could see NASA being very nervous about that because of the Artemis program. So I think your question is really good. I just don't know if we're far enough along in the development to know, will just one of them get it, or will both of them get it? And from a crew recovery standpoint, Kennedy's easier because that's where all the crew recovery assets are stationed and up the eastern coast of the U.S.
We've got frost on the ship. They are loading liquid oxygen and probably methane, because the methane recondenser is on, into the ship.
See, I talk a lot, but sometimes I can finish at just the right moment. Right?
Oh yeah, no, you manifest these things by providing long, detailed answers, and then the things start happening, which is excellent.
Yeah, it's like the ship literally just went, "Oh, he's talking again. Let me frost myself."
I think a good answer to the question, though, is that they will build an arm where they need it. If they have, and I kind of think NASA astronauts launch from Kennedy, so maybe if SpaceX gets a lot of commercial, interest and people wanting to fly on Starship commercially, then they build an access arm at Boca. I feel like Boca could be a good commercial launch site, whereas for launching astronauts specifically, whereas Kennedy could be. But who knows? It's a good question. I wonder. I mean, the crew access arm on the tower at 39A looks so cool already for Falcon 9. Imagine how cool a Starship access arm would look. It's gonna look awesome.
It will indeed. Oh, it really will. And I mean, this is where I think like that synergy between what 39A looks like now and what the Starship arms might end up looking like is probably a pretty good like indicator of where the design might currently be, or where the jumping off point for the design is probably going to be.
Absolutely. SpaceX, maybe I'm just because when you have a hammer, everything you see is are nails, or whatever the expression is. But SpaceX appears to have a pretty coherent design language with all of their things. They have like a sort of an aesthetic that they stick to, it's a good point to make. If you look at the tower for Falcon 9, you can kind of extrapolate a good idea of what the tower will look like for Starship when it's fully clad and whatnot. So we are seeing propellant loading on the ship. It is 4:46, almost 47 local, and Adrian told us to look out for the engine chill vent on the ship starting around 5 p.m. local. So it's about 13 minutes, and we should expect to see some more activity from the ship. But until then, let's see if this frost line grows or what it does. But I think at this point, we will say farewell, at least for a little bit, to our buddy Ian and tag in somebody else. Ian, thank you so much for joining us on the beginning of the stream here.
Yeah, it's been great. Sad to go right when the action's starting up, but hey, it'll probably be a pretty busy day regardless, so maybe you'll be back on tonight.
Indeed, yeah, we've got plenty of hours left in the test window for people to conk out, so maybe I'll need a break at some point and you can come in and host or something. But yeah, thanks, buddy, and we'll see you soon. Frostline definitely looks like it's growing. Sorry, I'm like squirrel. And joining in, tagging in is Alex. What's up, Alex? Thanks for hopping in the stream here.
Well, I heard Falcon 9, and I couldn't resist myself to join.
Yeah, it's like as good a time as any to tag you in, right? Is when we start talking about Falcon 9. Gotta love it. So this is good. Like, we're seeing prop loading on the ship. That frost line isn't even just staying static. It definitely appears to be growing. So progressing into testing. Any day we get Starship testing, I'm just so excited. Alex, how about you look in the chat here in the panel and see if there's a question that piques your interest. But while you do that, I'm going to thank a couple more people for the support of the channel. Tyler, thank you for the support. They say, when do you think they will start to use the water deluge system now that they have the 2 other water tanks? That is a good question. I think they'll start using it when they need it. Is the boring answer. But yeah, I mean, I think it's as simple as that. I mean, they might even decide they don't need it. Taco 1011 reminds me of like the Lockheed Martin L1011, which I don't know if that's intentional, but it's like one of the best planes. So you have a good name, Taco, is what I'm saying. Thank you for the support. They say you like us and you like our coverage, no question. Starship will for sure have an orbital test flight before the next Falcon Heavy. Well, all right, well, thank you, Taco. We appreciate it. Shelly Ross, thank you for the support. They say, thanks from the Space Coast, under 10 miles from the launch pads. I'm jealous. I have to drive 3 hours for a launch pad, but I've considered myself lucky compared to people who would have to like fly for 14, 13 hours or something. I mean, hi Alex.
I was going to say your drive is 24 hours and mine is 26, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, to Boca, yes.
Boca,
I just mean I only have to drive 3 hours to get to a launch site.
Right.
I feel like, that's like, I tell myself every time, I'm like, it doesn't matter. There's people who have to fly across oceans for it.
Oh my gosh, that's like when like we complain about a 5:30 a.m. launch here. That means we have to be on site at 3 a.m. and there's just whoa! Look at that! Look at that!
Yay! Okay, so we were expecting
a lot of venting.
We were expecting this to sort of pick up. Adrian mentioned it earlier. Oh, and there we go. Engine chill. Was that the engine chill vent? I think that was.
Look, yeah,
Engine
and now
chill.
Chilling as well. Yeah.
This is quite interesting. So we've got engine chill on the ship. That means that T0 should be somewhere, I think, around 15 minutes from now, based on what we've seen previously, although that could change. Adrian is typing in chat, and I am going slow. He says yes. So T0 about 15 minutes from now, which would be around 5:05 local, for whatever test ship is undergoing at this point. We could see a spin prime, we could see a preburner, we could see a static fire, who knows. I know there's been no overpressure today, but I don't know. That doesn't necessarily mean end all be all, no static fire. Although we sure would like those overpressure notices to go out because they were extremely helpful. But sometimes there have been isolated times where they haven't gone out. It's like everything in Starbase, it's impossible to predict.
Yeah, and I mean it could just be too like process changed, and due to the regulatory processes, they don't need to inform at this
Precisely.
point.
Yeah, process could have changed dramatically since the Starship suborbital flight days, which, I mean, the ship has changed dramatically. The launch site has changed dramatically. Basically, everything has changed dramatically. So expecting it to be the exact same, while logical and reasonable, isn't not necessarily how it's going to be.
And here's I actually have a great question, because see Booster doing stuff, we see the ship doing something, and Mike Lamphere is asking in chat just now, could this be an as-if stacked timing test?
I wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that seems like a logical and smart test to do, right?
Yeah.
Like didn't we get asked at the beginning of the stream if they would do a simultaneous test? And it, like, I mean, I don't know that these tests are tied to each other, but it's interesting that they're testing both vehicles at once. But the booster, at least right now, is not undergoing engine chill.
Right.
Well,
I was about to say that.
It would
But-
not be an launch type scenario because I would expect both sets of engines to start chilling around the same time, or at least booster first.
Yeah, we're
question,
not
though.
seeing even frost on the booster or anything, which kind of indicates that there's still, at least nothing being pumped into the booster, at least above the bulkheads. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
So yeah, while the ship is obviously getting frosty and everything, so yeah, that's more step than the booster.
Yeah, and the methane recondenser isn't even on. So on the orbital side, on the suborbital side, this is crazy. This is having to just make the distinction between the two different launch sites at the vertical launch area is like this is another fun day of Texas tank watching here.
Yeah. To me, it all looks like, at least personal opinion here, it all looks like that they plan to do booster testing, but they're conditioning the pad systems and everything, like the tank farm and all of that, while Ship 24, probably because the suborbital tank farm is smaller, it takes less time to condition it, and like they went right into it. They put the recondenser on, they are loading the ship and everything, and they're gonna do whatever testing. Maybe later in the window they're gonna do testing with Booster 7, but in the meantime they're probably conditioning everything and trying to get all the GSC into testing stage, so to speak.
Sense?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, I was just going to say thank you, Steve, for the generous support there. We've got a whole bunch of people coming in with super chats, and it's so super appreciated. I did not mean to say super again, but I guess I did. It is. It's extremely appreciated. Donna Wilson, also, thank you for the support. Let's see. Overlord Raven, thank you for the support. Asking what's going on with the elliptical dome test tank. I mean, I think it's just waiting to be tested is the answer there. Synchronized, thank you for the support. They say, I have my notification sound on the app as Nicki Minaj's Starship, so I was just rudely woken up by the sound starships were meant to fly. I have never heard that song. I don't know that I will ever hear that song, but cool. I'm
Hey,
glad
well,
you were
you know
rudely
what?
woken for Starship testing. It's better than sleeping through it, right?
Okay, you hold up, because you throw under the bus Adrian, for these things for movies. You gotta listen
you
to
can
music.
throw me under the bus.
Yeah, no. So yeah, I've listened to that song many times. You need to do it.
Yeah, I've never heard it.
Boo,
This
Jack.
this is my time to admit something.
There you go.
Hey, I like good music, okay? Vishnu, thank you for the support. I'm just going to completely steamroll any discussion there. Vishnu, thank you for the support. Very generous of you. Rough Rider Show, talking about Apple boxes. Thank you, Rough Rider Show. I will not burn an Apple box because I mentioned it first. Monday Night in Miami, thank you for the support. They say, how do you see Tesla bot fitting into SpaceX's future plans? Starship full of bots before humans? Alex, what do you think?
Oh, hold up, I was drinking. Oh, Tesla bot. I'm a little bit turned with that one because I don't really know what Tesla bot is gonna do. Like, I'm not really into Tesla.
I feel like Starship will be active and ready to go to Mars before Tesla bot is, but who knows? I will also admit that while I like Tesla cars, I don't really keep up super close attention on what's going on with Tesla. I know it exists. I know they're working on Tesla bot, but yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I feel awkward speaking on authority about anything Tesla, really. I'm not the subject matter expert there, but I mean, that's okay because we're looking at Starship, right? And it is currently in the midst of engine chill. It's got a not huge, but it's got a healthy frost line on the liquid oxygen tank. And we are going to be looking at it from various angles, as you can see here. We're keeping an eye on the booster. Like, that is definitely something that we will do. Let me see. What if I go?
Yeah, if something happens with a booster, we're not gonna miss it.
Well,
Yep.
and I think that the main thing we're trying to convey here, right, is the booster is not close to testing right now. Yes, it did start venting,
Yeah.
but the ship is actually the one that's closest to its testing. So we're trying not to miss the Frostwing and the
Exactly.
whatever the first one is, if it's spin prime or
Whatever test they do.
whatever testing it ends up being, right? That's why we're focusing on ship 24 right now, because we do believe we are just minutes away from that first test, as long as everything goes well. And we have the 2 angles up from ship because we want to show you the frost line on the right, but also the best angle for the spin prime is the feed that we have on the left. So that's why we are focusing on 2 different angles for Starship there. For ship.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because on the right we have a little bit of condensation intermittently covering the base of the test stand there, and on the left side we have sort of that clear view that will let us see whatever plume or whatever happens coming out of the bottom of the ship there, probably in about 2 minutes or so, give or take, a handful of minutes, maybe 5 or 6 or 10. But we are very close to a possible ship test. And if you are the type of person that you cannot take your eyes off the booster, you have to have booster views at the same time as this, guess what? We have a 24/7 live stream called Starbase Live that has currently on it 2 shots of the booster and 2 shots of ship. So if you want, you have a second screen, open up Starbase Live on another screen, and that way you can, always have eyes everywhere, just like we do. Wahaha. So yeah, maybe a minute, maybe more, but we're definitely into the bottom of the count for whatever's going on with Starship right now, which is super exciting.
We should be, in fact, a little bit over 5 minutes if Adrian's predictions are correct.
Very cool. So we'll keep our eyes on the left side at the base of the ship and see if anything is going to happen.
Someone is asking on chat something. They say, this is Daniel Hogbin. They say, how will engine chill of ship work on launch day, like Falcon 9? So that is a good question, because once the ship is on top of the booster, how's the engine chill done? Because you obviously have venting and things like that. It's is that done with those vents too? But there's also venting from underneath the skirt and all that. That's kind of weird, and it also will be before the liftoff. Whereas on Falcon 9, the MVAC engine chill is during flight, 2 minutes into flight or something like that. So it's quite a good question in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, and it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with landing, right? Where lessons learned and operational, methodology for Falcon 9 and from Falcon 9, a lot of that could be expected to be either similar or straight up transfer over to the Starship program. I think that's reasonable, at least.
Yeah, and to be fair too, in many ways, engine chill comes down to timing, right? You have to start chilling your engines down because it will take X amount of time at the current temperature to chill them down within their start box, which is a way of basically saying the acceptable engine temperature limit for their ignition. So on Falcon 9, that's why you see them chill down the engines on the first stage while they're still on the ground, but you don't actually start the vacuum engine chill down until you're about halfway or more than halfway through first stage flight. So we could expect very similar things from Starship, because it's the exact same thing that every single rocket is trying to do in that moment, which is just basically get the engines into their temperature range for start.
Yeah, and that's what's so exciting about this phase of the count is engines have been getting conditioned for something like 15 minutes now, maybe 16, and you can see those engine chill vents, intermittently having a larger cloud sort of pulsing, just doing their thing as the ship gets ready to operate its engines in some way. We can see condensation now coming from below the vehicle itself. So cryogens are being flowed through, unless maybe I'm seeing the vent on the other side of the ship.
Yeah. Oh,
either way, we're super close to this test on the ship side happening.
Oh, very much so. And just very quickly before that happens, Edward Rosier, thank you so much for becoming a launch director member. Thank you. That continued support at that level really, really helps us do exactly what we are bringing you today, the dual testing and the dual views of Starship right now on its pad and booster right behind it. So thank you so much, Edward. We really, really, really appreciate that. And along the same lines, we really appreciate Dan as well with becoming a pad rat member. Thank you so much. And Dan, you definitely have access to some cool emojis from us now, and to the person who just became a launch director member, you get to join our Discord too. So if you like our fun, Capcom and above gets you this type of commentary and silliness all the time. So if you want to come hang out with us, that's also a good good
Also,
member.
launch directors and flight engineers get their names at the end of every episode of NASA Spaceflight Live, and like an info card that we pop up as we thank our top tier members. So thank you, and that's like the exclusive perk that you get. I'm just like, my eyes are glued on the base of ship at this point, on that left angle there, just waiting for something to happen.
And we just saw the vents pulse. Do the pulsating vents give us an? Oh man, I wish Adrian was here.
They used to. So back in the day,
to,
which
no.
I feel weird saying. Back in the day with the Starship program, they kind of did. Like, they would pulse about 12 or 15 seconds before engine firing, but they are no longer a good indicator of anything. They kind of just do their own thing at this point. We don't really track the pulsing of them anymore. At the time,
which is really cool for how it's evolved, right?
Right. At the time with the Starship, when they were flying, it was so nice to have that reliable pulse at like 12 seconds, because at least as a photographer, because you knew it's like, okay, it did the thing, get ready to push the button and take the picture. It was really satisfying. Let's see here. It's like I hesitate to jump into any like big long question discussions as we are getting super close to something happening with the ship. But I am kind of curious, since we're looking at the engine chill vents and we're talking about engine chill. I mean, how did that work for shuttle? Did they chill down the shuttle main engines like like hours before? Was it minutes like we see here with Starship, or what was the time span there?
Yeah, so the space shuttle main engines, the RS-25s, and this is applicable because they are still used on the Artemis rocket and the SLS rocket. So we will see this exactly, hopefully 3 weeks from now is the opening of the SLS launch window. But yeah, no, the chill down of the RS-25 starts hours and hours and hours before launch, when the core stage is still being fueled, and they start letting the oxygen down into the engines to start thermally conditioning them. And then they do a final purge sequence in the terminal count to finalize the readiness for the engine start command. But yeah, whereas Starship and Falcon 9 start minutes before they are needed to ignite, the RS-25s for SLS and the shuttle were hours and hours ahead of time.
Super neat. I somehow knew you would have a good answer for that. And good to tie that to Artemis as well. It's not just a thing of the past when we talk about the shuttle. A lot of that hardware lives on in SLS.
It really does. Very close.
I mean, it really does, and it's one of the reasons why SLS has a very, very good percentage chance of making it of completing the rocket's overall objectives on the Artemis 1 flight, because it is highly based on heritage hardware. And heritage hardware rockets tend to do very good on their first flights.
Super neat. Alex, you're right. We should be very close here. Really, any second now.
Yeah. The chopsticks are moving.
Chopsticks are moving? What?
Yeah, they're going up the tower for some reason.
All right. Well, we will keep our eyes on that. If anything crazy starts happening there, we'll cut to it.
Right now, ship 24 is obviously. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, the chopsticks are moving. If something dramatic starts happening with that, I think we can keep our eyes on it. But sort of all eyes on the ship right now, at least at the moment.
If I had to guess, and I'll be really quick about this, I would say that the chopsticks are moving for protection. Get them out of the way just in case.
I mean, maybe.
Just in case what, Chris? Don't make me nervous.
but I mean, that's something that you could potentially look at and say, unless they're literally doing it for a totally different reason, that we had a lesson learned a few weeks ago, so now we are seeing the change in the processes based on the lesson learned, which wouldn't be surprising. if the goal is now get them up out of the way just in case,
I mean, I think they're far enough away from the suborbital pad that it's
Oh,
not.
I mean for whatever's coming for the booster today.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
fair. Okay, sorry, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. Sorry. Not for ship, but like for whatever later might be coming with the booster if they keep going on its test. Getting them up out of the way of the boosters aft section might be a good idea. That's what I meant. Sorry, I can see how that was confusing now.
Oh, no worries. Jeff9, thank you for the support there. I'm like,
Yep.
look at the super chat, look at the ship. Look at the super chat, look at the chip.
And
I can.
And actually, the way that I saw that is because I have SPL on, like I have multiple screens here, so I'm also watching SPL as we're watching Ship 24 because SPL has multiple views right now, both ship and booster, and I actually was seeing, the chopsticks were going up. So
Yeah, I also have Starbase Live open on another screen that is extremely helpful. So don't forget, that's something you guys can do too. If you want to keep an eye on the booster and make sure the chopsticks aren't going to leak hydraulic oil everywhere again. Of course, we would cut to that on this stream if it were to happen. But you can have Starbase Live open as well and get even more angles of all the action today. So, I mean, it's that kind of day. There's things going on at the orbital launch site, things going on at the suborbital launch site. If you need more angles and more screens, I mean, get them. You have them. We have Starbase Live. Go for it.
Yeah, I think every good tank watcher has many screens at home.
Yeah, and
Just to
somehow
be
it's
able to
never
keep
enough. It's never enough.
Yep. Exactly.
No, it gets to the point where your credit card goes another computer monitor.
You like get a phone call from your credit card company. It's like, sir, we someone bought even more computer monitors. We figured no human could possibly need that many. It's some kind of scam. Can you verify this purchase is authentic? And you're like, yes, it's authentic.
People are
I
agreeing
need
in
my
chat.
own mission control. Come on.
Oh, you know what? For people to agree on chat, they should say indeed.
Yes, my catchphrase apparently. Which, man, I really hope my friend who we started that is watching, because I'm sure she would be thrilled that we still carry that I still do that naturally.
Now everybody's saying indeed.
Yeah, no. I because she caught on to the fact that I said it, so she would always respond indubitably when I said indeed, and that became our running joke, and I just still say it all the time. But now when someone else says it, I always in my head want to go indubitably as the response. So
it's a satisfying word to say.
It is.
So we're keeping our eyes on the ship. We have both angles up for maximum visibility, and we are waiting and looking at the base of the ship on that left side angle for something to happen coming from the engines. It could be any second at this point. It's really like, we don't quite know, but we have predictions, and we are in the predicted time frame for something to be happening from the base of the ship. So test imminent. There are, by all appearances, propellants in the ship, and we are just waiting at this point to see what happens. I'm super excited.
And just confirming for folks, we have a road. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. That looks like a spin prime to me.
Yeah, it looked
sure
like
enough.
that.
Spin prime test of Ship 24. That is, I think that, what is that, the 5th or 6th spin prime test? It's obviously the first today.
I believe it's the 6th, if I'm not
excellent.
wrong with
so
my
yeah,
math.
yet another test of Ship 24's engines in the books. Hopefully that was a good test and SpaceX got the data they're looking for. Obviously, they will collate and gather all of that information from the test that just occurred and go over it and go from there.
And in case any of the 18,000 of you watching are new and are wondering what spin prime is, that basically just means they take liquid oxygen and flow them through the high pressure turbo pumps in the engines, but they don't actually create an ignition potential within the vehicle. They don't try to go for an actual ignition. They're just flowing the liquid oxygen, in this case, through the turbo pumps of the engines to make sure that process is working.
Yeah, they flow liquid oxygen through the liquid oxygen turbo pump. What gets flowed through the methane turbo pump? Is it methane or is it nitrogen? I think with the
Do we know, Ellen? I believe it's methane that does get flowed through them in some instance. Well, no, methane would be needed for an igniter test, but maybe it's nitrogen.
These are the so the spin prime test the LOX pump, and the preburner test tests the LOX and methane pumps, but also the methane preburner. And then there's the static fire, which is like both pumps, both preburners, all the shebang. Like everything.
So
Got it.
basically, because oxygen is inert and safe, you can run oxygen through your turbo pumps, no problem. But as soon as you introduce methane to do that test, you kind of want to have a system in place where that methane can safely ignite unexplosively, in a way.
By the way, I was a little bit distracted by the birds because they were like all flying around Ship 24. I think Ship 24 woke them up from their siesta. I think taking a nap.
Oh man. So, I think it should probably be mentioned that with the spin prime test with Booster 7 that went with the explosion, the reason methane was involved, at least as far as we think or understand, in that test was not because methane was being used in the spin prime itself to spin the methane turbo pump, but because it was part of the chill down process for the engine, and then sort of residual gaseous methane pooled, which resulted in a boom.
Yeah, normally when you have these systems, you have a way to recover some of that chill down venting that occurs. In the case of the ship here, for example, we see the venting there. That's normally because of the gaseous oxygen coming from the gaseous from the gas in the turbo pump for the LOX. So, Merlin, for example, only has one cryogenic liquid that flows through the engine, and so you only have to cool down one of the pumps. The other pump doesn't need to be cooled down because it doesn't use any cryogenics. But Raptor has both methane and oxygen as being cryogenic. So when you chill down the engine, you need to make sure both pumps are conditioned and cooled down before you use them all the way to full flow. And so, for this test, even though you don't use the methane pump, it is usually good to condition them just as a test of your engine systems. But yeah, normally it's also true that you could also do that like as a faking it with liquid nitrogen, because it is not necessary to use methane. But yeah, for ships at least they use methane and oxygen, but it is not used. The methane is not used on spin prime tests.
Although
and it's recovered.
Methane was involved in some way with this test with the ship. We know that just because the methane recondenser's on. But
yeah.
In terms of the specific spin prime and materials flowing through the engine and all of that. So yeah, I guess that was a really good thing to go over in terms of what is a spin prime, what is a preburner, and of course I think we all know what a static fire is. It's the thing that the engine actually lights up and produces thrust, and you see a big plume of dust kicked up by said thrust, and maybe you even see some mock diamonds. Speaking of seeing mock diamonds, we have new merch. We always have new merch. We're trying to up our merch game, can you tell? And we have a mock diamonds shirt, because mock diamonds are like the coolest phenomena of rocket engines, if you ask me. I love the way they just look like an impossible cone out of fire in the middle of a plume of rocket engines. So we have a bunch of cool mock diamond shirt that Pauline made up. This design rules. It's on various products. So if you want to check out our merch store and pick up some mock diamonds merch, we have it, and we would appreciate it if you take a look.
Because who doesn't like the mock diamonds, right? I mean, they're one of the coolest examples of physics, and you can literally use those as the rocket ascends from the ground up into space to show and just see instantly how the pressure is changing and how pressure affects all of those things. Who doesn't love mock diamonds? I mean, they're awesome.
Right? I think that's one of my favorite new designs that we've come out with in a minute, so I'm super stoked on it. Cool. Well, ship did a spin prime test. It has not depressed or anything yet. It is standing on pad B, and we'll have to see what happens with it next, if anything, or if it'll depress or what. But we, of course, have our eyes as well on Booster 7 on the right side of the screen, waiting to see if it displays any further activity and moves into testing as well. Before our super chats get super stale, I want to go and hit a couple of these, because some of these are like an hour old at this point, and I super appreciate everybody for supporting us. Now I'm like conscious of how many times I'm saying super. Anyways, Overlord Raven, thank you for the support. They say you brought up operating systems with a bunch of geeks. What do you expect? I think that's when we were arguing Apple versus Mac or Mac versus Windows. Paw Angel, thank you for the support. Asking if there's separate control rooms for testing of booster and Starship teams. That I don't know. I don't think we know that. Wouldn't surprise me, but also wouldn't shock me if it was just all one big room. William, and like different consoles, like a booster set of consoles and a ship set of consoles. William Wells, thank you for the support. They say, why are there no flame trenches at Starbase and KSC? Because when you rethink rockets from first principles, sometimes you leave out things that you think should absolutely be there, because if you don't think about things from that standpoint, then you are going to be stuck doing the same thing over and over again. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. I think there should be flame trenches, but if you can get away without having them, why not try that?
Yeah, it's sort of like that the idea that like all cars must have a combustion engine in it that burns fossil fuel because that's how we've always done it. No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
there are other options as technology increases and as robustness of designs and the materials that you're using to create these vehicles, work. One thing to remember, for as big as the shuttle was, the shuttle orbiter, the part that came back and landed, the big part with the big component with the wings, was aluminum, not steel. So it had all been about light, and Starship, with the advancement of the Raptor engines, can use a little bit more robust material for that, which might not need a flame trench. So yeah, don't shoehorn yourself into going, oh, we've always done it that way, so that's how we have to do it, because sometimes you don't innovate that way.
Indeed.
I think it is also different in the past. At least I don't remember, for example, Saturn 1B having an actual flame trench, but more like a flame diverter of some sort.
At Pad 34 at the Cape, it had a diverter, not a trench. You're correct.
And then when it was on the Melt tool, it had nothing, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
Yep.
It was just
it was just
elevated
high off the ground or off the
There
pad.
you go. So there's precedent of no flame trench at all, just more like a diverter, or you're just high up enough that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, it would seem to be logical that they designed the orbital launch mount to be as high as it is in order to necessarily be able to dissipate the amount of force or what have you. But yeah, good question. We're watching Ship 24 on the left and Booster 7 on the right. Booster 7, we're waiting to see spool up and go into some sort of testing for today. And on the left, we're looking at Booster Ship when we're kind of expecting that one to depress, or at least vent its tanks a little bit, but probably depress and wrap up. And that's how we'll know that they're done with Ship, is a big, long, sustained depressurization vent, and we'll see that frost line slowly fade. Whereas hopefully on the right, we're getting into the main course here with the booster, but that's why we've got our eyes on both, and that's what we're looking to see from either site, Ship and booster. Taco 1011, thank you for the support. They say spin prime for Booster 7, static fire for 24. Well, we just saw a spin prime on Ship 24. Let's see what happens next. Tyler, thank you for the support. They're asking if Ship 24 has a black thermal blanket, or did they color the extended part black? I don't recall seeing those tiles to that extent up close. I do think Ship 24 has some sort of thermal material other than tiles, right? It kind of looks like there's that white thermal blanketing that used to be under them is now black. I don't know. Alex, what do you think about that?
Let me look at the question in detail. So it says have black thermal blank. Oh yeah, I think they're meaning the sides of the ship, right? They are black. I believe that's some kind of protective. Yeah, I call it paint because it's like some material that they apply and it looks like paint. I'm not sure if it's paint, like something that you'll use on your house, or if it's something that is just applied as if it were paint, which is different. But
yeah, like one could be in like ablative or thermal coating painted on, and the other could be literally just black paint.
Yeah, you're bang on. I believe Falcon 9 kind of uses some similar material also on some parts of the booster, but obviously the booster on Falcon 9 comes in at a way lower temperature and speeds and everything than the ship will encounter. So kind of curious what is actually that black thing on it.
Yeah, and I'll start with a slightly humorous answer to this before going into my more serious one. Is that having been there last week and seeing this, it kind of humorously looks like they have painted the outline of where the tiles need to go, and it's sort of like a color within the lines type thing.
Oh, that's
Um,
great.
yeah. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like if you're envisioning what we're trying to say. Like, we're not talking about anything that like protrudes or pops up from the surface. It just kind of looks like they've painted the area to go, here's where the tiles end. But all of the tiles don't obviously go to those areas. So it's possible that we're still waiting for some installation in those areas and we just haven't seen it yet. It's also like I kind of want you to think about the physics of this a little bit. Because as plasma is wrapping around your vehicle, right, as you're in the nose up orientation, angle of attack coming in before you start to belly flop, right? Think about how that plasma is going to flow. Think about how the flaps and the canards up at the top will potentially redistribute the overall flow of the plasma as the flaps are moving to control the little bit of cross-range control that this thing will have as it comes in. And that might just literally mean like one area might have gotten a little too hot for just plain stainless steel, but slap some thermal paint on it and you don't need a tile, and it's cheaper to repair and it's cheaper maintenance between flights. Could be seeing both of those different options for what that black paint is in that regard.
Yep, that makes sense. C6R1S in chat says it's Flex Seal, which is always a hilarious joke. And yeah, I think that makes sense. So we're watching Ship 24. We're waiting to see what happens with it. It just underwent a spin prime test, and now we're waiting to see what happens next. Probably a depress, and either recycle or just shutting down on the suborbital side for the day and moving over to booster. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Obviously, we're keeping our eye on both. But yeah, next up for Ship would either be further testing or depressurization and defueling.
We've got a good question here saying, is there a marine notice in effect for today? Not to my knowledge. This is just a road closure today.
It is.
There was a notice. Alex,
Yep.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, that's it. Like there's one for today, tomorrow, and the day after.
Okay, so
Yeah, it was
marine
supposed to
hazard
be.
notices are needed when they do these types of tests as well. Good to know.
We think they're needed for static firing and so that's like one of those things where, Mary didn't get an overpressure notice, but there was the marine notice that went out. So it's like, I mean, it's Starbase. We're reading the tea leaves here, in terms of we've seen various things and various behaviors, and we have these data points, and we extrapolate from what we know what could be. And while we always expect the overpressure notices, for example, we know that there have been times where an overpressure notice has not gone out and there has been engine firing. So you never say never, and that is one of those things why at the beginning of the stream we were like, we don't know what we're going to see, because there was that marine notice that went out for, what did you say it was, Alex? Today, tomorrow, and the next day?
Yep. It's actually funny because the closures for the road, they have them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But the marine notices are Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So there's not one for Thursday. And it's actually something that's been happening all weeks, all these past few weeks, where they release one for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but not one for Thursday. And then they have to release one single notice just for Thursday if they do testing on that day, which is kind of funny, I guess. At least for me, because it's just how it all goes.
Makes sense. And that's still the tank farm venting, right? That sounds like that same bog standard tank farm vent.
Yeah, I don't see, at least the booster, I don't see any venting, and the ship either, so we'll see what happens.
I like seeing what happens. I like tank watching. Can you tell? Let me run through some more of these super chats, because again, these are getting pretty old here, and I don't want to let these sit in brew for too long. William Hart, thank you for the support. They say, what if they're just testing the system with Booster 7? Booster 8 will be the launch vehicle for the orbital launch. Possibly the bottom of B7 was damaged. Not worth the trouble to put back the unlucky 13 Raptors. I mean, I think that is the merit behind why not or why keep testing Booster 7 and not move straight on to Booster 8? Because if you have some sort of testing issue that results in damage to the vehicle, you're damaging Booster 7 and not the brand shiny new Booster 8. But I think another part of it is Booster 8 is just not ready yet. It's still being constructed. Let's see. Let's see. Chris K, thank you for the support. They say double header. Gosh, I wish I could have spent an extra few days. Oh, Chris K, you were just down there, weren't you? Super cool. You know, that's always how Starbase goes.
Yeah, I actually just got to meet him. Yeah, it was really good to get to meet another member of the team down there. Yeah.
Cool deal. Plutonium 239, thanks for the support. They say, when will they do a successful launch with booster and ship? That's anybody's guess. That's a big broad question, but hopefully before the end of the year, right? Amnos, thank you for the support. They say double pad testing getting better than double rainbow. Double rainbow. Cool. Well, I think we're pretty close to caught up with the super chats. You guys might want to catch a couple more of those, but until then, or while you do that, or before you do that, I'm going to jump off, at least for a little bit, and I'm going to go grab some food, but I will leave you in the capable hands of a one Mr. Nick and Sweeney. Nick, are you there?
Hey, I am here. How are you doing, Jack?
I'm going to be doing better after I get a hamburger in my face. So
oh, you're getting a hamburger? Jeez.
I might just get a hamburger.
You better get one for me.
I'll let you take it away. And I'll get one for you, and I'll jam it into the screen of my phone. Let me know. It'll be like a fax. Let me know if you get it.
All right, I'll let you know.
All right, cool.
How you doing, Chris? Later. Let's see. So we have
I think Chris is.
I was talking while muted. I'm doing good.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my gosh. Well.
Yeah, but
I missed a spin prime. My goodness. Yeah. How did?
I was gonna say we've had an interesting day over here, haven't we? At Starbase, it is currently 5:28, close to 5:29 p.m. Central Time. There, we are seeing dual testing taking place between Ship 24, which is on the suborbital test stand, and Booster 7, which is back on the orbital launch mount. We just saw Ship 24 do a spin prime test at 5:10:14. And we're now waiting to see what the rest of the test schedule looks like here this evening. The window, Alejandro, the window goes till 10, or have we extended it yet? I know we're thinking they might be able to extend it a little bit, but what does it go to currently? What's our current state of play?
Well, so far it is 10 p.m. and I should correct myself from before, because it is actually the opposite. The road closures are going Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and it is actually the marine notices that are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So because, yeah, there's so many things to keep track of, and I had my mind, like, all the wires were crossed in my brain, so I just crossed one thing for the other, and But anyways, it's always good to let that clear up, and yeah. So today's closure can last until 10 p.m., but we also know, as you have mentioned, that they have extended these road closures in the past, so an extension to this closure is possible. So that's still up in the air, because we don't have any information if it's going to happen today or not, but we're always here on the lookout for any changes to the schedules.
Absolutely. That's our whole job here. The booster here, I see the booster's been just quietly venting away. Has there been any big updates on what the booster's been doing, or have we figured out what they're up to?
Well, kind of funny you should ask. No big updates. It did start venting just before Ship 24 went into its overall spin prime, but venting from the pad and everything. From what we could tell on our cameras. And then we did see the chopsticks about 30-ish minutes ago now. The chopsticks on the launch and catch tower did move from their I'm close to the ground to pick up a booster position up to where you see them now. That's all we know for certain, but if they do plan to continue testing with the booster, potentially spin prime, potentially something else, it wouldn't overall surprise me that, based on the lesson learned from a couple weeks ago when there was the incident with Booster 7 and the accidental ignition source, and we saw that those arms had to be repaired quite extensively, would not surprise me that their new procedure is get the arms up and out of the way of the base of the vehicle for added protection, just in case. But definitely waiting
Makes
to see what
sense.
happens with those. But that would be my guess right now, and would make the most amount of sense based on what we've seen so far today. But of course, it's SpaceX. Stay tuned. Anything could happen.
Cool. Well,
So
we will
Samuel,
stay
hope that
tuned.
answers your question there of when did the chopsticks move? About 30-ish minutes ago. There we go with that. Wolfram saying SpaceX is saying let's confuse NASA spaceflight by turning everything on at once. Well, nothing confuses us, even if you try to confuse us, because we have the spreadsheet maestro in the background watching all of this. So shout out to Adrian, who does amazing work for us on
being
that.
town watchers.
What was that, Alejandro? You were really,
Very true.
really quiet.
Oh yeah, because I was probably talking away from the mic. I was saying that we've been here for a long time watching tanks get frosty. So yeah, it's not our first time with many activities.
Gotcha. And Dean Harbold, thanks for the support, saying Mock Diamonds for the win. I agree, Mock Diamonds are always everyone's best diamonds in that regard.
Wait, did we
Diamonds
launch
of
that
the river.
merch?
We did indeed launch that merch, yes. If you are a fan of the little triangular designs that rocket engines make before they ascend into the vacuum of space, we have some merch for you at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can pick up your very own rocket Mock Diamond merch over there if you so wish. And Mock Diamonds, who doesn't like Mock Diamonds? They're always really cool.
Mock diamonds are forever. Well, at least until you leave the atmosphere.
Indeed. Indeed. Then it gets a little harder to see them. Yay, physics. John Smith, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Thank you for that continued support. That type of membership really enables us to do what we're doing right now, bringing you the dueling test campaigns of Ship 24 and Booster 7 out there at Starbase. Here, really appreciate that ongoing support, and you do have access to some cool emoticons now. And for anyone who is Capcom or higher, you also get access to our Discord. So if you like our fun banter and you want to live it every single day, Capcom and above gets you access to that. But thank you very much for the PadRat membership. That really means a lot to us, more than we could say. Really means a lot. Thank you. Tiny Timelapse is asking, is SpaceX planning to add insulation to Starship? Heat leaking stainless steel would be especially unfavorable for header tanks en route to Mars. Are we seeing anything about insulation on Starship here, Alex?
Doesn't seem to be like that. At least for these ships. We know they are thinking of probably putting insulation on the tankers, or at least they're like depot in space for HLS, redacted. But apart from that, I don't see any sort of insulation that they're gonna be, well, at least apart from the one that is beneath the tiles, I guess. But like insulation on the bare metal for just thermal control, I don't think we have seen any plans either from Milan, SpaceX, or even around Starbase. Any sort of indications about that? I don't think so.
Though, forgive me if this is a stupid thought here, but didn't the Apollo missions have to do that barbecue roll to keep the spacecraft from freezing and overheating? What if they just skip the barbecue roll and stick the header tanks on the cold side, and stick some radiators on the hot side? Then you can keep your cryogenic propellants cold, right?
Yeah, so actually the barbecue roll is the easiest and most passive way to do it, because it doesn't require radiators, which if they fail, then you can't radiate your heat, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, basically the barbecue roll is you just put the ship and the vehicle into a constant roll relative to the sun, so that there's active heating around the entirety of the vehicle, and that really does help maintain the overall cryogenic temperatures inside of the tank. And there's not as much boil off as you would necessarily think in that regard, given the coldness of space.
Yep. Cold
yeah,
up
and
there.
there's a whole thing about how Apollo controlled, like, even differences with Skylab missions to low Earth orbit and deep space missions to the moon and everything. They were different. But anyways, I was thinking, because I've seen a couple of questions like this on the chat, and they were asking how many engines were spin primed on this test, and I went back and I actually checked, and I think I saw all 6, and it was like in a staggered manner, sort of what we've seen in the previous spin prime test, where they test first the inner engines and then the outer engines. And also, I would like to point out, I think we have that replay, but we're not gonna show it for now because it's still a little bit. Let's put it that way. The ship hasn't depressed, and we've seen in the past, at least, especially in the couple of times that they have done a spin prime testing, that they haven't depressed right away, and they have actually done a spin prime test within 30 minutes or an hour after the first one. So, seeing as it's been 30 minutes almost, and we haven't seen any depressed vents or anything, we should be probably expecting any sort of test coming up. Or at least that's my thinking. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but that's my gut feeling. Let's put it that way. Just based on the previous testing experience that we've seen in the past few spin prime tests, the 3 ones that we had in the same day, the 2 ones that we had in the same day, and now we have one. We haven't seen any depress of the ship, so it seems like we're gonna have another one, probably just based on that previous experience. So we'll see what happens. But maybe if it's a 30-minute difference, maybe it is coming in a couple of minutes from now. So we'll see.
Indeed. Maybe it could. And man, Jerma, thank you so much for the 20 gifted
Wow.
Red Team memberships. That is
Wow.
incredible. Thank you so much. If you were one of the people who was not yet a member of our stream and you were granted one of these 20 gifted Red Team memberships, let us know in chat. We always love to see who the beneficiaries are of our wonderful members and supporters. Jerwa, thank you so much. You're a known name to us. Really appreciate that support. Really do. And likewise, Unity MMO, becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much. That gets you access to our Discord. So let the fun continue, all the way on the Discord. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Patricia saying she really wants to fried chicken, but there's not one near her. So really hope you get to find that for dinner. Lennart, thanks so much for the support. And Alexander Ash saying 50 million per Starship, could they go bust? 50 million per Starship, what are we thinking about that?
Ooh. I have no idea.
I admit I've not seen that particular figure quoted.
I haven't either. It's almost hard to come up with that figure because, like, how do you determine what is included and what isn't?
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, the only real thing we have that's in the public is what SpaceX sort of did when SpaceX bid Starship for the 3 little Tropics missions, these little CubeSats, 6 little CubeSats, and I think they bid like $1.6 million for them. So I'm not really sure where 50 million's coming from there. If you could let us know, happy to discuss it, but I just honestly don't know where the $50 million price tag is coming from there. Because we've also heard it's supposed to be significantly cheaper than Falcon 9, and that's not exactly what I would call significantly cheaper than the Falcon 9. So,
well, either way, it'll be more frequent
on a podcast, so maybe that's where that's coming from. But yeah, would honestly have to delve more into that for you.
Interesting.
Oh, and Leon saying thank you so much. Just got one of your Starbase t-shirts. Merch is very well done. We appreciate that, as do our designers. Thank you very much, Leon.
Yes, I do have to say our merch team does a good job. I like wearing every single one of these shirts.
So here's a good question for you all from Rankley, who's asking, has the deluge system on the orbital launch mount been tested? And if not, will that be implemented in testing before the orbital launch?
Ah, good question. So the only time we've seen it tested was one time, and it looked a lot less like a deluge test and a lot more of like a grocery store vegetable mister test, which I guess that's important too, but it definitely wouldn't be doing much to keep the deluge down. Sorry, I heard
Gotcha.
a really big. I heard a really big bassy, rumbly thud here, and I thought it was something that was going to catch up with our live feeds, but it sounds like it was just a telehandler dropping something, which happens.
Indeed. So here's a good question from Derek, who's asking, I keep hearing that crewed Starship doesn't have an abort system, but couldn't it just release from a failing booster, fly away, and make a soft propulsive landing in the ocean? I would say in theory, except there's nothing to catch it in the middle of the ocean. If they go to, these things have to be caught completely by towers. I don't know, Alex and Nick, if we have anything to add there, but my sort of thing is there's nothing to actually catch them in the middle of the Atlantic or Gulf or Pacific.
Yeah, I don't know. As far as abort options go on Starship, I feel like it's going to be a little while till we get that all fleshed out. I think they probably want to figure out the reliability of the base vehicle first before they waste too many resources, deploying, recovery options. Because at the end of the day, like for the first quite a while, we're going to just be flying Starlink payloads and possibly some other, lesser important payloads that are not crewed. So I would expect by the time we get crew, they'll have a fully built out abort option scenario with plenty of options, just like they did with shuttle. Like
Ooh.
the first. Uh-oh.
Except. No.
I mean, except for the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but even after that, you have the return to launch site and all that, like
and
crazy things. And I'll let you talk about that because you know a thing or two.
No, you got to keep talking first for a second, Nick.
Well, I can ramble for a few minutes if you want, while we wait for Ship 24 to do something. We're expecting, I guess. Did I do it right?
I hope so. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically, this is a bit like shuttle in that no, it really doesn't, from what we have seen. It's not like the payload section. They've talked about being able to separate and fly itself to safety or land without a tower. So yeah, there might be boost back capability for the ship, right, in that moment, depending on what the thrust to weight ratio is and all of those calculations to potentially get it back to the launch site. But eventually you pass way too far downrange and you gained too much velocity to safely come back to the launch site. So what happens after that is sort of the question. Can you get the system, and this is potentially a way to do it because it is what they sort of ended up doing with shuttle, is if you could get your intact abort modes, which basically meant you had to recover the vehicle intact. You didn't have an option to just recover crew, right? If you could get the vehicle back to the runway, maybe you could get your abort to orbit thresholds, where if you lost an engine or something was going wrong and you still had thrust, you could continue on to a lower than planned but safe orbit. Maybe you can get those boundaries to sort of overlap in Starship, but until Elon is really ready to talk about what that part of the system is, we're sort of left with that as the answer, that no, it doesn't, to what SpaceX has said. But then again, I will say as they do, I know they're very different because I know DOS always makes me preface this. You don't have an escape system when you get on an airplane and fly from one city to the other. You just sort of accept that the technology is there, it's going to work, and you accept the risk. And I can really see us as a society trying to push toward that with rocketry as well.
And there's that inherent risk involved with anything rocket related. So
exactly.
At some point, you gotta.
Also, as Nick mentioned, it's like.
Go reset.
Oh. I believe you're a little bit robotic there, Nick.
Ooh, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. What were you saying?
He might be popping out and popping back in just there.
Okay.
So while he comes back, just want to say a really sincere thank you to Be a Pickle for becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you so much. You got some cool emojis in the chat, as did Jurg Schwartz or Jurg Schwartz. I believe that's how you pronounce that. Apologies if I mispronounced your first name there, but thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And Will is going to join the fun in the Discord at a Capcom level membership. So thank you so much for those types of recurring memberships. Really do help us do everything that you are seeing here with the dueling flows, as other parts of the team are preparing news articles for the rest of the week, and some of us are planning for Artemis, and some of us are off doing interviews. Thank you so much, because it's these types of recurring memberships that really do help us quite a bit in terms of our and Das has chimed in on our back channel. That's why I laughed. We'll definitely have to have that discussion at one point when Das and I are on again. But Yehuda also, thank you so much for the report saying, just joined. Do we expect a smooth booster prime? And is ship done? And this sort of goes with another question that Terry was just asking, which is, can we get an update on what's happened? I've just woken up. And yes, if you have just woken up, joining us, no matter what time zone you are in. Yeah, Alejandro, do you want to, or Alex, sorry, I keep asking, saying your
Doesn't
actual
matter.
name, Alex.
It's,
Okay, good.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, I'll try and remember Alex, because I know that's what you prefer. My apologies there. But yeah, can you sort of walk us through what we've seen so far today and what might be in our future today?
I'll try to be short, but that's complicated. So we saw tank farm on the overall side be ramping up, but Booster 7 seems to be not doing anything. And then suborbital tank farm went up. We saw recondenser active. The ship 24 got into propellant loading. And we saw about, I think it was at 10 minutes past the hour, this hour, 5 p.m., we saw a spin prime test of all 6 engines, and we're now waiting for whatever it's doing ship 24, because we haven't seen a depress vent. And, you know, in previous instances, we have seen that after that, it means, you know, after a long time without a depress vent, it usually means that they're going to do another test. And in the previous times, it's either being after 30 minutes or after an hour, and the 30-minute mark has already passed. So I'm now kind of waiting for the 1 hour mark, but it could actually be any minute, right? Like maybe now they do it like 40 minutes after the test, or maybe 50 minutes after the test. So you never know, right? That's sort of like a short summary of what has happened since then. And yeah, meanwhile we're also looking at Booster 7, because anytime it could do something. But right now, there's no frost, there's no venting from the booster, so it is like sitting idle. But the OLM, the orbital launch mount, is venting, so things might pick up a little bit later into the window, which lasts, as of now, until 10 p.m. We'll see later if that is extended or not. I think I covered all bases there.
Just just take a look at these beautiful clouds. Like, I don't know what causes all these. I'm not a meteorologist, but look,
I don't know, Nick. You know, I was looking at other places, and back channels is filled with bacon talk. Jeez.
There's currently a how to cook bacon war going on in the back channel.
It's not just the regular chat; it's also the back channels these days.
I was also talking while muted there, and just wanted to say, Flying Cameras, thanks so much for becoming a Pad Rat member. You definitely get access to all those cool emojis. And Nick, I think the answer to your question is, low pressure systems and atmospheric moisture content and heat instability is what causes different types of clouds. Yes.
Wow. Thank you, Chris. Wow. My goodness.
Yeah. I'm not just rockets sometimes.
But it's also just really pretty. Like, look at the booster with the beautiful white clouds that are starting to turn yellow and gold and pretty. I can't wait.
It's when they turn Marsish. That's when we really go, look at them now. All right.
Yes.
But here's a good question from Ralph Chilton, who's asking, how do they chill the Starship engines when it's stacked? And the answer is honestly the exact same way you see them doing it now. You sort of see that on the ship, the vents are the vents are definitely off to the side, right? So when ship is stacked on top of booster, you can still get the vent, you can still do the chill down of the engines. It works just the same way with it stacked as it does here on the orbital launch on the suborbital test site, if you will, more or less, because the sort of if you look on the right hand side of the split screen, but to the left of the booster, you see the claw that sort of reaches out. Well, not the claw, but the arm that reaches out from the side of the tower. And the top part of that claw that sort of sticks out a little bit more, or that arm that sticks out a little bit more, is the propellant and data line quick disconnects for the booster. So the same port that's being used to fuel the ship right now is the same one that on the arm connects to for the ship. I think I just accidentally said booster, totally meant ship on that one. But that's how they do it. So exactly the process that you see here is what will happen when it's a full stack being fueled for launch. And since they don't do spin prime tests when the vehicles are stacked and as part of normal launch campaigns, after stacking, you wouldn't see that sort of rush of liquid, of gaseous oxygen coming out the bottom of the engine bells at that point.
And one thing real quick, I forgot to mention also, the chopsticks went up. So that's another thing that happened. Many things have happened.
And likely many more things will happen this evening as we look forward to SpaceX continuing, possibly even extending the road closure.
Yeah, and Alex, here's a good question too.
Oh.
What do we think the orbital inclination of the first test flight will be when it finally launches?
Oh, that's a good question. I believe it's so. Hold up. There's many ways that they can actually launch out of Boca Chica. People are like, oh well, there's Cuba and all of that, but they can actually thread the needle between Cuba and Florida, and also between Cuba and South America or Central America, or all of these parts a little bit more down south from Boca Chica. But I believe for the first one that we saw from the FCC permits, that's probably going to be threading the needle between Florida and Cuba, and later down the line they can thread the other needle and even actually perhaps potentially overflying a little bit of land on Mexico that is like sparsely populated, not a lot of people, so the chances of hitting someone in that sense are very low, and so they could, just by probabilities, they could probably overfly those areas. But for the first one in this occasion, it seems like it's probably going to be sort of like 26-degree inclination orbit, more or less, so around that. I cannot tell you like it's gonna be 25.98 or something like, or 26.01. Like I'm not gonna say with that kind of precision, but around 26 degrees of inclination. So there.
Which makes sense, right? Because on a first flight, you definitely wouldn't want to shoot it toward Florida or shoot it toward the Yucatan or Cuba, right? You would want to try and avoid land as all as possible on the first flight. Yeah.
That would be an amazing idea.
Right?
Avoid all the land.
Indeed. Oh, here's a good question from Moto Kenzo. Is there a range safety destruct system on the booster or Starship at this point?
Yes, there actually is, but it's not armed. So there is a range safety destruction system on the booster and on the Starship, but yeah, they don't arm that until right before they need it, and they have no need to need it anytime soon. So, yep.
Everyone in chat using the Indeed command.
Indeed.
They are doing that.
I love them for it. I love that that's becoming a thing.
See, we're reading chat, people. We're not like looking at something else. Well, I mean, we're looking at Chip 24,
we're looking at
Booster
everything,
7,
dude.
but we're looking at everything. We have like 30,000 eyes nowadays.
And Flashberry has another really good question here. Due to the mishap that happened on the spin prime test, did SpaceX actually add the ROFIs, the radial outward firing initiators, or the sparklers to the OLM as Elon indicated?
I haven't seen anything.
Don't think we've seen any evidence that they've been added just yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. Oh, jinx.
Jinx.
However, depending on what type of ROFI system they went with, it might not be massively obvious when they add it. Because like even on Shuttle and Delta 4, currently you kind of really have to know where to look to see the little nozzles that the sparks shoot out of on the pads. So that's not necessarily like a big van driving that down the road that says a Rofi installation or anything like that. But if we definitely see it, we'll let you know. Yeah. Oh, here's another good question from here's another good question asking, is the current Starship equipped with in-flight refueling ports, or is that still to be added later?
It doesn't
I
seem like
don't
that.
know.
Yeah, the last answer we got is that
No.
there is no ship-to-ship refueling capability on these yet, that will come a bit later in the testing. Of course, that was several months ago at this point, back in February. So we could also be definitely getting to a point where maybe some of the newer designs and iterations that we're seeing are starting to think about that, because it is a very important part for the Artemis program to be able to refuel the HLS Starship lunar lander in oh man, I'm going to try that all over again. To refuel the ship, the lunar landing ship, in low Earth orbit before sending it onward to its lunar orbit rendezvous point with the Orion. And here's a question, or here's actually a statement from Jack, who's saying the boosters must be able to fly on their own if they're ever to launch from a ship. It's how inventory will get swapped between Boca and KSC. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought we were starting to see references that these things actually are going to be transported horizontally on barges between Boca and the
Yeah,
Cape if they need to
I
go
don't
that
think.
way.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be flying them to the Cape. Not anyway, and not anytime soon. Like,
Yeah.
nope. I will
mean,
bet my long hair that they're not gonna do that anytime soon. Just gonna say that.
Well, as someone else with long hair, don't bet your hair. Remember, in this industry, we hold you to the bets that you make.
Wow.
But I guess my only other thought to that, Alex, the only other thing I could add is, we do know eventually. I mean, like even on the first one, right? Even on the very first one, if the plan is actually to, and we don't know exactly how it changed yet, right? We know that the original license with the federal government called for the ship to be left purposefully suborbital, and come down about 100 kilometers north of Hawaii, and that they would basically pretend that was the landing site. But now they're talking about having Starlink version 2s on the first flight, which means that thing has to get orbital. If you have any real way or hope of like of getting those Starlinks into orbit, based on their low thrust Hall effect thrusters. So it's possible. We have to sort of wait and see what the new regulatory filings must be, but it might be that we've had a big change to this. So the ship, if it is going to be caught by the tower, would have to come in over land just based on orbital dynamics if they go due east. So it would have to come in over portions of Mexico and Texas during reentry and landing. So maybe once they start getting comfortable with that, maybe it would be possible to launch a mission from Boca, and instead of doing a boost back burn, do a trajectory altering burn to shoot you across the Florida Peninsula to Kennedy. But
Yeah.
other than
Also,
that, I don't really see them like just building a booster, sticking a nose cone on it, and launching it to Florida, if you know what I mean. But it's a good question, because how they move these things is going to be a big part of this.
another thing that I should mention is that I don't think it's that easy to move, like to
Oh.
launch a boost. Ooh, there we go.
Ooh.
Another spin prime.
Woohoo.
That was 50 minutes after the previous test. So there you go. They changed it. I said before we had 30 minutes or 1 hour, but it could be 40 or 50. So that was 50 minutes.
Nice.
Called it.
That would, I mean,
often do.
There's a growing rule in here, like don't contradict Adrian and Alex. Like, go with what they say. You guys do an amazing job, truly.
Let's put it in some way. I
observing all
kind
of
of
this stuff. Yeah.
guessed it, but don't tell anyone.
Yes. And actually, I just kind of want to hit another quick question here too. That's kind of related to this, saying, kind of unrelated to Starship, but it is related to Starship. Have we ever read the book Bringing Columbia Home? When we talk about atmospheric reentry and we talk about why these vehicles have to sort of, when we talk about why these vehicles are having to do what they do, why the testing is that way, remember we had Columbia break up over Texas, right? And very thankfully, no one was hurt on the ground when Columbia broke up. But I mean, that's a really good book that talks about the toll that it takes to recover a crew vehicle that hasn't made it back. So it's a really good book as we look to develop the Starship system and its human launch and landing capabilities. It's a good reminder. It's a definitely good reminder. And another good reminder here too is that was the second spin prime test that we saw for today. Do we have any idea of how many they might do here? I know a lot of people are sort of asking, why are they doing so many? Shouldn't they be shouldn't they be moving on to other tests? Do we have an idea why they're doing so many spin primes on the ship here?
Well, I think they just like having us sit around and hope for a static fire, and then just give us a spin prime. That's my personal assessment of the situation. Well, they probably do have a good engineering reason or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. So Alex, what might we see from
Yeah,
here? What
my
might our
guess,
next
right?
step be after this? Yeah.
Well, my guess is that they're probably gonna do more testing or whatever. Like I don't know. The whole thing with the spin prime test being, I think this is the sixth one. It's actually funny because I actually keep track of how many of these and everything on on Facebook group and whatever, and I'm like, spin prime test again. That was the previous one. This is like edition number 6. It's like many times I've already done this thing. We don't know how many more there could be, but yeah, there's always there's also a meme going on and everything. Yeah, spin prime tests, maybe gathering their data here and there, just how the turbo pumps work and all that stuff. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You're totally right that we've seen many of them, and actually I've replayed that, and I've went back and played it again, and it's 6 engines again. So yeah, nothing new. Not 5 engines or like 3 or 2 or no. I've seen all 6. Not sure about you guys on chat, but maybe you can replay back, and maybe later Michael can show us actual replays. But for now, you can go back and rewind and watch it again. That'll help you.
And for booster, what are we thinking here too?
Oh, for booster.
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
Nick,
not
do
just
you-
ship,
do
but
you
also
wanna
for
go?
booster, like what we might be in for here for the next. Because I think the road closure is still open for another 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting we're gonna see some something else more, because as I said a little bit earlier when I hopped in here about an hour ago, I said that my thinking was that they were conditioning sort of the pad systems at the orbital launch site, whereas on the suborbital side they were doing all this testing with Ship 24 in the meantime, sort of like so just because we want to test booster 7. Oh, depress, there you go, depress vent.
So
Okay,
what does this mean, Alex?
Oh, what this means is they're safing the tanks on the ship, and it actually means that probably testing of Ship 24 has wrapped up, at least in the near future, as in in the next following hour or so, probably. We don't know, because they could always recycle and detank and then retank, fill it again with propellants and then do another test, I don't know, a static fire test, for example. But yeah, that's good news, because as I was saying, we're expecting booster 7 testing. So maybe now that they have wrapped up Ship 24 testing, they're gonna move over to booster 7, and I'm kind of excited with that, because booster 7 testing last time was explodey. So we'll see what happens this time around.
Gotcha. And I know we're seeing a related question here, because as we're sort of talking about what might the next ones be, what might they be doing here. I know we've gotten this question quite a bit, but Florida Man, love the name, is asking, is an overpressure notice needed for a pre-burner test?
Haha, that's a good question. Nick, do you want to go?
Yeah, it's so confusing. So, first of all, we haven't had a proper static fire since what, December? And so we're all kind of wondering, it's been 8 months, perhaps some plans have changed, or some some procedures have changed, or maybe the people who are in charge of giving out overpressure notices have moved on to other companies. We don't know, but for some reason we haven't gotten one in a while. And previously, it was basically Mary would get a overpressure notice whenever there was a propellant and oxidizer on the vehicle, and then it kind of morphed just into the static fires and the pre-burners. But we haven't seen a static fire pre-burner test in a while, and we still haven't gotten a overpressure notice. So we're all kind of waiting. We should still get it, as far as we can tell. But and I say we, it's Mary who gets it. And we, as a space community, should get it at some point. But perhaps they'll hand deliver one really quick and be like, "Oh my goodness, we forgot!" And then like seconds later, they'll do the static fire. Who knows? We'll find out. Stay tuned.
Yeah. One thing that is kind of baffling to me is those notices actually mention a T0. So for I guess probably for a spin prime test could also be a thing, but we're expecting those to happen only when there's like some kind of ignition source. And spin prime tests, as far as it goes, there are no ignition sources now. Obviously, for Booster 7 testing last month, yeah, there was that explodey thing that went on. We actually don't fully know what happened there. But it seemed to be unrelated with the actual spin prime test, and probably something else outside of the scope of the testing that day. So that's why there was like that explosion. So yeah, because if you do, for example, just a wet dress rehearsal of sorts, or just load methane in general, there's like this kind of thinking that, oh well, if you load methane, that means you need an overpressure notice and everything. But it's also like, well, the notice says that you are notified with a T-10 minute siren, and there's no like at a zero time for something like just loading methane. Like in general, maybe for a wet dress rehearsal, you can say there's a T0, but a T0 for what? Because you don't do anything with the engines for a wet dress rehearsal, so there's no chance that methane can do anything wonky, right? Like on a spin prime test, or a pre-burner, or even a static fire, right? Something bad can happen actually when something is active on the engines and not just flowing a little bit of the methane and the oxygen. So yeah, but as you said, you never know. Sometimes it could be at the last minute, or maybe they surprise us and things happen and we don't receive Mary doesn't receive the overpressure notice. So yeah, it's a little bit like that. And by the way, I think we were showing before 2 views of the ship. People were saying, "Oh, you're not showing the booster, now it's going to be tested." Whenever we show the ship, it's because something is going on with the ship, and you always have Starbase Live to be able to watch the booster.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
keep that on our screen, because it's always useful when we're concentrating here on commentary of the ship. It's always good to keep that like on to one side. But we're looking at the cameras, by the way, so don't think that, oh, we're gonna miss something. I was actually earlier looking at SBL and I saw the chopsticks moving, and I was like, what? They're moving! The chopsticks are moving! And then Michael changed the views. Like, it was kind of shocking. It was like, well, they're moving. So yeah, we're looking at the cameras. Don't worry. Anyways, it's always good. Like, that's not to disencourage people from saying, hey, you're missing this. It's always good. That's also good. If you think we're missing something, that is totally fair and okay. But just no panic.
And yeah, since we've had as the testing has gone on today, let's take a look at the first spin prime that we had today. So this was a spin prime that we did at 5:10 p.m. Replay there on your left, live view on the right. Always show the active rocket is our motto here at NSF. So indeed, we always will. But yeah, you can see this is the replay of the first spin prime test that occurred at 5:10 p.m. Central Time. Part of 2 spin primes that have now occurred on Ship 24. I mean, it just kind of looks like its size in some regards, right? Like, it's like, hi, I'm here. Like, don't forget about me.
It's hot.
Well,
Do you,
yes, it's
do you
South
know? Do you know about that, Chris?
Oh, I my skin certainly does after the last 10 days. Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, very, very much so. And back here now with a live shot of both of Ship 24 and Booster 7 there on the mount. And so we kind of talked about why there might be so many different spin primes a bit earlier. But Sibling Electronics is actually asking here. Sorry. Before we do that, replay number 2, the second spin prime that we had today. So we just watched the replay of the first one, and now this was the second one that occurred just a few seconds after 6 p.m. local time here. And actually, on the replay, if we have the depress vents, a good question just came in about them. So if we could continue through the repress vents or skip ahead to them. After we see it, that would be good. But this is the second replay of the second spin prime that we just saw about 12 minutes ago now. Replay on your left, live on the right.
ooh.
And yeah, Alex, did that look like a spin prime on all of them to you? On all 6?
Yeah, it seemed pretty much like the previous one with 3 in the middle and 3 on the outer. Sort of like a staggered kind of process. We've seen that also on Ship 20's static fire test, and also even the pre-burner test and the spin prime test. So this is all things that we have already seen with Ship 20 last year. And yeah, first the inner engines and then the outer engines. We have seen some like single engine tests of Ship 24 and 2 engine test of like a spin prime test. We saw actually 2 of these, one for single and one for double, but the rest of them, 4 of them, have been 6 engines so far. So
Nice.
Yep, it's but yeah, the staggered sequence, it's something that we have seen already in Ship 20, so it shouldn't be that surprising for Ship 24. It seems like that's probably the way that they want to test them, and perhaps that's the way that they want to light them once the ship is in flight.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Is that the flare stack?
Yep, that means detanking is in process. So not only we have seen depress, but also detanking is in progress. So now they're draining the liquid oxygen, liquid methane from the main tanks, and perhaps, I'm not sure if they have filled the header tanks, but that will be a good question. I still haven't seen it on the chat.
We do have some header tank questions, actually.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Well, maybe I'm blind. Oh, sorry,
Oh
chat.
no!
Was blaming you all.
I've had them in the queue, and it's spin primed every time I've tried to get to them. Actually,
Okay.
no, we do have a few questions that are coming. The biggest one, or sort of the one that everyone is really focusing on, is does changing the location of them potentially change the cryogenic conditions? Is it better to keep them away from the other cryo tanks, in the other cryo tanks? What are we sort of thinking in terms of the efficiency of those header tanks holding the propellant they're filled with during these potentially long journeys in terms of boil off? That's where a lot of the questions are falling with the header tanks.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why we are now not that sure if they're loading the header tanks is because for ship in 9, like SN8, SN9, SN10, SN11, and SN15, the tip of the nose cone wasn't covered in TPS tiles, but for Ship 20 and Ship 24, they are covered in TPS tiles. But there's a but here always. The thing that kind of differences that is not anymore the frost, but more so the venting. We know that whenever they're low, the header tanks, they not only got frosty on the previous ship designs and everything, the SN series, so to speak, they also got venti because they were active, they were loaded with cryogenic fluids, so they needed to vent routinely. And this time, we actually have seen venting in the past from both Ship 20 and Ship 24 from the methane and well, actually, we don't know which vent is for the methane tank, the methane header tank, and which one is the LOX header tank. But basically, from the header tanks at the tip of the nose cone. So yeah, if we see venting, that's kind of like a really good indication that they are filled at least. But we cannot see any frost because of the TPS tiles.
Alrighty. And I think we've got a replay to show something about what you were just sort of talking about there, Alex.
Yeah, and one thing that we're actually noticing in this test is that about 20 seconds prior of the spin prime test, they seem to have like an upward vent. And that's actually one of the keys that we have seen in the previous test, and we see there Michael pointing that out. Let's see if that happens on the replay. This is a replay, by the way. If there you go, I think that's it, right? Yep, he's circling it. Michael Art, and it goes upward and upward. and seconds later, we see the spin prime test happen. So that seems like a good indicator of a spin prime test. We're not sure if that's going to be the same for future tests, but you know, if it happens in the future, well, there you go. See, spin prime test just within a few seconds later. Surely, if it happens in later tests and we see that is, you know, a pre-burn or a static fire test, we now know it's a good indicator that something is going to happen with the engines at least within a few seconds. So yeah, that's certainly a good thing to keep watching.
Indeed. And I got a good question here from Yehuda, who's asking, what is the distance between the ship and the booster? It is 284 meters or 933 feet is all that separates the orbital launch mount from the suborbital launch mount, where the ship and booster are. So that's it, folks. That's all that separates them right now.
I feel some use of Google Maps helped there. Right?
Look, Alex, you're not supposed to give away the secrets. Like, but yes, that's totally what happened. Yes. Thank you, Angry American. Thank you so much for the support. Gunnar, thank you so much for upgrading to Red Team member. Really appreciate that. That continued monthly support that really does help us do exactly what we're doing here today, to sit around and totally geek out, bringing you good and informative coverage of the dual test campaign between Booster 7, which you see on the left-hand side of your screen on the orbital launch mount, and the ship Ship 24 on the suborbital test stand there at Starbase and Boca Chica. Let me see here. Got some other good questions that we are seeing. Steven kind of saying, well, anytime there's methane stored in tank farms, isn't there always a chance of an overpressure event?
Yeah.
Yes. So true. So maybe let's talk about what we mean by what in the past needed one of those notices. And of course, we've sort of gone over why we don't really know if those are needed right now. But that's a good question, because as long as there's methane, there's sort of always the chance of that, isn't there?
Yeah, that was kind of my point before, that, you know, if you just load methane on the booster or the ship, that doesn't really warrant the use of an overpressure notice, because it's just moving methane from one tank to the other. You're not really putting them, you know, through insane pressures and flows through an engine, for example, right? It's just like moving it from one side to the other, just moving it through a pipe. And so it feels like it shouldn't need an overpressure notice, because otherwise the overpressure notice will be always present when there's methane on the tank farm, just as the comment was pointing out. So yeah, that's why I've thought all this time, and I keep thinking the same, because I haven't seen any evidence against that it is always when they test engines, there's like some kind of ignition source of sorts when they actually need an overpressure notice here, like a pre-burner test or a static fire test. It feels like after the Booster 7 explosion, they might need also for a spin prime test, but you know, that's only my opinion, and it's not something that is actually, you know, grounded in evidence. Let's put it that way.
Gotcha.
I've seen one comment saying, "Can we get Jack back?" I think those wishes are going to be granted.
I'm gonna not take that personally at all because I actually
Ooh.
I actually need to go. Because the next thing I was literally gonna do is I hope you've enjoyed my my presence here because I'm actually going to swap back to my good buddy Jack with the hosting duties here. Jack, I believe we have you back, do we not?
You have me back. I have a fresh Red Bull and a fresh Topo Chico. Oh, this is a lime
Chico.
one. Woo, right? Topo Chico's literally the best. It's better than bacon. I'll put it that way.
Ooh,
What's up,
actually,
everybody?
sorry. No.
Okay, and on that note, folks, don't include me in that argument. No, I am going to turn you guys over, keep you in the wonderful hands of Alex, Nick, and Jack here as we continue our marathon coverage because testing is not over yet. At present, the road closure goes until 10 p.m. Central Time, and we have 2 vehicles that are actively in testing at this point. And Jack, with that, I will throw it back to you. Later, nerds, and hope you all stay safe and healthy out there.
Thanks, Chris. So we saw the vent stack going a little bit. It's still going right there. You can see on the extreme right side of the screen. So ship is in the process of detanking. We think, is that the current state of play? Question mark.
Yeah.
And there's been 2 spin primes, so now we just wait for something else to happen. Whee!
Yes. So right now the question is, are they going to test Booster 7? Are they just, making the OLM vent just to troll us? Or are they going to do anything with this setup that they have right now? Because for new folks that have come here, probably they're wondering, oh, why are we looking both at ship and booster? Well, ship has done 2 spin prime tests. It has been detanked, or at least partially detanked. We're probably expecting another detank later. Depressment, excuse me. And then it's also being detanked, or it's in the process of being detanked because we have seen the vent stack going on. And on the other hand, we have the orbital tank farm active, which likely indicates we're going to see Booster 7 testing, but Booster 7 is still not frosty, not venti, not anything, so yeah, something is going to happen, but it's like we're probably going to wait a little bit until something happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time left in the window, though, so not the biggest deal.
Yeah,
there's
just
hang out here and argue about things that are better or worse than bacon.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm smelling right now? It's bacon because my brother ordered pizza before, so I'm smelling the bacon from the pizza. It's
you got a bacon pizza?
Yeah, it's amazing. But anyways, running up a little bit, we're looking at again Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount. No frost, no vent, but the orbital launch mount itself is venting, and we're seeing, all this vent, like these big clouds, coming from the orbital tank farm. And what do you guys think is gonna happen? So I'm gonna pose this question because we always like to put people like on the fence here and see what are the bets. So Nick, are you available for?
I am available. What do we need?
Okay, well, what do you think is gonna happen now next? Ship 24 seems to be done.
Yeah, it's a tough call, right? Because we've had 2 spin primes on the ship already, and we've had a detank press and the flare stacks. So they're currently detanking ship 24. I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to recycle and run some other tests because they still do have 4 hours in this window. Now, obviously, I'd also really want them to do something with the booster. That'd be cool. But whatever they do with the booster, they better be careful with it because I remember what happened last time we were here about a month ago. So let's be careful, SpaceX. No smoking.
About you, Jack? What do you think it's gonna happen? Don't say bacon.
Maybe another spin prime with the booster? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and this time around it has 20 engines, right? So instead of the 33 engines that we saw last month, this time around it actually has 20. So perhaps that could lower the chances of another boom. We'll see.
I mean, or just like don't use a whole bunch of methane to cool your engines down and then leak
That's
that
true.
methane and then let it. But maybe 20 engines worth of methane is less likely to provide the amount of methane needed to. I don't. I'm so off the rails. But just really quickly to address something. If you're in chat and you think I haven't
should I
ever had
point
a
out-
bacon pizza, I have. I've eaten bacon pizza. It's
Yeah.
delicious.
Okay,
ahead.
addressing
What
another
would you like to
thing
point
a
out?
little bit more on screen, the oil inventing seems to have stopped, or at least it's just like little bit of like smoky venty thing that is coming off. Yeah, I don't see like a strong vent as we saw before. Usually
From
that
the-
means they're either loading stuff on booster or they stop everything. So let's hope it's the former rather than the latter.
Yeah, hopefully so. We'll keep our eyes out on the booster itself for a frost line forming and accumulating, which is always what we want to see ahead of engine testing, of course.
I just love the tank farm going so crazy. Look at the ground. All that that even looks like Vandenberg, with all of the smoke and the fog.
No, I see what you're doing, but no, it was a good try. Very good
See,
try.
if this were Vandenberg, we'd be looking at nothing. Just a
That's true.
gray nothingness.
That's
Yeah,
true.
this is not nearly enough fog. It's clearly. This looks more like someone turned on their fog machine and left it on for too long, or like they're having a rave, or like we're on a movie set. I like it. It adds like a nice cinematic feel. It's very like Blade Runner-y. It's just like, ooh, we're in some sort of sci-fi stainless steel future. Come on,
Speaking of
engines,
Vandenberg.
fire up.
Speaking of Vandenberg, are you gonna be this Friday for the Starlink launch? Just curious now.
Yep.
Good. Yeah, we're gonna have Jack.
Yeah, no, I didn't feel like driving 3 hours to a launch site because I'm late. No, of course I'm going to be there.
Yeah, rockets
I
are
always
actually
love
boring.
that
Did
you
you
are
know that,
there.
Jack?
Yeah, they light up, they launch, they fly away from you. It's like 2 seconds, maybe 2
Yeah.
minutes tops of anything interesting. Like, who cares?
So boring. My goodness. Joke. It's joke, everyone. I love rockets.
This should be clear. It's joking. Cottage FX, thank you for the support. They say Topo Chico is the best thing since sliced bacon. I will agree.
Yes,
with that.
actually, I have to
This
agree.
stream not sponsored by Topo Chico, to be clear. Although that'd be nice if they did.
Well, you know what's better than sliced bacon, though, Jack? It's
like
non.
the thick sliced, like slab bacon.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like not even sliced. It's just bacon, just a pound of just straight bacon.
I'm
Sounds
on board.
good.
Sign
Yep.
me up.
Okay.
Let's see. Angry American, thank you for the support. They say, I know what caused B7 explosion, no money to X. I have no idea what that means, but okay. Thank you for the support. Be a Pickle, thank you for the support. They say, membership for team, donation for RoboCam, thank you for broadcasting. Well, thank you, Be a Pickle, for helping us out, do what we do, and, helping Nick be able to go out there and work on the robots and whatnot.
Oh yeah, those robots are hungry hippos. They require lots of nuts and bolts to keep them well fed.
Are they all painted like different bright colors, like the hungry? Like there's like a pink one and a red one and a blue one.
Yeah, we tried that initially. We had some really nice vibrant colors, but unfortunately they all overheated, so they're all painted white now. So kind of sad we had to go away with the Technicolor.
Can we come up with some sort of rig you can install to have the robots do like a barbecue roll type deal?
Ooh, that's a good
Around to
idea.
the barbecue roll.
You know, that'd be a good idea. But we would have to move the camera views 360 degrees every single minute, which would be a little difficult to sit and watch tanks. Because, to be honest, guys, you can see the tanks in one direction, right? But then there's like another 330 degrees of like nothing but grass. So it would be a little boring if we did that.
Oh well. Tap and Keg, thank you for the support. They say, does the upcoming Starlink 2.0 deployment mean all the Starlink 1s will be deorbited since the new version can do the job with fewer satellites? Well, I mean, that's like one of the whole points of Starlink, right? Is that they are able to launch a whole bunch of satellites and they deorbit relatively rapidly because they're at a low altitude, but they are able to launch a whole bunch of them. I mean, over time, they will just deorbit naturally as they become obviated by Starlink V2, right? That just makes sense. I don't think they'll be like immediately deorbited, but when they reach the end of life.
Actually, SpaceX kind of told the FCC that they're gonna be operating both for quite a few years. And yeah, I think there's also some shakeup coming up for Starlink as well. Some of the planning and everything. We'll see what happens. Teasing. I'm always doing that.
Wahaha.
Wahaha.
Right? We don't use the wahaha lightly here. You should take note when we ooh, that was good. It's
There
I
you
like
go.
the Spanish wahaha. It's got extra gusto. Let's see. Gunfox, thank you for the support. They say could be testing different turbo pumps or systems for Starship. Could be. We don't know. We know we saw 2 spin primes, but beyond that, it's hard to speculate. Though we will, rest assured.
I love speculation.
Right? Nitrogen? Not nitrogen, but nitrogen.
Oh, that's funny.
Thank you for the support. They say, would it be a fair assumption that they move the chopsticks up to get them out of the way for a static fire or spin prime, etc.? I think that is a fair assumption.
Just love the fact that because the hydraulics don't work, they just raise them, but they cannot move it to the side. Like they are right now all the way up, but they cannot move them.
It's like when your arm falls asleep because you're laying on it a weird way in bed or something, and like then it just like doesn't work for a little bit. You're like, oh come on! It's like that's what's going on with the chopsticks. Let's see, 2 more super chats and we'll get to some viewer questions. Just want to clear out the queue here. Thank you to everybody for the support. Yehuda Burger says, I don't want to be the orbital launch mount or lunch mount. Okay. Well,
ooh, I love the orbital launch mount.
You don't have to. There's an orbital lunch mount?
There is.
Is it comfortable?
You know, it has food on it, which is about 90% of the reason why I enjoy the orbital lunch mount. Actually, if anyone's in Brownsville or anywhere around Starbase and wants to have a really good restaurant name idea, orbital lunch mount is like the perfect lunchtime bistro name.
That's solid. That's absolutely solid. I would go there and I would chuckle. I would sensible chuckle at that name of a restaurant.
I don't know. I was more thinking about Spreader Bar, but okay.
What bar?
Spreader Bar. The thing that they put
okay. That's
on the boosters to lift them.
Yeah.
Low Spreader Bar or something, yeah.
I have thoughts.
Just playing with the word bar.
I will not say them. Future of Gaming, thank you for support. Did we find out exactly what kind of damage Booster 7 sustained from the explosion? It looked like the heat shields at the very least, or like the engine shrouds, whatever you want to call them, were kind of crumply afterwards. I forget if that was one of your shots, Nick, or Mary's, but I remember seeing in the daily there was like a pile of crumpled metal at the orbital launch site.
And it's still there, by the way. They haven't removed that.
See, everyone's worried about what kind of damage B7 sustained, and I am here to tell you guys that it wasn't that much damage because Phil Swift was down here with some Flex Seal, and it's all better now. It's back on the mount, getting some testing. Nice. It wasn't that much damage, guys. It wasn't a lot of damage.
Someone proposed Raptor Burger. I think that's a good one.
I wonder if the heat shield getting crinkly, whatever you want to call it, resulted in any damage to the engines themselves. But either way, it's been cleaned up, repaired, and is back on the launch mount. I also kind of wonder how much damage happened to the pad with that fire that happened. I mean, it seemed pretty isolated and small, but still something clearly burned. But it's questions that we don't have the answers to. But thank you either way, Future of Gaming, for the support. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna just dive into the questions here.
Yay.
Simply Electronics is asking about the ship depress we saw a little while ago, just before I came back. They're saying, wasn't that kind of a short depress? What are our thoughts on the length of the depress vent that we saw? Alejandro, you go first, or Alex.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You always say it doesn't matter, but I always flip-flop between the two. What do you want me to call you?
Then flip-flop. I don't care. It's okay.
All right. I'll continue to flip-flop. Please. What do you think about the depress vent?
If you were called, I don't know, Jackothy or something, I will probably flip-flop too. But you're Jack. Anyways, I made up that name, by the way. He's not called like that. He's Jack. Yeah, so the depress vent we were talking about, it actually felt like it was sort of like a partial depress vent, and we've actually seen in the past that depress vent is sort of like a two-step kind of process where they initially depress, they detank, they kept detanking, and then like after a long time, sort of like 1 hour or an hour and a half, then they fully depress, and like there's like this super big vent, and all the ventings come up on both tanks and everything. Like it's super crazy. Like you gotta see that, folks, and like get prepared for that because it can happen probably like within 30 minutes or an hour from now, and it's spectacular. So once it happens, that kind of tells us that yeah, that thing is already done. Speaking of venting, by the way, I just seen right now
Mount
the
venting
OLM
again?
is venting. Yep. So we're back on OLM venting.
Yay, more activity, different activity. Things stopping and starting again. You know, tank watching.
Good old tank watching.
Texas tank watching. Gotta love it.
Oh, I don't have my horse Winnie whip crack set up, but I should have. I feel unprepared. But y'all can imagine it. Just imagine it in your head. But yeah, as for the ship depress, once they're done detanking, they'll kind of do like the really long extended one, right, where they sort of let the tanks completely empty out. Well, like the fact that this one was short, not big deal, not out of the ordinary. Looking at the question queue, Ty's Adventure 85 minutes ago says, "Hi, I'm a bit late. What has happened so far?" I mean, we saw 2 ship spin primes. We're waiting for the booster to do some testing. That's about where we're at. Booster spooled up first, then ship kind of overtook it, like tortoise in the hairstyle, and then now we're just back to watching the booster. Although we do have our eyes on the ship at the same time. It's important to note, once again, you can tune into Starbase Live if you want more angles. You don't have to only have the angles we're showing you on this stream here. We have the 24/7 live stream over at Starbase Live, so you can get all the different angles that are going on. So just a side note / heads up. Alex, Nick, if either of you sees any questions in the chat that really tickle your fancy, go for it by all means. I'm just kind of combing through them here.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Where was that?
Just a lot of things.
Somebody was asking. Okay, David asking about how to make bacon. You have 1 layer of foil, or 2 layers of foil, however many you want to do. I do 2 for leak prevention. In a pan, single layer of bacon. Put it in the oven cold. Like, don't preheat the oven. Then when the bacon is in the oven, set the oven to 400 degrees and check on it in about 15 to 20 minutes, depending on your oven. But yeah, about cold oven, 400 degrees, single layer of bacon. About 20 minutes.
Does the bacon need to be defrosted?
Do you freeze your bacon?
I think so. The reason why I ask, I think I have a slab of bacon in the freezer right now. And
I would I don't have any data on frozen bacon, so yeah, I would defrost it.
Okay.
Is it a literal slab like you were talking about earlier? Like uncut?
It was from a butcher's shop in the grocery store, so it's like not pre-sealed, vacuum sealed stuff, but it was it was a slab, and then he sliced it, and now it's frozen. So yeah, I gotta figure that out.
That's the good stuff. Enjoy.
Well, I'll have to have you over. We can sample it. A little bacon sampling party.
Something tells me I'll be in Boca again soon. I would definitely be down for a bacon sample. Like, can we have like a flight of different bacons? Like people do like the flight of different beers?
Exactly. We can get some cheeses and some wines involved too. It would be an amazing experience.
Let's see. Robbie, the atomic engineer, is saying, why not just ship Starship and booster down to McGregor for full duration testing? Well, it's kind of up to McGregor, right? Basically, everything in Texas is above Boca Chica.
Literally everything in Texas.
Yeah, it's like the southernmost point, right?
Save for our south cameras, everything is north.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
I want to make a point here, though. For booster, so maybe for ship full duration testing, still, like, my whole point here is that you need a way beefier test stand for a full duration testing of both ship and booster, especially for the booster. Like, the booster will need, like, have you seen the test stand where the SLS core stage is tested on at Stennis? you need something that big to actually be able to contain such power, because that test stand was initially built for the Saturn V first stage. So it is rated for like, I think 35 meganewtons, like whatever, it's like 3,500 tons of thrust, whatever that is in like imperial like pounds of thrust or whatever. But yeah, it's a lot of thrust. Actually, the SLS in comparison, it's like tickling that test because it's like sort of the same thrust as a Falcon 9 booster, whereas the Saturn V is like 4 or 5 times that thrust. So yeah, it's in comparison the SLS booster, the core stage was like tickling that system, but super heavy right there. Even with 20 engines that it has right now, it's already more powerful than the SLS, as in the core stage and the 2 solid rocket boosters. So that there, if it were to fire all 20 engines, that will be 4,600 tons of thrust, which is a lot of thrust, and it is 1,000 tons more of thrust than the Saturn V. So you need something as beefy or even more than one of those test stands at Stennis, like these huge cranes that they have, and they put it there, and they're, chained down and hold down and everything, and they fire them for a full duration mission cycle. And yeah, like, oh man, the kind of hardware that you will need to contain the raw power of this booster for a full duration 2.5 minute firing, that's crazy. That, yeah, it doesn't. No, I don't think there's enough
There are
money.
no words. There are no words
Yeah.
to describe this.
Yeah, and they're building the
that's the whole
infrastructure that will enable them to fire it here, and that's the reason they're doing it. Besides all the fact, like, it just would be insane to transport this stuff to McGregor, that I don't even want to think about the logistical like, no. We all saw the shuttle move through Los Angeles. It was crazy. Moving a booster or ship, what is it, 6 hours, 5 hours north through Texas? It would have to go through San Antonio.
Yeah, it would have to go all over the place.
Yeah.
It's a long drive. It's like 7 hours up to McGregor from Starbase.
You have to truck it, so that means you gotta have a lot of places where they can actually feed something that is 9 meters wide. So yeah, that's 9 meters.
9 meters?
Actually,
9 meters.
Yeah.
9 meters.
Yeah. Plus the grid fins and the chines. I've heard someone likes chines.
I'm a chime guy. I love looking at chat and seeing. You can tell where people are in their playback, because someone just arbitrarily says Apple are crap. Okay, you're like 2 hours ago when we were talking about Apple and Windows, or Mac and Windows, or whatever. That's great. I don't know. I am amused. I'm amused by reading chat. Anyways, moving on.
Speaking of things that have amused me reading chat here, Jack, did you see the comment about the Hatch chili bacon from HEB?
No. What?
Well, let me throw that up to the top. W4WWW Raker says introduce Jack to Hatch chili bacon from HEB, and I have to say I have had this once. It is probably the best bacon ever. It is extra thick. So like there's thick bacon and then there's extra thick. It's like I don't know, half as thick as thick bacon. It's extra thick. But then they marinate it in like chili peppers and garlic and onions and red peppers and stuff for like a lot of time. And so it's like super duper juicy and like flavorful all throughout. It is some of the best bacon, but it's only seasonal, so you can't get it all the time at HEB. So
okay,
I'll have to get some for you, and we'll have to try it next time.
I am down. I'm down to try all different kinds of bacon. So far, I think the best bacon I've had is English bacon. It's perfect. It's like a cross between Canadian bacon and American bacon. It's amazing. But I digress. If you're wondering why we're sitting here talking about bacon, it's because we're waiting for more testing at the launch site. It looks like the booster might start doing stuff, but it's kind of been in a steady state for a while now. Orbital launch mount blasting and then notwithstanding. But you can see on the right side with the ship, the frost line has decreased markedly, and that makes sense because we keep seeing the vent stack on the right there doing its venty thing. Oh, my neighbor's dog has decided it wants to announce itself. Hi, neighbor's dog.
Hello.
Sorry if you guys can hear
dog.
that. But But yeah, that's where we're at. Ship has done 2 spin primes. It's clearly defrosting and detanking, and we are now eyes on the booster prize. If both of these do spin primes today, is it safe to say it's prime time?
Are those? Hold up. Are those vents new?
Oh, the orbital launch mount's reaction control thrusters have started up.
Those are actually the ullage thrusters.
That one.
Yeah.
Those are the ullage thrusters for the
there you
launch
go.
mount.
Perfect. Amusing. This is have we seen these before? These are new to me at least, or I'm just stupid.
Yeah, I haven't seen them before. Hold up, I'm gonna look back on previous live streams to see, you know, in case I'm a fool now, and people are probably gonna be chat. Oh yeah, we're seeing that prior. Like, are you crazy?
Epic Daniel in chat says new Trivent.
Yeah, Trivent. You're right. 3 vents for the OLM.
Wait. Are these basically the same as we see, like the one we've seen all along on the other side, like 180 degrees opposed from this?
It seems like it is in different places, like as in different plumbing.
Yeah,
the other one is coming from the thick plumbing.
Yeah, the other one's coming from that big pipe down there that we can see sort of below the mount itself, right?
Yep, you're right.
Interesting. Cool. Something perhaps a little new.
I don't even see on, like, I'm looking back at the test that they did, the spin prime test that happened in the explosion.
Oh, look at that! Actually, we've got venting from beneath the vehicle from the engine area. Is this?
Oh.
I mean, we were joking about a new Trivent or whatever, but you know, maybe this has something to do with engine chill. I have no idea.
So you see, there's the handrails thingy. That's where the workers are also, you know, always walking on. Not now, obviously. And then there's like the feet of the stand, like the legs. There's like one pipe right there that is like routing out around the whole mount.
Yep.
That was not there last month when the explosion happened.
Oh, huh.
Like, I'm looking right now at the stream, and that was not there. I'm actually going to share on the back channels a screenshot of that, and you can compare yourself and tell me whether I'm right or wrong.
That's really interesting.
There you go.
I mean, it makes sense. We constantly see the crews working on the orbital launch mount
and
on
adding
daily
more
videos.
stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, new behavior, fun. I always love seeing new things. I can't wait. Adrian has a headache right now, which I feel bad for him. I hope he feels better, but I can't wait to see what he does with data from the orbital launch mount venting now. We have new things to look at. Yay! Hooray! Let's see. Everyday Space Nerd is asking, would an SRB the size of Super Heavy be more powerful than 33 Raptors? Somebody that's a better mathonomer than I needs to extrapolate the diameter of a shuttle SRB or SLS SRB to a 9-meter diameter and see how strong that would be. But I don't know. But I thought that was a fun.
Isn't the diameter? So hold up. Isn't the diameter a thing that just increases the time of the burn and not the thrust? Like the thrust, I feel it is the length of the solid rocket booster.
Yeah, that
something
makes
like
sense.
that. Because for the SRBs, they went from 4 segments to 5, and the burn was kept the same, but the thrust increased.
Huh,
So
okay.
I guess for increased thrust, you need a longer booster rather than a wider one.
I mean, I guess that's assuming the grain layout of both are the same too, which I think they are, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure. That also changes thrust, I know.
I think we need 2 experts here. We need Philip Sloss for SRB expertise and Moldy Space Industry for KSB expertise, and try that out on KSB. So, Moldy, if you're watching, do it.
Nice. So yeah, we're looking at this orbital launch mount vent that's quite captivating. It looks really, really cool too, if I may say so. But the coolest thing that we're seeing right now, I think, is the venting from underneath the engine area. Like there's something being flowed through at least one of the engines. Dare I say engine chill? Although I could be completely wrong. I don't know. I'm just like, ooh, new thing.
Definitely regal. That's for sure.
Let's see. Looking at the question queue. I guess we should say if that is engine chill, and if it does follow sort of what we see at the suborbital side, which we know sort of not enough data, like we were talking about earlier with Adrian, but maybe something happens in 50 minutes or so, or between 30 and 50 or so, somewhere in there. Is that a fair thing to say, you guys think?
Probably. I mean, we don't know for sure, but sounds about right.
Well, let's just hope it's not the same as the previous month.
Yeah.
Yes. That would be bad. Let's see here.
It was actually shocking because I was expecting like some sort of boring spin prime test, like, oh yeah, there's gonna be coming off, all the vapors, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the stream. And oh geez, this time around I want that kind of boring test because no explosions. That's good. Things can progress. I want that kind of boring stream for once.
That's fair. Yeah, boring.
It's
good
not boring though
in that
because
way.
I'm in a great company here with Jag and Nick. I'm gonna say.
Aw.
Likewise. Likewise.
Joseph, thank you for the support. They say spin prime doubleheader. Let's go SpaceX. Indeed, let's go. Let's get some action today, which we've gotten a bunch from ship so far. So let's see what the booster can do. Musical Wolves says launch table because they launched the table. Yes, maybe, I don't know. Good joke. Apocalypse Cow, thank you for the $50 super chat. They say I don't have any data on frozen bacon. What kind of what kind of operation are you running here? I expect more, honestly. Keep up the awesome work. You know what? I don't freeze my bacon, Apocalypse Cow. I cook it fresh, but sometimes you need to freeze it. So is what it is. But thanks for the support. Matt Thomas says, my son Tyler and I were lucky enough to meet Mary and Nick on the 23rd of July during our SpaceX pilgrimage from Connecticut. Your whole team is amazing. Thank you for everything you do. That is awesome, Matt. That is super cool to hear. Thank you for watching.
Definitely. Yeah, thanks for coming back.
It's pretty easy to spot either of you out there with like a million cameras doing your thing all day, every day. So.
Well, we are out here more often than not, so better. There's a good chance if you come down to Starbase, you'll see one of them.
It's pretty silly because whenever I'm there, I don't really get approached too much. But if I'm talking, it's happened multiple times where I've been talking to somebody else, and somebody walking by will be like, "Wait, are you Jack?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And it's like they know me from my voice, which is the craziest thing. Which hopefully I don't have a weird voice, but so be it.
I always just figured it. The hat.
The hat.
And the t-shirt wear.
And the what?
Oh, I think
the spaceflight on it, just like
subtly.
It subtly says that I'm NSF.
You cut out.
Sorry,
you cut out
am
for
I
a
cutting
second
out?
there. I was like,
yeah, Nick.
No, I think you're back now, though. Say something.
Hello, 1 2 3.
Yeah,
Testing,
you're good.
1 2 3.
You're good.
Sorry about that. I am on a Starlink, which is probably not the best idea, but we're making it work.
We need more satellites up. We got to get V2 up and running. Let's get this booster tested. Let's go.
Because I was thinking, if you sound more robotic, I think you're gonna have to go clean your lenses. but yeah, and on top of that, the Starlink
orbital
thing.
launch mount
has
stopped.
Yeah, the venting now suddenly stops for some reason.
And
it's weird.
Oh, look at that. There's more kind of puffs from underneath it too, like from the engines.
What are you doing, SpaceX?
What are you doing, Booster 7? So many questions. Hopefully we get to see
Alex?
A nice solid spin prime test today. I don't think it's clear, or we obviously we don't know what SpaceX is doing exactly, but they could test up to all 20 engines with a spin prime test, and who knows what else? Maybe static fire, maybe they do, a pre-burner, who knows? It's kind of in unknown territory, both with the orbital launch mount booster stuff, with overpressure notice situations. So we're kind of thrown back into the deep end and figuring out what exactly we're seeing. This is great though. The more booster tests we get on the orbital launch mount, the more data we will gather.
What's the thing that you say?
More data, more better.
More data, more better. There you go.
It has been said, the stream can now be over. We have filled our quota of bingo items. Chris G has said the word indeed, and Jack has said more data, more better.
We discussed the shuttle, we discussed bacon, but the stream isn't over. We have 3 hours left in the testing window, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, maybe the booster does something really cool. Maybe it just sits here for 3 more hours, but rest assured we're gonna be here waiting to see what happens with you guys.
There's always the chance that they extend that to 2 a.m. We've seen that in the past, so you never know.
Lion of High Park in chat says, more bacon, more better. I don't think a truer statement has ever been spoken.
That's perfect.
Phil Swift, it's Mark, says Phil Swift is kind of like Bob the Builder, you can fix anything. That's pretty funny. Thanks. Bit Rebels, thank you for the support. Says, to speed things up, do you think SpaceX would consider launching Starship to orbit and then use the Crew Dragon to transfer crew safely to Starship before Starship was proven safe for crew launch? Yes, we've talked about that a lot. That seems like a pretty logical way to go about it, right? Axie, thank you for the support. They say we should call this Schrodinger's Starships. They exist in a state of both testing and not testing until observed. I like it. Thank you for the support there. And Matt Hicks, thank you, saying bacon should only be cooked in cast iron. I mean, everyone, you can do your bacon however you want. I like to cook mine in the oven. All right, well, I mean, I kind of want the orbital launch mount to start up again, just selfishly because it looked cool. And especially it would be even cooler as we get closer to sunset.
Oh, it heard you.
Hey.
There we go.
Thank you. I should ask for things more often. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Well, maybe this is part of the testing?
Totally.
Where
Nick,
they close some ventings.
Nick, what time is sunset local? Do you know?
Sunset local is approximately 1 hour and 16 minutes away at 8:15 sharp.
Neat. Okay, cool.
Seems like there's another vent I think I saw on the tower side, like the side of, like the opposite side, not the one down there, but there you go, to the right. See there on the back?
Yep.
Like there's some other vent similar to these kind of vents, but on the other side, to the right, more towards the tower. So
I'm just mind blown by the flare coming off the overexposed part on the booster on the right. It's so cool looking. This is a vehicle, you guys. This thing's gonna take us to the moon and Mars along with SLS. And
the whole rocket's
probably
red
Falcon
glare
9.
thing was last month, okay?
What? Oh, huh. No, all right, fine. Fine. Joke acknowledged. I was
Hey, I'm
getting all hyped
European and
up
I know that.
I was getting all hyped up and excited, and you just popped my balloon. Thank you. Cool. So, if you guys have questions, if you want to know anything specific about what we're looking at NASASpaceflight in chat, we'll try and answer your questions. And look, there's more venting from the engine area again. It almost looks like one single engine venting, whereas when we saw like the previous testing that led to bad things, it was kind of like the entire underside was blasting vapor like that, and this sort of just looks like one or two maybe. Really interesting to see this new vent system, this outer ring. It's super cool looking. I know I keep saying that, but I'm just like, ooh.
It's totally new. We've made the A/B test with the previous stream, and yeah, it's totally new. So I wonder if that's an upgrade for like containing, some of the effects that we saw from the previous test.
Meaning, like, to distribute how they vent methane or what have you, or that wouldn't. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
Okay, you don't say it. I say it. I'm not thinking exactly methane, but just in general. Like, it could also be oxygen, for example. And then they do methane from the engines, but the oxygen is like going all elsewhere. So it could be either, I guess. It could be either methane or oxygen in this case. I wonder why, like, if you can vent it, that means you can recollect that and put it in a recondenser, right? Like, that kind of makes sense, to put it that way, right? I don't know. Maybe just me.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I totally get that. I'm just looking for a couple questions here. Name I want taken, asking if the chopsticks catch Booster 7 after an orbital test flight, could the booster be reused? I forget where it was said, but I just think the first many of these, or several, or at least couple, will, even if they land them successfully. So cool to see those. I want to call them cowbell vents. I know that's like not even close to their name, but they look like there's cowbells on the side. In reality, it's the LOX tank vents that are repurposed as RCS thrusters. Gosh, that sounds cool.
It's alive, I guess.
It is indeed alive, which is a good sign. We want to see testing, and that looks like. Well, I don't know. Was that look like a depress at all to you, or that just more, vehicle coming to life kind of thing?
If I'm being honest, that depressed was long enough to think it is probably an actual depress, as in whatever they were doing maybe aborted or something. I mean, they could also try again at any time. Like, it's still 3 hours until the end of the window, and they can also extend it as well. So we'll see what happens. But in previous instances, when they have depressed the tanks, as in Saturn depresses, that's been more like a couple of seconds rather than full-on vents, as we've seen with this one. And if I remember correctly, the previous one, when it had the explosion, when this happened, there will be another vent like within a minute. So if we see another vent, that's probably an indication that they're detanking, or in general they're depressing the booster.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kyriakos, sorry if I'm messing your name up, just says RIP headphone users. Yeah, holy cheese, that was loud. Like, what? But
yep.
It's cool. It's still cool to hear. You just got to kind of be ready to adjust your volume if the venting occurs in that way.
You
Looking
bet.
for another. Yeah, yikes! You bet concur. I'm looking. Missing Tools is asking for you to explain again spin prime, preburner, static fire, etc. Alex, go.
Oh, okay. Oof. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
cracking the whip
can
here.
Alex
Do the
explain
thing.
again? Okay, spin prime test. Raptor has LOX pump, methane pump, and then the preburners. There's an oxygen-rich preburner and a methane-rich preburner. Until that point, all is clear, right? Okay. Spin prime test. It tests the liquid oxygen pump, but not any preburner, or not even the pump on the methane. But it is chilled down anyways, because now that you're with it, well, why not test it anyways with like a chill down and everything, but it's not spin up or anything. Then pre-burner test, you spin up both pumps and start the pre-burner on the methane side, but not both pre-burners. That's for static fire test. When you ignite both pre-burner tests, excuse me, and spin all the turbo pumps to full speed and whatever, and like do the whole like you actually ignite the engine fully and put it to test fully all the systems instead of like the heart had like this like 1,000 things going on and like 4 cavities and all that. The Raptor is sort of like that. It has like pumps, pre-burners, and some things get tested on some of these tests and other things are not tested, and all that. And well, the propellant is liquid oxygen and liquid methane. That's the whole deal. And we've getting a few questions on chat also about the 20-hour engines, things related, for example, with these new events, with how the 20-hour engines are ignited and things like that compared to the inner engines. And the difference is the outer engines, the spin up helium is provided by QDs that are connected to the engine themselves, and also for the igniters, the igniters themselves are in the engines, but you have to provide them with like a fuel and oxidizer of sorts. It's like a lighter for the cigarette, right? You use a fuel, in this case gaseous methane. You then provide an oxidizer to be able to burn that fuel, a gaseous oxygen input, and then you put a spark in the middle, and that way you create like a flame, and that provides the ignition source for the pre-burners on the engines. Now with Raptor 2, the Raptor 2 engine doesn't have igniters on the main combustion chamber, but it does on the pre-burners. That's for the QD for the outer engines. That's by the single QDs that are connected to the outer engines. The inner engines, on the other hand, are routed through the main QD of the booster. So it's sort of like you have an input from the main QD, and you just route it to the inner engines. But that's when it's on the ground. When it is on flight, it takes all of these things that it takes from the ground when it is on the ground. When it is in flight, it takes it from the vehicle. It has COPVs and all that deal thing to be able to take it during flight, because it is not connected to the ground, obviously. And I think I didn't leave anything off here. I think there was a question on whether this new thing that they put on the launch mount was related to the outer engines, but let's remember on the previous test, they tested also like the outer engines. It was a 33 engine spin prime test. Elon confirmed that on Twitter. So it seems like it is not fully related, probably. Like it's just something completely new here. So it might be more about what is being tested now. Maybe it's in a more safe configuration now that they have this system in place, but we'll see. Anyways, that's the whole explanation, I guess. I said yesterday, I think it was yesterday, right, on NSF Live, Tim Ellis was talking a lot, and I congratulated the NSF folks for finding someone that speaks a lot more than me. It was amazing, by the way. I enjoyed that interview. You should watch that. It's amazing. Tim Ellis, like, love your guy. It's amazing. He knows so much. But anyways, back to Starship.
Indeed. Well, that was exactly as long of an explanation and detailed, more importantly, as I wanted. So thank you for that. And definitely super cool to see Tim Ellis come on NSF Live. Everybody please check out that episode. I'm super stoked that we were able to do that. Looking at the question queue. Jeremy Glass is...
Hold up, I'm gonna interrupt you there because I think we're seeing some, like, I feel like the oxygen tank on the bottom has
starting to condense a little bit.
Condensation, yeah. Like, I'm doing a little bit of A/B test, and I think, yeah, I'm actually seeing condensation on the bottom of the LOX tank.
Cool. That's what we want to see.
Oh yeah.
It's like a frosty beer can on a hot day. This is a good sign. We want to see
Oh,
them
and
proceed into more testing.
And I believe, I'm not sure if I can see that from the other angles. Let me look. I believe the recondenser is active on the orbital launch tank farm. There you go. There it is.
Perfect. You can see the
recondenser is
recondenser
active.
for the orbital tank farm right there, right in front of that leftmost orbital tank, I guess I could call it.
Yep. That's amazing. And it's actually getting frosty, the liquid oxygen tank. So that's
There we go. So
good news.
moving into
It's
to engine
coming
testing.
together. Woohoo! And it's gonna be super pretty with sunset coming right up here. So perfect timing, SpaceX.
Sunset lighting is best lighting.
Amen to that,
Golden
brother.
James C, thank you, buddy, for the $10 super chat. Yehuda Burger says my ears are freezing due to venting. We might want to get some earmuffs on. Thank you for the support there. Mocha Blat, thank you for the support. They say, I thought outer 20 engines are started by the tower instead of inner engines that start up independently. Can this be related to the new vent? Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Could be. Y-Wing, thank you for the support. They say, is that a big firecracker? Go SpaceX. Hopefully not in big firecracker mode, though. Z-Man Overstreet, thank you for the support. They say, do you think those two small vents under the booster could be those two mystery holes under Super Heavy? It kind of looks like there's three, though. Oh, orbital launch mount
I think...
doing its thing.
Yeah. Again.
Wow.
I think
So-
they refer to the LOX dump vents that they have.
Yeah. Yep. Like, I think they're
We s-
saying, are
yeah.
the two vents on the mount the equivalent of those LOX dump
Oh.
vents on the booster? Which I
Well,
don't think
that's a good
necessarily they
question.
are.
Yeah, it's
maybe.
probably not necessarily the same thing, but it's a good question actually. Yeah, it could well be. Yeah, but we really don't know, right?
Right.
I hope we don't get to see Booster 7 using those dump vents, because the first and only time that we've seen it using them was after the explosion, probably to get rid of that liquid oxygen as soon as possible. But we'll see. I don't want to see, like, if it is only used in like alarming situations. Oh man, I don't want them to be using those today.
Yeah, fair point. Logan Hawkins, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Super appreciate that. And Gabriel Castleberry, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Say hey. Pop into Discord and say hey, Gabriel. I give you one-time revocable permission to @ me while I'm on stream. If you pop into our Discord. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say, why is there a tornado under the table? That was 10 minutes ago, probably talking about venting. Don't worry, it's safe. No one needs to run for their tornado shelters. So ship on the right looks like, it's been detanked and it's kind of stationary, right?
It looks so pretty with that cloud, though.
It does. It really does. And kind of like the glint off the starboard flap there. But yeah, it's so
All of the glints.
ship's basically wrapped up in a steady state, detanked, hanging out. All eyes are on the booster now for more testing, which, by all appearances, we are moving towards. With that methane recondenser on the orbital side on, we are definitely looking like they're putting some commodities into the booster and they're getting ready to move on. Alex, Nick, is there any question in the chat that really piques your interest? Or in the panel?
Let me check here.
Well-
I've been chatting away with
if you want to
some
take a look,
buddies.
I can run a
Yeah.
couple super chats really quick. How about
Absolutely. Go forward with some super chats. Let's get some good questions.
Do it.
Hockey Day? Thank you for the support. They say the venting from the new gray pipe is probably CO2 and nitrogen to suppress any explosions. Oh, that's a fair guess. Weekly dose of spaceflight. Thank you so much. They say thanks NASASpaceflight for your coverage of all things space. I've been watching since SMS and will continue to watch You tell I'm able to enjoy a sunset from near my house. Oh, from my house on Mars. Oh, that's cool. I hope we get to go to Mars. What is SMS? Watching since SMS.
Huh.
Either way, thank you for the support. And last up, Joseph saying, so the outer ring engine started only once on the ground during flight. Only the inner 13 are ever restarted. Yeah, I think that's correct, right? The landing burns will be done with the center engines, not the... Because they need the gimbal anyways, right?
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Cool deal. And Papa Keebs? Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again,
Ooh.
Discord access.
Hey.
Capcom.
Welcome to the Discord.
Is this a friend? Is this friend of the
No.
show, Papa Keebs?
This is not a friend I'm aware of, but now that he's a Capcom member, he is a friend of the show and
All
a
right.
member of the Discord.
Very cool. All right, let's see here.
Someone is
Question
asking
time.
on. Yeah, just because I'm seeing it like a few times. Someone asked on chat whether we know an estimated time for any sort of testing with the booster. This is actually the second time we're seeing like this kind of testing on the booster, so don't expect us to like know what they're gonna do, because it's probably way different than the ship, and especially on a different tank farm and a different launch mount. So yeah, it's all different, and things can be way different too, just because it's a different vehicle, different mount, different everything, right? And also
Yeah, that
this
makes
time
sense.
around, we don't have Adrian around. I think he got a little bit of a headache, so he's probably asleep. But you know, wish him well.
I hope he feels better.
Yeah.
But he'll analyze the data after the fact, and it's basically what it's important to underscore, like you're saying, we don't have a lot of data points with the orbital launch pad, and when with a booster on it, all of our data points, or the vast majority of them, are ship related, but we can extrapolate.
Yeah, and this is sort of how it all started. Like, we just didn't know what's gonna happen, and we just, you know, with the help of Adrian, we just gathered data on what happened.
Well, what's the ooh? What's up?
Hold up. I hear a depress vent. I don't see one yet.
Oh, it's the ship.
There we go.
It's ship.
It's
There
the
we
ship.
go.
The ship is doing the classic F depress.
Press
Yep.
F to depress.
Yeah,
I
although
wouldn't
it
be
doesn't.
surprised if that's on the console somewhere. It's like press F to depress the ship.
That would be really satisfying. Just like gamify operating Starship.
Mhm.
Sorry, you can't launch today. Come back tomorrow for 20 coins and you can launch. Oh God, Michael.
You had to use WASD to launch it and steer it a little bit.
That would be nifty. Let's see here. Oh yeah, questions. Did you guys find any that you wanted to jump into?
Yes. Let's see here. So Philip has asked a question here, asking us, do you think the methane header tank could have been moved to the top of the Starship to help balancing of the ship for re-entry? Now this requires some knowledge about like aircraft lift and thrust,
Center of gravity
weight
and whatnot.
center of.
You're breaking up again.
Other engineering words that I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely not answer this question. Anyone here know about that? Hello? Dang it.
Oh, I think you got better at the end there. Maybe another Starlink satellite handoff. Hopefully you're back now. Say something.
Oh man, we need the Starlink V2
Hello,
going
am I
very
back?
fast.
I am so sorry about this. Yes, we need some more Starlink V2s. Yeah. We need to get more Starlink V2s. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got the gist of what you were saying though, and basically the answer is has something to do with center of gravity and aerodynamics, and I don't think any of us are going to jump in it. We need Thomas on the stream for that, but yeah, it could be. I think the answer is it could have been.
Yeah,
Ed
he's the aerospace guy.
Ed Thompson, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Enjoy your Red Team perks, including emoji and all the behind-the-scenes stuff that we post on the YouTube channel. Here's some star hopper emoji in your honor. Boom. Right in chat. David Graper, thank you for the support. They say thanks for the great coverage as always. And there we go. Those are cleared out. So we saw ship depressed. It's fully depressed. Ship's done for the day, seems like. I mean, I guess they could always start up doing stuff with it again later in the window, but it seems like the focus now is on the booster, and we are moving along with that. I note that the condensation hasn't really grown from just condensation on there, right? Like we haven't seen a frost ring start or the condensation amount grow. Is that correct to say?
Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of weird, but we'll keep watching. You know, this is pure tank watching. As I was saying before, this is sort of how it all started. We just kept watching the test and we tried to find patterns. But I don't think it was until at least SN6 or perhaps SN5, I think it was, when Adrian had like a very prototype kind of countdown sequence that he had back then. But I don't think it was until SN6 when it actually was like very well nailed down. And when they went to SN8, they changed it all again. So we had to take more data, you know, refine. And in the case, when I say we, I actually say Adrian. You know, it's like, but yeah, it's all a matter of watching what happens. And once they do this test a couple of times, start to find any sort of patterns here and there. And like we saw on the ship spin prime test, we saw that vent going up like 10 or 20 seconds before. So, you know, that's one thing that we can write down and be like, hey, this happens this many seconds before the test. So it's an indication that the test is imminent.
Yeah, that was a nifty kind of a new thing to spot, and we'll have to see if we get some more data points if it remains consistent, and if it does, that's super cool. I love the like mystery solving aspect of all this, because so many times there's questions or you have, like, I have questions or you have questions we just don't know the answer to or can't know the answer to because we're not SpaceX. But when we can just use our observations to, like, you know, see if there's patterns, see if there's trends, see what means what, it's, I don't know, it's endlessly satisfying to me. So
yeah. We actually have someone in chat, Burnt Bananas. That's funny. They asked, did the recondenser come on for the previous booster spin prime test? That was actually, I was quite puzzling, because we didn't see the recondenser come on for that one, and that actually kind of threw us off because we thought that they weren't loading any methane. So yeah, I'm not fully sure of what was the deal back then, but it did seem kind of weird because they were obviously having methane inside the booster, and now the methane recondenser is active, but we're not seeing any loading. So it's like, what's the whole deal here, right? And yeah, we still see that sort of condensation going on. It seems like it might have gone back to just not have anything. Like I'm doing some kind of A/B test from 20 minutes ago or thereabouts. It didn't have anything. 10 minutes ago, it was like some kind of condensation, and then now it's without condensation. So now I don't know what to think.
Is the recondenser still on? Can we get a different angle here real quick?
I'm looking at the other cameras, and I believe it is still on. There you go.
On. And if you want all the angles at all times, don't forget, we have Starbase Live 24/7. You can have two screens open with two different streams and have all the angles we have.
Top right screen is this camera.
Nice. Wow, that looks gorgeous.
It is, with a glint and everything, the glare.
That barrel glint, though. That lens flare, I love it. I'm sorry, I'm geeking out about all our views. We're getting into like golden hour territory, and I'm just excited for the sunset testing, classic tank watching. Any other, Alex, did you have a question you wanted to pull out and an answer? Or Nick, if you have another one you wanted to jump into? I'm looking at the queue here, seeing if there's anything I fancy. Java Man is asking, is a flamethrower a rapidly reusable Rofi? I would say yes.
Ooh.
Gosh, this just looks awesome. You know what else is awesome? We have metal prints in the store.
Ooh.
Similarly gorgeous shot as well.
Yeah, we have shots from you, Nick. We have shots from Mary. You can see that crazy, insane sunrise from the other day.
Oh my gosh, that sunrise was gorgeous. Ugh.
Yeah, it's absolutely... I can't believe that's
Look
like
at
a real
that.
photo. It's a real photo.
Out of
It's
this
not-
world is so true.
And there's a rollout shot. That's from you, right?
Yep, that's mine.
Nice
Whoa.
work.
Hey, look at that watch tan line. I had no idea that this was going to be... I thought this was just for the team to see what the packaging all looked like.
No,
but
nobody told you?
look at my watch tan line. Well, I after we recorded it, they're like, "Hey, can we use this on the?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, fine." But like, look at my watch tan line. My goodness, I need to switch my watch around or something.
And it's a man that's dedicated to wearing his Apple Watch. Anyways,
Amen.
metal prints. They mount on the wall with magnets. They're super easy to hang. You don't have to mess with a frame, and they look really, really good. I think you can attest to that,
Hey,
right?
so
Sure can.
Nick,
Look at those.
I want to make you a question. When we can have this kind of proof the merge thing with things like the Starbase merch that we had? Because
Oh,
I
what do you
think
mean?
that was
Like-
gorgeous. The blue shirts and everything. Because I mean
Yeah.
that was gorgeous.
Yeah, see, the problem is if I were to try to demo any kind of merch that we have, I'm pretty sure it would dissuade people from wanting to buy it. So we should probably
on.
just not even worry about that.
So yeah, hop into our store. You can grab a metal print. That would be awesome. It really helps support what we do. And we just
Hey, but
put
you
in
know
that-
what
we
is
just put
cool
in
to
the,
me
the
at
shot from
least?
Steven of the Atlas launch at sunset, which was really gorgeous. I wanted to call that out specifically as well. We're not looking at it anymore, but it was there. Go back or go to the store
Yeah.
right now and take a look at it because it's such a gorgeous picture.
I'm
What were you
gonna
say,
make a
Alex?
thing to I'm gonna make a thing to the chat for those that are viewing us. If you have merch, tag me on Twitter and I'll retweet it. What about that?
Oh, that's cool.
Show it.
Show your show your merch.
Show your
Show
merch.
that
And
merch.
my Twitter is @AlexPhysics13. So there you go. Tag me and we'll show it. Not here, but like I'll retweet it and everything and see. Whoa, hey, it's cool. Best models are the people that buy, right? It's like, there you go.
Indeed. Oh, I'm turning into Chris G.
Indeed.
Do we? Spencer G's asking about the oil rigs that they purchased. So there's nothing to catch them out in the middle of the ocean yet, but didn't they purchase the oil rigs to make floating launch mounts? Or floating landing pads, like giant versions of their current drone ships, perhaps? Who knows? I don't even know if SpaceX knows. But if you want to keep up on the oil rigs in particular, I'll throw this link in chat. It's our forum thread for the oil rigs. So yeah, the forum exists. It's a thing also. Go check it out. If you want to know more about the current state of Phobos and Deimos, there's a link for you. All right, Booster 7. What are we gonna? I'm talking to the booster now. What are we gonna get into today? What do you what do you want to do? You want to go Taco Bell, get some quesadillas? We're gonna go like down to the beach. What's the haps? I don't know. What do you guys think we're gonna see next? Any guesses? Anyone want to throw a shot in the dark or predict what we're going to see next? Maybe, I mean, it could be nothing, right?
Well-
We could see the testing wrap up for the day, or we could see the window extended to 2 a.m. like we talked about earlier. Who knows? Nick, go ahead.
My vote would be something really exciting and really flamey, but also really safe. So that is the top priority. It needs to be safe. We need to not have more
safe
issues.
and flamey.
Safe and flamey. And maybe that's my new tagline. Tim has his flamey ends, and Jack, you have more testing, more better. I'm safe and flamey.
Safe and flamey good. Safe and flamey good. I'm on board. Alex, what do you think?
Ooh.
I think in hindsight, like the venting that we saw was pretty obviously a depress vent. Now that there's no more condensation on the thing, and it's kind of just sitting there, static, inactive. But I mean, things could start up again, right?
Yeah, and you know the recondenser is still active, so there's always hope, as long as the tank form is active. But you know, speaking of the tank form as a whole, while the recondenser is active, and we also see the other hope vent sort of like the nickname that it has.
Yep.
The rest of
Like
the
right
tank
there in
farm
between
is
the in between the legs of the mount, right? That one.
yeah. The rest of the tank farm is kind of disappointing. Previously, it was like this whole, you know, whatever cloud of vapors and everything, and now it's like, yeah, it's maybe, you know, little bit of fog, like a little bit, but not much.
Yeah,
It's
all
kind
of
of
the
disappointing.
ground vapors are kind of like it's dissipated a little bit. I mean, is that
Yeah.
just from all the GSE lines and stuff that are running to and fro, frosting up and getting really cold? Like there, you can see right above the lower third there.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure what's the reason why it died down this way, but I'm not liking it. Oh,
Whoop,
you
there goes
know,
the launch mount again.
well,
It heard you.
again. Probably was like, oh, Alex is disappointed. I'm gonna vent,
I
but
want to
I'm
see
not gonna do
more.
anything.
I want to see more of those of the launch mount vents on this side. They look gorgeous. Boop boop boop. Christopher, thank you for becoming a pad rat. Enjoy your member perks. Thank you so much. Definitely use the emoji liberally. Sorry, chat mods. Here is a Mars emoji a whole bunch of times just because I can do that. And now you can too, except not too many times. Bob Alexander, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Jump into the Discord and say hey. And Matt Hicks, thank you for the $2. They say old school tank watching. It's what it feels like, right?
Yes, that is exactly what it is. Although this is almost
Totally.
like seeing double, because we did already have a whole, what we would have regularly considered a complete day of testing with 2 spin primes on Ship 24. So it's kind of cool. We're getting like a little bonus section here with Booster 7, and perhaps this will become more common as we have more ships coming down the line and more testing that needs to get done.
Chat mods are mad at me because I said you can post a lot of Mars. I'm so sorry, chat mods. Jim Cavett, thanks for the support. That's a nice view.
This is an accurate statement, Jack. That is a very beautiful view.
Looking for some more questions. What else do we got here? Mr. Non-Air says mock diamond lens flare. I like it. That's kind of what that shot from the other camera looked like.
Yeah.
This shot really gives you a sense of scale of all of this stuff. I mean, you can see Starhopper right there. It's a tiny little Starhopper on the right. And we've got the entire orbital launch complex just like dwarfing it. Super cool. Nick, what in all of Starbase, what is like every day, you know, you hear different sounds, machinery clanking around and whatnot. Do you have like a favorite? What's your favorite Starbase sound?
Well, it's probably the pad clear sound, which isn't something we
like
hear every day.
The alert or whatever?
Not the PA alert. The PA alert's pretty good too, but there's the pad clear sound, which avid SBL viewers will know very well. It's the chime that they play. It basically sounds like you're about to die. It's like, but it makes it in like 3 different octaves, and so it like resonates really weird. And it feels like very much like you're about to die if you can hear that. And so that's probably my favorite sound around Starbase. Followed secondly by the grackle sounds, which just wreck all of the video audio. As a video editor, I'm sure you know all about that, Jack. Those grackles.
The cars are more of a pain than the grackles. I'm kind of partial to the grackles, but they do have kind of a crazy chirp, right? Those are the ones that sound like the old 90s, like electric toy gun that made like pew pew sounds.
Yeah, pretty much. I have no idea what 90s toy gun you're talking about, but I'm gonna agree with that.
I don't know. It's like crappy little toy gun toys. I don't know. They make like a weird like pew pew. I don't know how to describe it. It's a specific sound effect from the. Anyways, moving on. Radical Isotope bringing up something we were talking about a while ago about Boca having a crew access arm on the tower. and they're saying they bet it will never have a crew access arm because of limited inclinations available from Boca Chica, which I guess is fair. That makes sense. We can still dream.
I want to dream.
I mean, with enough delta V and refueling, you can launch to an inclination that's not what you want, and then plane change, right? Not a big deal. Not the end of the world.
It's a little bit of a dog leg.
Yeah, it's a little, a little dog leg. No big
Itsy
deal.
bitsy. Itsy bitsy
Yeah,
little dog leg.
Little dog leg. Orbital launch mount doing its thing. Methane recondenser still on. Booster not frosty. And that is about where we're at. Ship did 2 spin primes and then shut down for the day, seems like. Depress and everything. Now it's all eyes on the booster. Which we get a nice sunset test. I'm pleased. I'm pleased about this.
We're less than 2.5 hours to the ending of the window, and yet we haven't seen any extension. So,
Yeah, and they've gone through the end of the window without extending it before. So hard to say, what's going to happen road closure wise, but we will be live until it's obvious nothing cool is going to happen.
like literally cool.
Or hot. Either.
Yeah.
Gus F is asking, do you think that it's possible that robotics in general could be utilized to unpack and build up a Martian habitat before humans land on Mars? Yes.
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 Alex,
there is
Alex said it as if he was Mr. Burns, which is perfect. Yes. It's like my favorite GIF ever. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. And even just the extent of flying a ship and landing it, and then landing the, first crewed ship next to one that's already landed, kind of thing. I don't know if you want to call that robotics, but the ship would be uncrewed. Like, anything you can do to mitigate risk for the humans that you're sending is a good thing, and robots could certainly be a part of that. Well, I'm just looking at this plume from the orbital launch mount.
Same. Kind of wishing I set up like a long exposure, like real stopped down, but long exposure shot with like this beautiful orange vent color just kind of streaking around. That would have been pretty.
Yeah, that'd be gorgeous. Makes me want a creamsicle. Not to diverge back over onto onto food talk again. Code Designs with an interesting question. Are there contingencies built in to the chopsticks to save the booster if the hydraulics fail? I mean, that's an interesting question because we did see that hydraulics failure the other day. And I remember one of my first thoughts when that happened was, boy, I'm glad that happened before they lifted the booster. What do we think? Do we think that there's built-in contingencies or like fail-safes or like some kind of stop that, pops out and stops the whole thing from going awry? Or I don't think we've seen anything like that, but it wouldn't surprise me if they add them or if they don't already have them. Go ahead, Nick.
The great thing about the current setup is the chopstick arms are connected into a pin on the Starship and then also on the booster. So if that hydraulic failure would have happened while the booster was in the air suspended by the chopsticks, I think they would have just lost their ability to pivot over. And perhaps not even lost their ability. I'm sure the other arm that was not broken might have been able to do some of the pivoting action, but it's also possible that the hydraulic systems were linked and then they lost pressure on both sides. But I don't know that to be true either way. However, I don't think it would have just fallen from the sky. I don't think that would have resulted in a loss of vehicle at all.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make. But then my immediate follow-up question, that would have held itself together. And I bet they could have even thrown it in like the chopsticks equivalent of neutral, and then maybe thrown some lines on the bottom and like tugged it over brute force style if they had to.
True.
But
True.
but now I'm thinking specifically about a failure involving not the hydraulics, but the whole block and cable. Like I wanted to call them ropes, but they're definitely not ropes.
Yeah.
The like the lifting mechanism. If that failed, I wonder if there's some kind of like like an elevator has a thing where that'll pop out and stop the thing from falling all the way down the shaft. It would make sense, right?
Yeah, I don't know either way for sure, but I would imagine they've thought about this because it has to be at least somewhat likely, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so because they literally have to do rocket science, and it doesn't seem like it's that complicated. So if they can do rockets, they should be able to do fail-safe tower, but who knows?
Well, this
Good
is
question,
SpaceX.
though. Good question.
Something
Go ahead.
something that I do wonder, just looking at the setup right now, is whether the hydraulics that were lost for the arms are also linked to the QD arm. Because in the 3 days that have passed since then, the QD arm has been in the same place. I don't think it has moved from the place it was moved to. Like, it was retracted prior to Booster 7 moving to the pad, because I think back then the idea was that they will be stacking Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount with the chopsticks. But since the hydraulic failure happened, then they weren't able to do that. But the arm hasn't really moved, or at least I haven't seen anything about them moving the QD arm since then. So I now wonder if the whole hydraulic system got compromised, or if there's some kind of link in between them. Like, what's the sort of deal here? Like, it's yeah, you see them, you see it right there. It's retracted. It will be right now. If it were pulled against the tower, it will be right now like sort of eclipsed by the booster. Eclipse of the QD arm.
Total eclipse of the QD arm.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of wondering about that, just because they haven't moved it, and they always usually move it right away, but now they haven't. So
Yeah, it makes
yep.
sense. It's a good question if they're linked or the two systems are linked or both arms or what have you or not. Andrew M is asking a really big question. Which vehicle is your favorite? I'm going to limit this to Starship vehicles, as I assume the intention was.
Andrew,
But,
that kind of question. No, I mean,
okay, that means you have to go
Oh,
first,
jeez.
Alex. Which is your favorite Starship?
I know, Andrew.
vehicle?
Oh jeez, which vehicle is my favorite?
Come on.
I can't do this kind of questions.
Well, you have to. You're on. This is what we do. We're sitting around for hours waiting for testing to happen. This is what we do.
And people put us on the hard questions, right?
What do you got? What's your favorite?
I'm gonna say for ships, S8. Okay. More venting. There you go.
The booster was like, "What? I'm not your favorite."
Okay, so for ships, I'll say S8, just because of the expectations versus what it actually did.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, for boosters, it's so hard because booster 1 got caught. Like there was like this ring that was caught from it.
I still can't
Booster
believe
2
that
was a
happened.
test. Yeah, Booster 2 was a test tank. Booster 3, like that's actually the only one that has done a static fire test.
Done anything?
But it
Yeah.
but it was also kind of cheating. It was in the suborbital pads and suborbital pad A. So cheater. It's a cheater booster. Booster 4 was sort of the illusion that they're gonna go to orbit, and it was like, well, no, they are not going to orbit with this one. Booster 5 got scrapped. Booster 6 was yet another test tank. Like, man, and Booster 7 is nowhere near what I would call my favorite booster. But so far, it's probably done more on the OLM than any other previous boosters. So I'm not gonna say it's my favorite, but it's probably better than the previous ones. We'll see Booster 8, how it behaves.
I think you answered the question appropriately. You said you couldn't do these types of questions. I think you gave a very good answer, and your answer was SN8. So there, it's in your face. You answered it good.
I'm partial to Ship 20. Come on, guys.
Ship 20? Yeah.
Ship 20 has had the most pictures taken of it. I mean, no
Ship
other
20
Starship is even close to
is
comparing to Ship 20's
super cool.
amazingness.
Give
Yeah,
Ship
no disagreements
24
there.
a couple of rods from Booster 7, and we'll talk.
Ship 20. Ship 24 is like really gorgeous though, with the livery on there, and the 5
Livery?
diamonds or
The
whatever
what?
they are.
What did you just
Livery,
call that?
Livery,
A
whatever, I
livery.
don't know.
Yeah.
Livery.
Thank you.
That's a
Livery. Come on,
California
guys.
thing, probably.
Oh
From
god,
the West
I hate myself.
Coast. Come on.
Busted.
Them Californians.
I've been busted.
I say as I'm also a Californian.
Got him.
But Ship 24. Hear
Someone
me out,
asks,
looks really cool.
which vehicle do you hate?
No, well, we haven't finished the like yet.
Okay, we'll do that later.
My favorite. Starhopper's my
We'll
favorite.
do that later.
Which vehicle do you hate? I hate SN9.
Oof.
I hate ASN11.
Do we have
Do I have
venting
to go?
coming from
Do
the
I
Where
have
are
to
you
go?
trying to point at, Michael?
I feel like there might be some venting coming from the engines.
Or maybe he's doing a tour.
Or maybe we're just looking around.
Okay.
Well,
I'll tilt up.
which one did you hate, Nick? Did you have an answer ready to go? I also hate
do
SN11 because we couldn't see it. But it's not really its fault, but I'll take my anger out on it still. What's yours?
Well, if I had to pick a rocket that I hate, it would be one that doesn't exist because I love all rockets equally.
Nice. Alex,
Look at the glow.
Did you have one that you hated?
Well, apart from SN11 boosters, I think I hate BN1. Like the first one.
Why do you
Okay.
got its bottom ring cut off? Why would you hate it? That's so mean.
Okay,
was
so
just
hold up,
trying to
because
be a good
Michael is
booster.
explaining why he's doing this. He's checking,
He's checking
for
for frost lines.
And yeah, we're not seeing any frost.
It's a good looking booster.
Yep.
I know it's been through
It
a lot,
is.
but that's a good looking booster.
It's funny that you can see the inner baffles, like the slush baffles, where they are welded to the walls of the tank. It's baffling, right? Okay.
Stop it. Stop it.
The GIF, right? With a guy with a stop sign.
Super
That was-
zoom.
Wow.
Whip pan.
Whip pan. Is it a pan or a tilt there, Jack? I feel like that
It
was
was like
more
a
of
tilt.
a tilt.
It was like a tilt and a
It's a
you
whip
know,
tilt.
it was a whip tilt. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the correction there.
You're welcome.
Need
I
an
correct
effect
myself
there.
every time I do a tilt, and I think, oh, I'm going to do a pan. I'm like, no. If Jack could hear my brain right now, he would say, it's a tilt, not a pan. So
Yep.
there you go. You now live rent-free in my brain. Congratulations.
You're welcome. Let's see here. A cat that speaks Japanese, well, that's an interesting name, says if the orbital launch mount is required to prime the booster engines, how would they relight for boost back and landing? That's what we've talked about this a little bit back and forth. The center engines can relight, the outer engines can't, right?
I think so. I can't remember what the latest is, but I know with Booster 4, the plan was to only have the center ones relight, but I don't know what the latest on BB7 is.
Yeah, I mean, that could always change, but so far that's, I think, the dominant thinking, and it makes sense.
Yeah. The difference is just the source. You just the outers get it from the QDs individually, and the inners get it from the main. It's like rerouted inside to each engine and everything. It's kind of simple, right? But then that same rerouting is used for all the internal vehicle assets. Let's put it that way. You know, all the COBDs and everything that contain the gases, oxygen, gases, methane for the igniters, and the helium for the spin up needed for the pumps. So yeah, it's sort of like that. When you are on the ground, you use what the ground gives you. It makes sense, right? It makes total sense.
It's free weight.
Yeah, right. And you don't have to carry extra COPVs or anything. And once you are in flight, then you only carry the COPVs needed for that particular relight sequence, for both boost back burn and landing burn. Remember, for super heavy, there's no re-entry burn. So there you go.
No re-entry burn because it's the most metal of rockets.
Haha, haha, haha.
I'm definitely excited to see one come back and be all, I don't want to say damaged. I guess just changed from the heat of re-entry. It's going to be super cool to see. Yeah, charred, sooty, whatever you want to call it. When
Also
did you say sunset was, Nick? 8:15?
8:15 sharp, which will be in
Excellent.
approximately 23 minutes.
Hooray.
And we're definitely into the most beautiful part of the sunset. It's right before the sun dips down. But it gets really pretty. And obviously a little bit after too. But.
Well, I am all for sunset testing. So sign me up.
Safe.
I'm here.
Okay, so someone, RTFox76 says, no, the most metal of rockets remains Delta for Heavy because it sets itself on fire before launch. I have one thing to say. Booster 7 exploded itself before even a launch at all. So, I mean, that's one up over Delta for Heavy, I must say. But what do you think, Jack?
I mean, Delta Heavy
I know
is
Jack
currently the most metal, but
Okay.
I don't know. I think what I would say is let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what Starship does. Just waiting for more booster testing.
Someone is asking, what have I missed? Do you feel like answering that question? Because I feel like I've answered that question a couple of times before.
You have
Now it's your
answered
time.
that question. It's my turn.
Yep.
So currently we are sitting here watching Booster 7 get frosty and venti and hopefully flamey, maybe, question mark, we don't know. We're speculating on the flamey part, but we're just sitting watching it. It's going to do something. Previously, we have seen the Starship Ship 24 do 2 pre-burner tests, which are, wait, spin prime? Spin prime. Not pre-burner. Wait, which one? Oh gosh, now I'm confused.
Spin prime.
Spin prime.
Spin prime,
Jinx,
thank
show me
you.
a Coke.
Okay, I needed to phone a friend on that one. Spin prime, 2 spin prime tests, separated by about 50 minutes away from each other. And Ship 20 has since completed a complete depress and it's looking like it is going to go to bed early tonight and enjoy the rest of its evening with the sunset and turn in early, as Booster 7 will be burning the midnight oil and possibly the midnight methane, depending on how late this road closure goes. It's currently scheduled for 10 p.m. to end at 10 p.m., but we have seen in the past SpaceX extend those closures even as early as 2 a.m. Into the morning to give them some more time to test. However, we do not know if they will extend it tonight, but we are sitting here waiting. That's basically what you've missed, I think. Fact check.
I think that was
stamp
a
it approval.
good one.
Stamp of approval.
Yeah. Sagrix says, most metal rocket is all of them since they are all made of metal. I disagree. Electron is made of composites. There you go.
Yeah, and Starship is like all metal. There's no other. Just no. Yeah, I like it.
Well, what are those heat tiles? They're not metal. Come on, Jack. Jeez. It's
they're
not all
ceramic.
metal. There's
I mean,
like a
the
paint.
The structure of it. There's no composites involved. There's no like.
There's some Inconel. You know, the COPVs are composites. My gosh,
Inconel's
Jack.
metal. Inconel's metal.
It is?
I thought Inconel's metal.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a metal.
I'm not smart enough to know the difference.
Yeah, Inconel is it's an alloy of, I want to say, nope, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it ink and an L?
Yeah, Inconel.
Come on,
so
Nick.
Bad. It's so bad.
He's piling
I
in
hate it and I
on
love
top
it, and
of
I
all
hate how much
the-
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see, what else do we have here? The real Legostein is asking how long the closure, or when does the closure end? It goes till 10 o'clock local, so 2 hours left in the window, unless they extend it, which they totally can.
There's TJ ever says, will NASA spaceflight have cameras on Mars to cover Starbase Mars construction? I think that's something that we have to ask DAS about, right?
I already know what his answer would be. It would be absolutely if we get enough support, he'll do it. He'll put a camera anywhere with enough help.
Budget.
And I'll be happy to install it for you, Das. I will be happy to install it for you.
And go clean the lenses and everything.
Yeah, Nick, we're gonna need you to go on a 8-month one-way trip to clean some lenses, and then you're gonna have to wait there for 2 years cleaning lenses, and then you're gonna have to come back.
Hey, I actually won't even need to send me back. I just need a one-way ticket. That's all.
Nice. We'll see. We'll see what we can do here in the coming years. Good question though. Here's one I definitely don't know the answer to, but I'm hoping maybe Alex does. Ianner is asking how many Raptor engines can fail on launch and still have it achieve orbit. I don't know about achieve orbit, but we could probably do some math and figure out, oh, they could lose this many on launch and still have enough, a positive thrust to weight ratio. Oh, can you imagine a full stack doing a Astra power slide?
Ooh, gosh. Let's just not. I've purposefully not imagined such things.
Imagine
I don't want to jinx it.
Imagine it.
No.
And Astra's rocket burned a little bit of grass when they did the slide thing. I don't want to think about what things this thing could burn if it were to do that. No. Especially in the place that it is located.
Of course, Gabriel says depends on the payload, which makes sense. I was more thinking like for the orbital test flight, if things go immediately awry rather than later awry. But yeah. Gonna look for some more questions. Alex, feel free to keep grabbing some if you see anything that catches your interest.
Hold up, because I think this thing is not working for me. I'm trying to add questions to the queue. There we go. There was one from It's Alleged. I think its name. They say, do you all see that Google Maps imagery is updated for the Starbase? And you know what? We actually kind of knew that like a week ahead of time because of Harry. So we have one of our friends, I don't know if he's Harry Stranger. He's our eyes in the sky, but more like in space, so to speak, from the satellites, the observation satellites that he usually goes through all the imagery and everything. And he pointed out that apparently Google Earth Pro or something like that, like one of these Google things that they have, had updated imagery. So that meant that Google Maps was going to have updated imagery within a week or two, and it actually happened. And I think that happened around late May, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it's being a little wild, but I recommend you, if you can, follow Harry Stranger on Twitter. And yeah, that's amazing.
Harry's the best.
Yep.
You're the best, Harry. I'm always down. Anytime I want to do a Harry plug, he has the coolest satellite imagery always, and is super cool anyways. I'm like resisting the urge to make an Australia joke.
He's very down to earth, but more like down there, right?
Yeah, because he's down under. I get it. I get the joke. Joke acknowledged.
Yeah, okay. I tried too hard, but it didn't work.
It's Alleged says Inconel is a registered trademark of Special Metals Corporation for a family of austenitic nickel
he's in
chromium-based
chat, by the way.
superalloys.
I didn't realize it's too late that he's already awake. It's so late that he's already awake. Okay, sorry for interrupting you.
Oh no, you're fine. What's up, Harry? Yeah, we're just waiting. We're just hanging out. We're waiting for the booster to start testing more, or either that or the road to open and testing to be done for the night. But one way or the other, we're hanging out and waiting to see what happens next. Everyday Space Nerd's asking, why do you think they've done so many spin primes but no pre-burner yet? What is the thinking here? I mean, to me, it's just a matter of they want to get as many tests and as much data in their, I don't know, to match their models. I don't know. I really hard to say, but they'll do it when they're ready. I think is my short answer. Nick, what do you think? How come so many spin primes and no preburner yet?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's a lot more fun to spin things than to burn things, I think. And so they just keep spinning them around instead of burning them.
Hard disagree.
No,
it's way more fun to burn things.
I guess we'll have to talk to Elon about that. No, I think it's just good, as Jack tends to say on occasion, once or twice on a stream, more data, more better. So I think any kind of data they can pick up on a lower risk test is probably a good thing. These spin prime tests have it's not a non-zero chance of catastrophic engine failure, but it's a lot less of a risk than lighting it on fire. So if they can get any data out of these tests on the engine startup sequence, what we don't see is how complicated it is to start up a rocket engine. With the F1 engine back with the Apollo days, it was super complicated to start one of those up. There's like somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2,000 individual tasks that needed to happen in time to start up one of those engines successfully. And I'm sure it's something similar with Starship and with the Raptor engine. So any kind of data they can get on proper ignition setups that are not just on the test stand. The test stand itself provides a lot of the test stands up in McGregor. They provide a lot of support to the engine that it might not have here on the pad. So it's good to do vehicle integration testing, and this is part of it. Doing those spin prime tests. Yes, I would love more flames, but one day they will come.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I'm never going to disagree with more data, more better.
Hey. Also, shout out to the sunset. My goodness.
Shout out to the only star within 4.2 light years.
The Taubman? The Tuba Man. Thank you for the support there. They say, long-time viewer here. I remember watching Mary's daily update videos last year where they were slowly but steadily building the pad and tower. To see Booster 7 sitting there on the pad is absolutely unreal. I think that's fair to say.
Ah, jeez. You know what that reminds me of?
It's been a long time coming. What does it remind you of?
The labels with the launch mount work continues or something.
Yeah, work on the orbital launch mount continues. I know.
Yeah.
I know. Josh Goldman, thank you for the support. They say, thanks for all the awesome coverage. Bob Fillmore, thank you for the support. They say, thanks to the whole NSF team. We wish we had you for Apollo. I wish I was alive for Apollo, but then I would be like, not going to live probably to see Mars, maybe? I don't know. It depends. Depends on how optimistic you are, but it's like, pick one. Can't live forever. But thank you. It would have been cool if I could have seen, or any of us could have seen and covered a 7.5 launch. Roseanne DeVasto, thank you for the support. Andrew Skelly, thank you. They say, can we start calling Ship 24 Lieutenant Dan because it's got no legs? That's pretty funny. Good joke reference. Christopher Mugalia, thank you for the support. They say, let's go Booster 7 spin up. Yes, let's all cheer on Booster 7 so it actually spins up. Ryan Weber, what's up, man? With the Harry fan club. I think we're all in that club. Inigo Martinez Rubio, thanks for the support. Says, try to say my name, not Alex. Inigo Martinez Rubio. Hopefully I did not butcher your name. Roseanne, again, thanks Roseanne, says, Booster 7, I'm probably a day late and $1 short, but is this the booster that exploded? Yes. Well, I don't think the booster exploded. It more like caused an explosion to happen near it or next to it.
An anomaly happened.
Well, there was an observation. Rab Muhammad, thanks for the support. They say, did SpaceX implement the sparklers, similar to Delta 4? Those are called the Rofies, right? I don't think we haven't seen any sparking yet. Who knows? Maybe they'll install sparklers on the orbital launch mount, but remains to be seen. Were you going to say something, Alex?
No, I was agreeing with that. We haven't really seen anything.
I mean, they also haven't really done static fire testing with the booster, or
Yeah.
this is the first time they've been doing a spin prime with the booster since the anomaly. So, maybe we'll see sparklers start up, but I think we probably would have caught them being installed. Or maybe we will in the future. Never say never, right? James Juries, thanks for the support. Saying segment 6 rolling at the Cape. Yep, we know. I think booster's a little bit more exciting, but that's what we're watching right now. Let me see some more questions, and thank you everybody for the super chats and the support. We really super duper appreciate it. Stuart Young saying they were alive for Apollo, and they hope to live for another 30 years. Absolutely, Stuart. My sense of time is skewed and awful. If we're not on Mars in the next 30 years, I'm going to be an extremely sad panda. Also, surprised panda.
Did you say panda?
I did say panda.
Like the burgers?
I don't. It's a yeah. No, not like the burgers. Luca is asking about a frost line on the LOX tank of the booster. Are we seeing? I mean, no. There's no frost line.
I didn't see. No, I didn't see anything either.
Nope. So there's your answer, Luca. No, not yet. Hopefully soon. That is like the most distracting thing you possibly could have said to me, Alex. Chris Hipster in chat says, panda burger. It's terrible. All right, cool. Well, I think with that, we will continue staking things out here. But Nick, am I tapping you out?
Unfortunately, you are, ladies and gentlemen. I wasn't expecting to be streaming so long today. I did not bring a laptop charger. We're currently sitting at 5% on the old MacBook Pro, so I'm probably going to have to say adieu before
You gotta get that M2.
we get to zero.
You gotta get the M2.
I already have the M1. I don't need the M2. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm just pulling your chain.
Right.
Cool. Well, thanks for joining us, man, and we'll see you again soon.
And happy tank watching. Bye.
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 And tapping in for Nick is Mr. Ian Atkinson, who was on the stream earlier. What's up, Ian?
Hey, this place feels familiar. Looks like some stuff has happened today. Hopefully we see a little bit more later on, too.
You sound kind of like distant or maybe echoey? Maybe just quiet. But we'll get that sorted out. But welcome back, Ian. If like I always say, if you see any questions in the queue here that pique your interest, feel free to jump right in.
How are we sounding now?
Louder.
Good.
Yeah, I'd say that's better.
Okay.
Leet Dan in chat says, "Holy crap, a talking pineapple."
They're a little rare, but they're out there.
There are dozens of us. Let's see. You see any questions that you want to jump into, Ian? If you need a recap of what's been going on, we can give it to you. The short answer is 2 spin primes on ship spooled down, waiting on booster.
Yeah, I was actually watching before dinner. You got a double header booster static fire. I wish.
No.
Double header ship spin prime. I had a booster static fire, literally the exact opposite of a ship spin prime.
Yep, and that's basically where we're at. Hopefully we get a double header and ends up not just being like a single header and a fake out. I don't know. I guess it's still a double header because they're doing something with both at once, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it isn't a double header anymore. The ship's kind of calmed down for the night.
It's all quiet and peaceful now. A lot of venting from the OLM. The tank farm seems to be very quiet. So.
Yeah, is the recondenser still going, or has that stopped?
Oh, let me look at SPL, because I believe we have many more views. Yeah, it's offline. Okay. Like, it seems like the whole tank farm, I believe we have another view where, at least on SPL, there's one view where we have like a lot of venting going on, but that's mostly going to the roadside. And I'm not fully sure if that's because of now. There you go. That's the,
Hey, yeah,
that's the
that's
view.
picked up. It's picked up quite a
Wow.
bit.
Yeah. But I'm not fully sure if that's because of most of that already being there before, or just because it's being picking up. Like, I'm not fully sure. Like, the other side of the tank farm is just inert.
Yeah, that's interesting though. It is a change from what we were seeing earlier,
Well,
and sort of back to where we started for the day.
yep.
Cool.
Back to square one.
Gotcha. And yeah, maybe it was an abort like we saw earlier.
I mean, that could have been an abort, and we're like starting to spool back up again. Hopefully, question mark, please.
Yeah,
Pretty
hopefully,
please.
yeah.
Spacing out.
Oh, little
Thanks for the support. They say beer, bacon, or boosters. Do we have to choose? I don't want to choose.
Ship 24 doing more deep press.
Oh, look at that.
I think Ship 24 was like, oh, that tank farm situation is depressing. Well, you know what? I'm depressing too.
Yeah, Ship's like, hey, it is a doubleheader. It is a doubleheader. Look at me go.
I'm still here.
Let's see here. Yehuda Burger again. Thank you again for the support. They say, you think it would be a good idea to test the catching arms with a Falcon 9 catch attempt since it's cheaper and predictable? No.
Nope.
I mean,
No, it doesn't even have the same hardware for catching,
Yeah,
so no.
so many reasons. What are you going to do with a Falcon 9 now that it's in Boca Chica? You're going to have to like somehow truck it out of there back to McGregor and then elsewhere? It's just so many things.
I mean, you could track it. The problem I think here is more launching it. Like, it's probably the opposite problem from Starship. You can probably launch a Starship from here, tracking it and like shipping it and whatever. It's sort of the complication. It's not impossible, but you can have many complications. With Falcon 9, it's sort of the opposite. You can probably track it in, and you know, unless there's some kind of low bridge, you know, then you can track it. You can track it easily, but yeah, the problem will be to launch it from here. You will need new accommodations for RP1 and like a new launch mount, all the whole thing. Yeah, it's not easy, and also modifications to the booster to be able to be catch. So yeah, to be caught. English.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, it just doesn't have the hardware to be caught. I don't even know if the chopstick arms can pinch down to the, because what is the size of Falcon 9, or like what is the diameter?
Oh, go ahead, Alex. You're the expert here. I should not be talking.
12 feet or 3.66 meters.
Okay, yeah,
So,
I don't. Yeah, I assume the chopsticks can't even pinch that tight. So, good question though, and thank you for the support.
By the way, you don't need a hover to be able to land on the chopsticks. I'm seeing already comments about hovering the booster. You don't need a hover for that.
Just like a slow descent, right?
Yep. It's just the same. Like, it's just the same as landing a Falcon 9. Instead of the landing legs being on the bottom, you have them on the top, and they are like two stubby things, and that's pretty much it. You don't need a hover for doing that. They're already doing that with Falcon 9.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With very great precision, by the way.
Oh, I cannot wait to see the first tower catch. It's gonna be so cool.
That's gonna be great to see. Yeah. And I'm wondering if they're gonna have the what is it called? The chopsticks slightly open, and then they close on the booster as the booster's coming in, or if they'll be fully closed and the booster has to thread between them. I'm excited to see what is gonna happen.
In my head, they like start closing as the bottom of the booster passes through them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, yeah, it's one of those questions. It's like you can see all the renders all day, but until it actually happens in real life. I remember, it just makes me think back to, we were talking a little while ago about serial number 8, and Alex, you said the expectations versus what actually happened with serial number 8 were so off, and it was so wild. I kind of wonder if we'll get a similar thing happen when a booster finally does land in the chopsticks. If it'll be just sort of way different than what we were expecting.
I remember with like SN8, I was watching it on my TV, and so it started off with 3 engines, and then it shut down one of the engines, and I'm like, oh no, an engine just failed. And then the second Raptor shut down, so it's back onto just one Raptor. And I'm like, my first thought in my head was literally, this thing is falling apart. Because
Yeah,
we didn't have an idea what the flight profile would be like. For all we know, we thought it would have been like 2 minutes of 3 Raptors shut down and just coast straight up, and then it flips over and then comes back down. That's what
Yeah,
I
I mean,
was.
Yeah.
before it launched, we were asking, is it going to go supersonic? At what point does it go supersonic? Things like I don't think any of us expected like a slow and lazy ascent in the same way that sort of serial number 5 and 6 and Starhopper all kind of took off pretty slow. It was just wild. I remember thinking at the time too, like just like you're saying, Ian, like looking at it through a lens and seeing an engine shut down and being like, oh, that's not good. I could be making stuff up because memory's fallible, but I feel like in the crowd at Isla Blanca Park at the time, there was even maybe like a gasp. I need to go back and look at my video and see if there's an audible gasp in the crowd. But either way, that was wild. It was just wild how we did not know what to expect at all. So we'll have to see what happens with the chopsticks.
Yeah, and actually, there's a really good question here in chat while we're discussing pad hardware from Patrick saying, they heard someone say SpaceX will not use rofies because they're not reusable, and once you fire them, you can't recycle them on an abort. Thoughts? And yeah, the rofie design that is used for the shuttle or for Delta 4, once you ignite them, they're done. They're like a firecracker, like a sparkler. Once you light them, they're done. So yeah, if they would need to come up with some kind of reusable sparker, or maybe like the first thing that comes up in my mind all the time is those like electric like pocket lighters where it's like the little kind of Tesla coil or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
my
you
mind
click
is,
the plunger and it like activates a piezoelectric spark or whatever.
yeah, my mind has just had like a whole like line of those going down each like leg of the mount. That's how it works in my mind. You should have like a whole line of those, activate them at like T-10 or something, and then that'll start clearing everything up. I don't know
That
if
would
that
look
would work
cool.
or not.
The orbital launch mount would look like a
Ooh.
jellyfish at night, like all kind of sparkly. That would be really neat.
It would be really cool. So if they had like a constant stream of those, if you ignite them from like the top down or the bottom up, so you have just like a zoom, looks like a lightsaber kind of building up. I don't know. I'm getting way too into it.
No, that'd be cool though. I mean, we did have somebody in chat earlier say, is a flamethrower a reusable rofie, a rapidly reusable rofie? And I know they were joking, but in actuality, I mean, it's a simple like open flame or a flamethrower could sort of accomplish the same thing. Like, it doesn't have to be necessarily a spark or a sparkler.
Yeah, if you have just like 6 like methane jets, where it's like a fuel rich like flamethrower kind of thing, 6 of them, one mounted on each leg, and they're just facing inward, and you just ignite them at like T-10 or something. Boom, that works.
Yep. If we can make a rocket that can be rapidly and fully reusable, I think we can make a reusable sparker system of some kind.
Yeah,
but
yeah, just look at the Raptor igniter. They're torch igniters. So it's like a little jet of not propane, a little jet of methane. Just I don't know, just plop that right into like a torch or something. I don't know.
Kyle Trick is asking. Oh, first off, thanks for the support. Kyle is asking The Martian or Interstellar. Personally, I'm gonna go with The Martian.
Seconded. I was never an
Interstellar.
All right, Alex goes Interstellar. Interesting. I thought for sure you were gonna say The Martian. Let's see. Looking for another question. Oh, James says Elon talked about how the arms will close while catching the booster in part 2 of Tim's latest interview tour.
Yep.
Very cool.
Cool. So my brain didn't make that up.
Watch.
Mm-hmm. How long have we been live? I feel like it's been at most
5
6 hours?
Says
I need to go to
YouTube.
I need to
Yeah,
go to
almost
YouTube and look.
6.
What did you say it was, Ian?
5 hours, it says.
Wow. Well, we are definitely, we've been on for a while, but we're not going to stop until we're sure there's not going to be something interesting happening. But yeah, thanks James for mentioning that. I watched those. They were amazing, but I guess I must have forgotten that. Mop Bop. Mop Bop is asking, will they be flying Falcons at the same rate after Starship is ready? I mean, probably for a while after Starship has flown orbital. I'm thinking maybe around Starship's 20th or 50th orbital flight, maybe Falcon 9's cadence decreases, but I also feel like there could be a place for both vehicles.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be a place for Falcon, at least in this decade. Oh, excuse me. Because, think about it. SpaceX has contracts for cargo and crew resupply to the space station. Boom. That automatically means Falcon 9 is going to be flying until probably at least 2028, probably 2030 minimum. So they're always going to need to have Pad 39A active until at least that point.
Yeah, and I will have said, excuse me, I will have probably said last week that maybe not. Like, maybe Falcons will stop, not stop flying, but like the cadence of the flight of the Falcons will have been dropping dramatically, like beginning at the end of next year, probably because Starlink just stops flying. But I'll say now that may not be a thing. More depress.
Yeah, more ship depressing.
Just in case we were unsure if Ship 24 is done for the night.
Yeah, right. It's like, I'm still here. I'm still emptying out my commodities.
I wonder if things like that are fully automated, as in, like, they have walked away from the console, or if someone's like, okay, let's further depress to get down to this level.
In my head,
the algorithm.
In my head, even if someone's not actively like clicking vent and then clicking close vent on like a panel, they're at least sitting at the console and monitoring things. But I think it's probably a mix of someone sitting there monitoring the program or the systems, and the system's sort of doing things in an automated way. Like sort of a hybrid, if that makes any sense.
Gotcha.
That's
I could totally see that.
That's just me imagining how it is, though. Who knows what it actually is? I'd love to know.
Yeah, we really have zero info on Starship launch and test control. I don't recall ever seeing any pictures or video inside of it or any explanations on how they do it. Yeah, we just know it's somewhere, or at least it was somewhere in the Stargate building. That's it.
Yeah, as far as I know, the control center is in Stargate, but that could change now that they have the high bay with the rooftop area, and who knows what they're going to do at the top of the wide bay. It seems like they have basically double the amount of. They have 2 floors there instead of 1, and then what else they could do around the entire facility itself, or any other spots like plots of land SpaceX has purchased down there, because they have a bunch of room to expand, that's for sure, and not necessarily right there at the production site itself, but yeah. I'd love to. Oh man, we've gotten some really killer tours of Starbase from Tim and Elon. It would be really nice to have a mission control tour as well.
Oh, huh.
Put that on the wish list.
That reminds me of the Artemis Day thing that we did for members.
That was fun.
Oh yeah, indeed.
Yeah, they have tons of space down there to expand. I mean, we've seen they're buying a whole bunch of land plots further to the west down Highway 4, down by the Rio Grande River. We don't know exactly what that's for. It's probably just, to have some like storage space, or space to have some support buildings, some offices, things along those lines, if I had to guess. But yeah, this is going to be really ramping up soon. And I mean, now that they're getting, at least seeming like they're getting rid of the propellant production site, they'll have even more room now. And then when they tear down the tents, they'll have more room. All that fun stuff.
Indeed. Steven, thank you for the support. Indeed's all around. Jim, John, thank you for the support. They say the problem I have with the Martian is the super duper dangerous storm that magically appears in 1% Earth atmosphere of Mars, interstellar for the win. All right, that's fair. You can like what you like. I like the Martian.
That's fair. I like the Martian for like the, other than the storm, for like the scientific accuracy, and it seems like something that really would have happened again besides the storm. But it's a fun book. I've read it like 2 or 3 times, I think.
And that's not to say I don't like Interstellar. Interstellar also good. I had to pick a favorite. That was the question. Alvis, thank you for the support. They say if they need to use them, could they simply duplicate the Rofi system as many times as they plan to cycle the pad between scheduled maintenance. Sure, why not? Or they could just make a reusable system.
Yeah, I think a reusable system would be better, because then you could abort 50 times in a day and not need to worry about that, because the Rofis are a simple system and one that you should not need to worry about as a primary indicator for how many times you could test in a day.
Yeah, that makes sense. Angry American, thank you for the super chat. Let's see, what do we...
Wow, the tank farm is getting feisty, it looks like. At least to me.
Oh yeah, look at the subcoolers over there on the right side.
Those are going
That's gorgeous.
nuts. Also, I mean, just look at the entire left side.
Yeah, big old cloud.
I would not want to...
Let's do some testing. Night testing, night engine testing. I'm 100% on board.
Please, no booms.
Hashtag no booms.
Yeah. We don't want booms. Well, if there's gonna be a boom, at least be please on plain sunlight, please. Thank you. We don't want booms during the night or during fog.
Yeah, that's I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, right? SN11. Oh, jeez. I'd still imagine how crazy that would have been if there hadn't been fog.
Oh.
It would have been so cool to see. But we know this. We know this.
Look at that. That is just spewing oxygen or nitrogen.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It's quite a lot. Quite a lot of venting.
The main thing I'm surprised about is that SpaceX is willing to just throw all of that out. You know, and then just not try to recycle it. But again, maybe it's just like, $10,000, which doesn't really matter to them.
Yeah, I mean, recycling it would be nice, but if it's just nitrogen, it's like, who cares? Oxygen, I mean, it's a little bit more like, man, that might get expensive if you do it over and over and over again. But they do have the like, I don't even know what you want to call it. We call it the propellant plant, I guess. I don't know if they're going to be a propellant plant going forward or how that's all going to work out. But they could distill their own oxygen in theory, or separate. I don't know if distillation is the proper term there. So maybe the costs aren't or wouldn't be going forward that bad. But yeah, it's interesting. Or maybe the venting is like a function of it working. Like they need the expansion of gas in order to like cool things properly. I don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist. Can you tell?
Nah, all good. And the venting stopped. But yeah, you bring up an interesting point. It seems like they are just done with the propellant production site. Oh, the vent is done. So either that means they've given up or that they are going to try with propellant loading. Hopefully the latter.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes on the booster. On the right side, you'll be able to see various vents and things, and if there's any kind of frost forming on the methane tank, we'll be able to see that there. On the left side, we'll be able to see any kind of frost or condensation on the LOX tank, and also some of that cool new orbital launch mount venting. Ian, did you see that when you were off commentary? Oh, look at that! Look, the condensation is traveling left across the ground again, like we saw previously when it seemed like they were moving into testing. This is all.
Nice.
This is all. This is all good. This is looking good. More testing, please.
But
Matthew
yeah, like
Wilson?
you're saying, go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
I was going to say, like, the new venting from the orbital pad, that's very interesting. And I wonder what causes that.
Oh yeah, like what's it for? What system is it part of? I have questions.
Yeah, the new tri-vent.
Matthew Wilson, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Enjoy your perks, including emoji. Members only, sweet members only emoji, if I may say so. I'm gonna throw several dragons into chat.
And
Also, sorry, chat mods, because now people are gonna spam dragons. But I'm also not sorry. John Miles.
let there be dragons.
John Miles, thank you for the support. They're saying, I love how Ship 24 looks like a spacecraft versus SN15. I would agree.
You know what
Here come the
happens?
dragons.
You know what happens when they spam emojis? Nightbot enters into action.
It's true.
I just saw someone that was sad by Nightbot. Poor guy. Don't worry, you'll come back.
James
It's fine.
Juries, thank you for the support. They said the orange lights by the vent between the OLM and the orbital tank farm look like a horizontal engine test. All right, I guess. And Mark, thank you for the support. They say, what do you suppose it would be like to walk through that cloud? Cold, yes, but dangerous cold? I don't think dangerous cold. I think if it's like a cloud of pure nitrogen, you probably don't want to walk through it from an asphyxiation standpoint. If it's pure oxygen, then it would just be like walking through a mist or a fog. It'd probably just breathe nice. I don't know. Oxygen fine, nitrogen bad. Don't breathe pure nitrogen.
Well, if it was pure oxygen, I would assume that wouldn't be good because, you know, too much of anything can kill you.
You can breathe pure oxygen.
At atmospheric pressure, though, it'd be pretty tough, I think, especially for a long period of time. But if you just ran right through, you'd probably live.
Now I really want to know, like, would breathing condensed liquid oxygen like that be bad? Because, I mean, like, an oxygen bar is a thing. You're breathing pure oxygen, but you're right. It's like gaseous. It's not... I mean, what we're seeing is gaseous, and it's just pulling some moisture out of the air. So in theory, it would just be oxygen and you know, liquid water? I don't know. It'd be fine. I feel like it would be fine, but just don't, like... Don't smoke anything in the oxygen cloud, or don't I don't know, maybe don't stay in it forever. Like you're saying, you probably run through it and it'll be fine. I don't know. I have questions. I want to know how this works. And Nikon's in space with a super chat for the Feisty Tank Farm Fund. Thank you for that. We all want an active tank farm, which it looks like it's becoming more active. So we'll now can shift sort of to watching the two bulkheads on the booster and seeing if any kind of condensation starts forming. The vent on the mount itself stopped, so it could be that we're doing a state change here and they're starting to load the booster, or getting ready to at least.
I'm gonna do some real quick A/B tests here.
How's the test, Professor?
They look inconclusive as of right now.
All right, well, we will keep doing the test and seeing if we can see any condensation form there. I mean, hopefully. I know we all want to see a test.
Dr. Bayer.
Oh, I'm a doctor now. What am I a doctor of?
Mathonomology.
I was going to say rocketology, but I'll take mathonomology. That sounds really
Actually,
fancy.
Econology.
Photographotakingology.
Ooh, even better. Thank you. Beardology, says Michael. Doctor of Beardology. I'm on board.
Definitely, yeah.
That's a compliment. Let's see. I'm just looking for some more questions in the queue. Doctor of Bacon Cookology.
Oh, Stan J says pure oxygen at 1.3 bar is fine, that they've done it repeatedly. That's honestly news to me, but I'll believe you because you've done it, so.
I mean, pure oxygen, going back to that, like, early spacecraft had pure oxygen environments. Just look at Apollo 1, which was a really unfortunate result of the pure oxygen environment. So, breathing pure oxygen, fine. Was wondering, like, and I think you too, like, these clouds, if that vent from the orbital launch mount we were seeing earlier was, oxygen coming out of there. Obviously, nitrogen would be bad because you don't want to breathe a nitrogen-rich environment and get, deprived of oxygen. That's bad. But if it's pure oxygen and it's just condensated, I imagine it would be fine. But who knows? I'm not a scientist. Do not walk through clouds of things and take my advice as to whether to do it or not. Disclaimer, don't try this at home, etc., etc.
Or if you walk through a cloud of methane, inhale it, and then go for a smoke, you'll become a dragon.
That would be bad.
That would be very bad. We don't recommend any of this.
That was methane. It will be.
Yeah, I get it.
Right,
Yeah,
Jack?
Yep, Reference acknowledged.
Woo!
Oh, I see what, was that James talking about the orange lights looking like a horizontal engine test? It does kind of look like on the right side.
Yeah.
It's like there's an engine testing horizontally right there. That's hilarious. Everyday Space Nerd asked, could they mount the shuttle to the back of Starship? No. I don't think that's a thing. But it's fun to imagine, but no.
They absolutely could. The engines
Would
wouldn't
they?
work. You would be ruining a priceless museum piece and a historical spaceflight artifact.
All right, what about an X-37B?
That would just be pretty cool. I mean, but why not just put it in the payload bay? Or, no, it'd look cooler on the outside. Yeah, you're right.
Shout out to Moldy Space. Please make me an X-37B on the back of a Starship.
Imagine the X-37B with a single Raptor, and then it's like shuttle style. That sounds horrible, but I also love it.
I'm on board. No, I'm 100% on board. I'm also on board with the sunset lighting on the booster and the orbital launch mount. This orange lighting is absolutely beautiful. Vince, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Enjoy all the membership perks. Thank you again to everybody on this stream who's become a new member. Super awesome of all of you. So no real change of anything on the booster side, I don't think. I don't know if, Ian, you want to do another AB, but I'm not seeing anything obvious jump out at me here. Orbital launch mount stopped venting, and now we're kind of just sitting here. Hey, it heard me. It's now venting again.
Does Booster 7 have YouTube subscription for channel, do you think?
Yeah, Booster 7's a channel member. It's a launch director.
Yeah. Launch director, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like nothing has really changed besides the new venting. Dami here in chat asking, how big is the OLM compared to the tripod at McGregor? A lot smaller. Yeah, the tripod is pretty tall, as in maybe about the height of a Falcon 9, so about the height... about the height of a Falcon 9 first stage, so about as high as a ship, so much taller than the orbital launch mount. But good question there, though.
I'm glad you jumped on that one because I didn't know off the top of my head. I knew it was bigger, but I didn't know quite how much bigger. But I guess that makes sense because we just posted that video the other day of the Falcon 9 firing at McGregor and other various McGregor tests from the last week. And yeah, it's kind of like right near the tripod, and it's kind of a similar height, right?
Yep.
By the way, we need some sort of video or something, an explanation about the black smoke. I believe everyone is asking, oh, is that black smoke from the Falcon 9 test something wrong happening or anything? It's totally normal. So if you go watch it, and if you go watch many other tests by Falcon 9 at McGregor, they are all the same black cloud of smoke. So it's nothing wrong, and it's all just soot from the kerosene.
I'm scrambling to find the link. Mods, if you have that link handy to that video that we just put out, please feel free to throw that in chat. Where is it?
Looks like the vent has slowed down a good bit there.
Jerwa, thank you so much. They just gifted 5 more Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, Jerwa. You are awesome.
Thanks.
And 5 new members in chat say hey. We hope you enjoy your new memberships and all the cool perks that you get with them.
I believe about an hour ago, Chris uploaded the new pictures by Mary today to the member section. So
yeah, so
hop on there and yeah.
Exactly. In YouTube, there's like a community tab that you can go to. Is it a community tab or a membership tab? Either way, there's a tab.
Yeah, a tab somewhere else.
There's all the good stuff that you can jump in there and get, and all the, the daily video hasn't gone up yet, but pictures from Mary and Nick have gone up there, so you can jump in there and see them early if you just can't get enough, you need it now. Good Gremlin Media, thank you for the support. They say, to be fair, Shuttle Tank is the same size as Starship. Is Starship the same size as the ET?
I actually checked that, and Starship is bigger, by the way. So
nice.
The external tank of the space shuttle was 154 feet tall, which means 46.9 meters tall, and Starship is 50 meters tall. And the diameter of the... Oh, a drone!
It's a drone. Yep.
Hey,
there we go.
Interesting.
I hadn't seen it. I had the thing. Yep.
Hopefully the presence of the drone indicates that they are going to do something.
Oh, hopefully, please, do something.
This is a particularly cool shot. We can see the high-rise buildings on South Padre Island way back there on the left. Neat.
And as to finish my answer, the diameter is 9 meters on Starship, and the external tank was 8.4 meters. So it's also wider and taller. It's larger. There you go.
Thank you for that. Greg Smith, thanks for the support. And Josh Ritterhoff, thank you so much for also gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Very cool of you. And it's just neat to give people a chance to see how the membership program works and what they can get from it. Is that a plane in the shot? I saw a flashing light. That's not the drone, right? That's just like a plane flying up high?
Yeah. Or maybe that is the drone.
No, maybe it is the drone. Drone's right there.
Yeah, the drone's pretty high up. You just can't
I
really
wonder
get
if it's doing a photo op, like taking a cool picture, or if it's like there for some engineering purposes. I always wonder, when you see them flying drones around Starbase, which is doing what? Is it engineering, or is it just a cool picture, like communications, or maybe a little bit of both? Use one for both? I don't know. I'm gonna guess filming something, because that would be a cool shot. That's just
probably,
why I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you, Josh, for gifting those Red Team memberships. New Red Team members, assemble.
Also got a neat question from Jake Mueller here saying, do we think they will test in the dark to make identifying an ignition source for an explosion easier?
I don't think that's why they're going to test in the dark, but we are, all hoping that they're going to test in the dark, right?
Yeah, it really just comes down to what time you managed you happen to test.
Yep. They'll test when they're ready, and it just so happens to have gotten dark because that's how time works. And so now they're going to test in the dark.
Yep.
Hopefully. About an hour and 14 minutes left in the window. They could extend the window. We always like to point that out. They could also not. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Vins, thanks for the support. Asking about Everyday Astronaut. Tim's been uploading stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Go check out Tim's channel. He's got a bunch of awesome videos up.
The Elon tour, I think, is the most recent one.
Yeah, super good.
Yeah, actually, the most recent one is the Raptor 1 versus Raptor 2 video, which I helped on. Haha. I like to brag about that because I actually help quite a bit.
Nice.
What don't you do, Alex?
Yeah, I'm on all places, I guess.
Drone is back again, higher up this time, and it's doing another little move to the right. Andrew Mayer asking about distances of the cameras from the side. I don't know all the distances off the top of my head, but thanks for the support there. Like some are like a mile away. It varies. There goes the drone. I wonder if it's going back to where it took off from.
Yeah,
People are pointing out that
no.
something that I do not do is sleep.
I think all of us, if we did like sleep tracking, we'd all have a pretty hefty sleep debt.
The drone is like circling around and it's kind of confusing. What are you trying to look at, buddy?
I bet it's just taking cool pictures or cool video for whatever purpose.
Or maybe it's the drone that they use to justify, hey, you know, we need the road to be closed another 3 hours.
This is absolutely beautiful. We've got the vent coming from the orbital launch mount again.
Yeah, that's a front vent, which I have not seen in a little while. The last time we saw that was when they were about to, or in the process of propellant loading, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, earlier today. So this is a good sign. We want to see them test and not just shut it down for the night. So this is what we want to see. Excellent.
Yeah, that's very good to see. And yeah, I haven't seen that vent at all recently, so that shows that something has changed here.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. There's a new sort of a ring around the base of the orbital launch mount. There's another one too, a little bit offset from this, another vent. So, and Alex, you looked back on previous streams too, right? And found this was a new addition.
Yeah, I looked at the previous booster test here at the launch site, which was in July 11th when the explosion happened, and that pipe thing, like that, it's hard to actually point that out. But if you look at the handrails at right where the vent is coming off, there's like a thin pipe, very shiny pipe. That pipe is new. That wasn't there before.
Yeah, so this is a whole new vent.
Now I'm beginning to wonder if those vents there are to either counteract the problem that caused Booster 7 to explode, or if that's just something that they're like, hey, we could just improve this. We have some time. Let's just improve it. I'm wondering which of those two it is, but
yeah, we were talking about that earlier, like trying to figure out what system is this part of? Is this a reaction to, or a solution for some of the problems we saw from the previous testing? It's we can't really say either way, but either way, we can say that it looks really cool, I think, and it's an interesting thing to be able to watch going forward. We'll be able to see if we get any patterns or things like that in the data from when does it turn on, how long is it on for, does anything happen in a specific time after it turns on, that sort of thing. I think at this point we watch underneath the base of the booster to see if any of the engines start to do any sort of venting of their own. That's about the point that we got to previously in the day. Looked like maybe one or two engines were having some cryogens flowed through them. So that is, I think, what we can hope for next. Also, definitely keep your eye right above the stringers at the base of the booster there. Those stringers, that's right where the bulkhead is, and we'll see that start to frost up if they load any large amount or appreciable amount of locks on there. And similarly, on the right side, you'll be able to see the methane tank frost up if they start loading anything in there. So All eyes on Booster 7 now to see what it does with an hour and 9 minutes left in the window.
Yeah, and that new vent is holding very strong there. The one in the back is a lot calmer in comparison, so interesting to see what this means. The ground condensation is pretty much gone, it seems like.
Yeah, good to point that out. I somehow completely missed that, but you're right. The ground condensation seems to have completely stopped, at least from this angle.
So now I'm wondering, where are they getting that from? Because that looks to be very cold gas. Maybe that's from the vehicle?
Maybe, but there didn't seem like there was anything on the vehicle. I would love to see like an annotated diagram from SpaceX of what each of these vents and whatnot. One can dream, right? Let's see here. Maverick, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. We super appreciate it. And Keenan, thank you for the support. They say before spacewalk, they breathe pure oxygen for several hours to prevent the bends. Yep, that's a super cool fact. And yeah, we agree that breathing pure oxygen is fine. Sometimes necessary, like if you're decompressing or going on a spacewalk. Let's see. Luke asks, where will SpaceX set up a viewing area for the huge influx of visitors to the orbital flight test? Can Boca Chica handle the traffic? Well, think about South Padre Island, which is 5 miles away as the crow flies from Boca Chica itself, and from the launch site. It's a sort of like a beach town that has a capacity for a lot of tourism. So, you'll be able to find, I think, a spot to watch from, at least from Isla Blanca Park. Although maybe the orbital flight test will be so insane that it ends up filling up and they have to close the park or something. But either way, I think the area could handle the influx of people. I don't know that SpaceX needs to set up a viewing area, but Isla Blanca Park is kind of the money spot in terms of where to go. It's just 5 miles away. It's just basically a little bit of land and a whole bunch of water between you and the test site, the launch site, whatever you want to call it. So I think they'll pack that park as full as they can, and there'll be people up and down the beaches, and it'll be, I bet it'll make for some really cool photos. It sure did back when Starships were doing the low altitude flight tests. Musical Wolves, thanks for the support, and Moldy Space, thank you for the support. To the other person I saw sneaking views of the NSF stream today during the AMS conference. Hello. So you saw somebody sneaking views of NSF at the conference you were at, and you're saying hello to them. That's cool. AMS conference. That's a fun way to shout out. Let's see.
Is that the alpha magnetic spectrometer? Because AMS, it's like the acronym only sounds familiar because of that. It's a payload on the ISS. It's this multi-billion thing. Anyways, Starship. Okay. Starship. Some meteorological thing could be okay. Yeah, that's the only AMS that I know. Okay. Yeah, I love the ISS. I love astrophysics. There you go.
Yeah, American Meteorological Society.
Oh, there's some venting from under the vehicle right there.
I'm looking. Oh yeah, look at that.
It was just like a few seconds ago, but it was a little puff.
Oh, come on.
There.
Is that engine chill?
Looks like engine chill.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's get some testing. Let's do some engine testing.
Wow,
here.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems like the sort of puffing that they were doing.
So maybe not engine chill, but either way, something. And a change in the venting. I like it. At least we're into more activity. We're in a steady state for a while there, and now things are changing, things are picking up. Definitely what we want to see.
Absolutely, and yeah, the front vent is still going wild. The back vent has still pretty calmed down. But yeah, that's where we are at right now. And
Llama,
actually,
go ahead.
Oh, I'm saying, looking at the back vent, It looks kind of like there's a light beam back there. Like there's a
It
light
does.
on the ground.
Yeah. That's gorgeous.
Oh yeah. It's coming from underneath the orbital pad. That makes sense. Or the base of the tower.
It looks almost like when a vent vents liquid or like a very, very dense vapor, how it falls in like a coherent stream. It almost looks like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous views tonight. I'm loving it. Randy Barnes, thank you for the Red Team membership. Super appreciate you and all of our new members tonight as we hang out on a marathon tank watching stream and wait for some booster engine testing. Waiting and hopefully seeing something cool happen. That's the name of the game here. If you don't know that, what have you been watching? Llama Squishy is asking if there was a vehicle on the road at 8:51. Yeah, I think I saw that. Looked like there was the lights from a car. I don't think that was like past the roadblock or anything. Probably not. I mean, we would have seen it. So that was just somebody driving on Highway 4. The way that the road curves and how things are laid out, it's possible for that car to have been there and everything to be fine. And you can see the roadblock is still active, so
Yep.
all is well. No worries.
Meanwhile, McGregor firing an MVAC engine.
Right now?
Also,
Nice.
yep. Also, dark cloud, black.
But
as
that's not bad.
expected. Yep, because that's kerosene.
Yeah,
Anyways,
we were joking earlier about needing more screens, and we mentioned how you can, if you want more angles of what's going on right now in Starbase, you can go on Starbase Live and watch our live stream there and have more angles of all the activity. If you have a third screen, we also have McGregor Live, and SpaceX is testing an engine right now. So lots of cool ways you can keep up with everything going on. Is that the drone again on the left side there? Yeah, it looks like it.
unless some star has taken control by itself.
Which, yeah.
That would be scary, right?
And venting from the front of the orbital launch mount is kind of pulsing now. That's interesting.
Yeah. And it's back. That's interesting. I wonder what that is.
I'm like mesmerized by it. Cool. Things are changing. I like when things change and seem at least to be progressing, but if not progressing, at least doing different things for us to puzzle about. I'm a fan.
Yeah, now it's calming down. This is, yeah, you're right. This is confusing. It's puzzling.
Now, I mean, I think Michael says it best. We want frost. In our back channel, Michael said that just now, and I agree. We want to see some frost on the booster. We want to see this thing loaded with propellants. We want to see some kind of engine testing, please. So hopefully that's what we get. Hour left in the window. But they of course could extend the window. Let's see, what else do we have here? Questions. Ian, Alex, any question that you wanted to jump into?
I saw in here Chill Will saying, did they change the lights for sea turtle mitigation yet? And I believe they have. Either they've changed the lights or they've installed lights specifically for that. And if you look on the right-hand side, you can see the orange lights at the orbital tank farm. Those orange lights, those are sodium lamps. Those produce, obviously, a yellower glow. And while it's a bit more annoying to, work under that or look at those compared to the nice white LED lights.
Hard disagree. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's a plain white
sodium
light.
vapor lights. Oh my, no! I love sodium vapor lights. It's like the old kind of lighting that now is being replaced by LEDs, and all of the nice orange glows from cities.
Hold on.
Horrible bright white LEDs during the daytime, during the nighttime, and it's like, oh my god, you got me riled. Sodium vapor lights.
Did you say old?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's like.
It was not me. It was you.
Okay. Oh, wow. All right. Thanks. Anyways, sorry, Ian. I totally interrupted you because you triggered me about lighting. I was literally just talking to someone about this the other day, about how I prefer sodium vapor lights. But please, go on. I did not realize that they made this change, but it makes sense. Because things do look different.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like they've changed them, but maybe they just installed them. I never remember them not being yellow. But... Oh,
And yes, I know you can have...
was that just a engine spin prime?
What? Yeah.
What was that?
Hang on. Rewinding.
Yeah, I'm
That
gonna
looked-
rewind too. That
looked like
feels
a
weird.
spin prime or an extremely
Yeah,
strong
that
vent.
that actually, huh? I want to say that looks like a spin prime test of a single engine, which is kind of underwhelming, to say the least.
I agree.
Yep, looks like it. Single engine spin prime. Boom. We saw.
No,
a
no
test.
booms, no booms, no.
No, okay, sorry. Well, I can't be doing
This
that
time,
again.
no boom.
Excellent. Well, I guess we keep watching the booster and see if it does a depress or anything, or if they move into some other test.
That was
Also,
very
yes,
cool.
to everybody in chat telling me that I can get a warm, balanced LED. Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
See, I will straight up admit I'm a tree hugger. I love me some energy efficient LEDs all day long, baby.
That's
Give me
fair.
that 9 watts. Yeah,
I
60
do like
watt,
that they're more energy efficient. I dislike how often they are daylight balanced. But who cares about LEDs? We just saw a spin prime test on the booster with nothing bad happening, question mark, knock on wood.
And notice how the venting stopped right after it, pretty much.
Yeah. So now we wait and see what happens next. Hopefully some more testing.
Yeah,
I
well,
wonder,
that was
like,
very interesting.
I wonder what engine was just spin prime, like what number engine or like what its position on the booster was. And I further wonder why that one. Why did they pick that one? Does it just get lucky?
Yeah, I would guess so. Or maybe it's like the furthest away from the expensive equipment.
That makes sense. Let's see. Josh Ritterhoff, thank you for the $20 super chat supporting Team Sodium Vapor Lights. Yehuda also agreeing yellow lights are good. And Roseanne also agreeing. But if you don't like them, that's fine. Everyone likes their own things. I prefer them. Come on, Booster 7, let's do another test. Let's do like a couple more spin primes. That'd be cool.
20 engine spin prime, that would be cool.
20 engine spin prime would be super cool to see.
As long as there's no boom, I'm okay with that.
Musical Wolves, thank you. We are aware. And thanks for the support. Let's see here. Volti saying it's 4 a.m. here. They better finish things up quick. I want them to do more stuff. Like extend the window. Let's do this.
Yeah. Let's do some,
strap
I don't
in.
know, static fires. Let's do some pre-burners. 20 engine spin primes. Let's go.
Let's do it. Average Joe, Jesse, thanks for the support. They say, now I want to see Jack and Technology Connections YouTube channel debate sodium lamps. Oh God, no. Please don't make me debate him. He'll stomp me. He's so much smarter than me. Please no. Awesome channel, though. I'm scared. I'm scared even thinking about it. So yeah, we just saw a spin prime test with the booster. Anybody's guess as to what we could see next? We could see another spin prime test. We could see things spool down. We could see a pre-burner. Heck, who knows? We could maybe even see a static fire. It's anybody's game right now with 54 minutes left in the window, which they could extend. But this is like the most exciting part of tank watching, where it's like, well, they did something. What are they going to do next?
Now let's go for the gold. 20 engine static fire, baby.
Oh my god.
that
we
would be
don't expect that to happen tonight, but
Not
you
at
never
all.
know. We also didn't expect Booster 7 to explode the other day.
The other day. That was a month ago, pal.
The month ago. The other month. Cool. Any other questions? You got any questions you want to jump into, Alex or Ian?
Let me see.
Yeah,
Alex, take it.
go forth, Ian. I'm looking at the thing right now, comparing a few things here and there with the previous test, with unfortunately ended with explosion. But yeah.
Gotcha. Let's see. What do we got here? Jeremy here asking the question we're kind of all asking is, why is SpaceX performing so many spin prime tests? Surely they could have moved on to pre-burner and static fire tests right now. Well, the first thing that comes to mind here is these are, well, actually two things come to mind. First off, these are Raptor 2 engines, so these are significantly redesigned from anything else they've had experience with on a vehicle before. So you want to be like, step by step, slowly, carefully work out all the kinks. Second off, these are all new vehicles. I mean, Booster 7 has been through some testing before, but it has never had a static fire done on it. They've never done a static fire test on the orbital pad before. And with Ship 24, that's actually kind of where I get a little confused here, because they've done static fires with a ship before with all 6 engines. But that's a good question. I'm not sure why they're doing so many spin primes. Again, it could the only thing that comes to mind for me is Raptor 2. Raptor 2, like Elon said, is like a completely different beast. It's been very much redesigned. There's no igniter in the main chamber anymore. So there's a lot that's different, and maybe there's taking a lot of time being careful with a lot of just trying to get a bunch of data there. That's my 2 cents here. Then maybe they'll move on to pre-burners. Maybe we'll see a pre-burner or static fire tonight. Maybe we won't, but that's my 2 cents. Alex, Jack, do you have any opinions on this?
I basically agree with everything you just said. Alex, go ahead.
I'm gonna apply Jack's phrase of more beta, more better. What's the?
I feel like we're really running that into the ground on this stream. Like, we've beaten the dead horse many times.
But it's true. It's like the whole point of testing is just getting more data. Like, I mean, it's a oversimplification of everything, but it's like, why are you testing? You don't test just because. It's like, well, I'm just testing because why not? Well, no, you always test because you have some purpose, and gathering data is a purpose, like a very valid purpose, actually, because like the ship is Raptor 2, for example, so it has new things. For Booster 7, it's a whole different thing, like new launch pad, new tank farm, new booster, new engines, like new everything. Jeez, like getting new data, that's amazing. The more data that you gather now, the more confident that you can get at doing further steps. Like once you get into pre-burners and static fires and things like that, you are more comfortable with the things that you're gonna do, because you've already done very safe tests before and have a wealth of data that you can work on for those future tests. So yeah, why not?
Yeah, completely agree.
That's the long version of that phrase, basically.
No, for sure. It all makes sense. And we're in a test program. We're working with prototype hardware. It makes perfect sense. You're going to test it a whole bunch and gather data. I mean, more data, more better is like my best part is no part.
Yep, and also the thing too is this is kind of the so-called boring part of the test program. They're going to be doing a bunch of spin primes, a bunch of pre-burners, static fires, because this is all, first off, all new hardware. They've never tested a booster, yada, 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 like all this that I said before. So they're going to be doing all of these more mundane tests, like the spin primes. But if things work out well, they won't be doing as many of these tests, say when Booster 8 and Ship 25 come around, and then even less when Ship 26 and Booster 9 come around, and so on, to the point where, it'll be just like Falcon 9 one day. Bring the ship out, bring the booster out, static fire, cool, stack them, launch, It's going to eventually get to that point, but right now is just kind of figuring out, how does this stuff that we built work? How do we test this stuff that we work? Because a big part of engineering, obviously, is building something, but a big part too is figuring out what did you build? How does it work? How do you test what you build? There's a lot happening here, and it's gonna speed up over the next few weeks as they work out the kinks, as they figure out how to test, figure out the optimum way to run all this stuff. I don't know, engineering rant over, but that's just stuff that I've heard before from, I think it was my engineering professor. You got to know what you've built before you can use it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like it. Good stuff. WW4 W4W. I can't even. I'm not sure how to say. Like, how can I pronounce that? Either way, they say no whammies, and spin prime. I like it. Yehuda, thank you for the support. They say replay please of spin prime. We'll do that when we can. Right now, we're kind of keeping our eyes on things to make sure we don't miss anything. Stan Lawrence, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. And Tara's Shevenko? I'm sorry. Thank you for the support. They say is Starship Super Heavy the spiritual successor to Atlas Centaur, at least visually? I mean, yeah, I see where you're going with that. Shiny rocket, good.
Yeah, I mean, you need to add like a nice flare to the bottom, a nice white skirt to the bottom, and a white paint Starship white. Put United States on the side, and you're good to go.
I don't know. We just saw a single engine spin prime on the booster, at least what looked like it. Ian, do you want to give us just a quick rundown? What is a spin prime? Because I always see that question in chat a whole bunch.
Yeah, so spin prime is kind of the most basic test you can do with an engine without setting anything on fire. First off, to explain a spin prime, I should kind of explain how the engine startup works. So first, what they do to start an engine, you need to spin the pumps up. And what they do to spin the pumps up, you run a bit of oxygen or nitrogen through the lines. Kind of like if you imagine having like a computer fan and you blow into the computer fan, or if you get like a can of compressed air and press it at a computer fan, you're going to spin up the computer fan. Now that's kind of what's happening here, just on a really big scale and with oxygen. And that's essentially what a spin prime is. It's spinning up the engine turbopumps, and basically what that does is, first off, it makes sure your turbopumps can spin and make sure that your valves can open properly, because Elon has said that the startup sequence of Raptor 2 is extremely complex. So there's a lot of things that have to happen, a lot of valves that have to open, everything that has to happen perfectly timed. So the spin prime is basically just like the bare minimum testing you could do on an engine, on a vehicle. And it's just pressing some oxygen through the lines, spinning up the pump, and then that's it. That's all that they do, just to make sure that that much works. The next step from there would be pre-burner, where you spin methane through the methane pump, ignite both pre-burners, but then just stop there. And then after that, of course, is the static fire, where you spin up the pumps, ignite the pre-burners, and then you ignite it in the main chamber. What we just saw tonight was a spin prime. The next logical step would be a pre-burner, but maybe they'd skip that for a static fire. We don't know exactly.
To point out, though, for pre-burner, it's only the fuel pre-burner, the one that is used.
Yes.
Not both.
Yes.
Because if you ignite both, magic sauce happens, right?
Bad things happen, or good things happen, but depends on what you're trying to do. But yeah, so a spin prime test is pretty much a pre-burner test, but on the oxygen side. And then a pre-burner test is a spin prime, but on the methane side, and that makes fire. And if anyone wants to know what a pre-burner test looks like, we have dozens of videos on our channel of previous Starship testing, including Ship 20 doing pre-burner testing. It's a sight to see. A huge cloud of methane gas is burned off. It looks great.
Yeah, and there's pre-burner tests on McGregor Live as well. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's like there is fire, but it's sort of like thrustless fire, if that makes any sense. It kind of sounds stupid now that I say it out loud, but you can tell, basically, from the way that it looks, that there's no thrust produced, but there are propellants, obviously burning in a large cloud of fire. Whereas when it's a static fire, it's very obviously a directed, plume of rocket exhaust in a coherent way that looks completely different.
Yeah, and again, talking about pre-burner spin primes, if you want to imagine what a pre-burner test on a booster would look like, imagine just what we saw before with the spin prime, except that gas is ignited. It's just like a little jet of gas, and then it lights, and that's it. So hopefully we can see that sometime soon, maybe even tonight.
Let's see here. Terrace, thank you for the support. Oh, more venting from the launch man again.
Are they going
This is
to go again?
super interesting.
Yeah, you're right, Alex, because we didn't get any indication of when they would be doing that spin prime test. So if they do a pre-burn or like another spin prime, it'll just come out of the blue. Oh, more venting from the back and the front.
Yeah, they haven't depressed or anything. We're kind of just in a steady state. I mean, maybe another spin prime coming here shortly. Maybe the same engine, maybe a different engine, maybe a subset of engines, maybe all 20. Although, maybe not,
I just hope it is not 1, 1, 1, well, like 20 times.
Hey, I'm fine with it. I'm fine. If that's how they're going to test it, I'm fine with it.
I will be way finer, is the word? Well, whatever. I will be way more satisfied if that were to be static fires rather than spin primes.
Yep, I would agree.
Yeah. Although I would be annoyed at the lack of an overpressure notice, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh well.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool either way, no matter what we see. Maybe like if we could see like a pre-burner test, or maybe like all 20 engines doing a spin prime, or I don't know what they could do here. Honestly, what combination, but.
Let's see. Roseanne says testing equals practice makes perfect, which I like that. I like that analogy. Good stuff, and thank you for the support there. Terrace, thank you for the support. They say, well, get that with the NASA Moonlander version. I'm probably referencing something else we were talking about that I'm spacing on right now, but get it, spacing. Let's see here.
A question here from Owen, saying, what else does SpaceX need to do to complete the environmental assessment? And I guess what they mean by that is to complete their obligations in the environmental assessment. Quite a bit to go, I think. Mostly just on like just doing a few things like making donations to certain funds, putting up barriers along the highway so people don't go into the wildlife refuge. We saw like the Civil War reports, which are a bit strange when you first think about it, but also if you know the area a bit well, Boca Chica has had some pretty prominent battles in the U.S. Civil War, and was a major supply depot in the in the Mexican-American War, I believe. So there's a lot of history in this area, and I think it's pretty important that we remember it and get it kind of organized together. And it's great to see that SpaceX is going to be the ones to kind of spearhead that. But yeah, SpaceX does have a bit of work left to do. The environmental assessment's been approved, so everything's good to go in that department. SpaceX just needs to live up to those obligations and then get their launch license, which will come literally any day now, or any day within the next few months. And yeah, it seems like everything's good to go as of right now.
I'm still hung up on the awesome sodium vapor lighting that we have right now. Is that relatively new? Did it look like this during the last booster engine test series like a month ago?
It's been like this for at least 2 or 3 months. I'm gonna look it up right now, actually, just to see.
I'm kind of mind blown that I haven't noticed it yet. I feel like I would have noticed it pretty immediately. Anyways, let's see here. Looking for some more questions. If you guys have any questions, throw them in chat at NASASpaceflight. We've got 40 minutes left in the window. There is plenty of activity at hand. Maybe these new orbital launch mount vents, if we want to be so bold as to call them potential engine chill vents. Either way, there's activity happening, and we have our eyes on the booster, waiting to see something cool happen. So fingers crossed.
And I'm actually looking it up now. I don't think there even were lights on the orbital tanks before.
I feel like there were
lights.
They were just white. Like, But I could be
No,
wrong.
last time they tested, they were actually like this.
Okay.
I remember because we were actually talking about how the lights, being this way might not affect as much the totals and things like that. Like, I remember the whole conversation. I have good
Got
memory
it.
for that.
Okay, yeah. Well, turtle's good, so we want to accommodate the turtles.
Absolutely, yep. Yeah,
Hold
they
up.
did have a lot of white LED lights. I don't think the lights on the tanks themselves, though.
Got it.
Huh.
Here's a question from Marth Vallis saying, will they mount the rest of the engines at the pad or roll B7 back to the production area? That's a good question. I feel like if they can, they'll do it at the pad, because rolling it back to the production sites and then back to the launch site after that seems like kind of a pain and time consuming. But who knows? I mean, what do you guys think? Alex, go first.
Hold up. What was the question?
Do you think they will... Oh, it
Oh.
disappeared. Sorry. Do you think
Yeah.
they'll roll Booster 7 back to the production site to install the center engines, the 13 engines that aren't on right now? Or do you think they'll install those engines at the pad?
I think they're probably going to be rolling back to install the engines. It's not just the engines, it's also the shielding
Yeah,
and
good
everything. And,
That's a really
probably...
good point.
Yeah, and probably if they're going to be doing engine testing here, they might want to take a look at the engines before actually sending it to the orbital launch. Like, maybe there's a rogue engine, for example, that they don't look as good, and they might just replace it, and or maybe just inspect the engines after actual testing, more akin to an actual launch. So I could think that could be valuable too. Once you bring it back to the high bay or wide bay or mega bay, whatever you want to call it, once you bring it back to the production site, you can actually look at it in depth, work it on it a little bit more in depth. We actually were talking about this. I think it was on Friday that we're thinking that they were moving this booster now without the inner engines because they were just rushing it. Like, just put it out there, test it with the 20-hour engines. And that's still at least, I think, over 2/3, if I'm doing my math right. Almost 2/3. Okay, yeah. So almost 2/3 of the engines. That's quite a big deal of like the amount of engines that you're testing already. If you're testing with 20 engines,
Yeah,
I guess that's
Makes
kind
sense.
of a way of buying down risk.
yeah. I mean, testing any subset of engines is good and will certainly buy down at least some risk. But good question there from Marth. Also, in chat, thank you, Thomas Hayden, one of our mods, and one of our video editors, and SBL Ops, right? Thomas, thank you so much. They said on April 8th, they turned off the white lights and started using the orange ones a few days later. So it's been like this since April, and I somehow haven't noticed yet, which blows my mind because I've edited nighttime footage of this stuff. How have I not been enamored by the sodium vapor lights yet? But here we are.
I mean, I will admit they do look nice from this angle, kind of reflecting off the orbital site. But just looking straight on at them, I don't know.
Somebody in chat asked if there was a spin prime at 9:24:08. I did not see that. I just went back and looked. I did not see it.
I will check here.
Yeah, I just looked. I didn't see anything that looked like a spin prime at 9:08 or 9:24:08.
Nope.
William is asking for an update. Any update on the hydraulic fix for the chopsticks? I mean, I don't think we have one. They're going to work on them. They're going to fix it. It's not the end of the world. We haven't really seen them move in any way except for up or down, which is a whole different system, since the event. I don't think so. I guess once we see them moving again, we'll know that they've been fixed.
I'm doing some quick A/B testing, and it looks like there might be some condensation forming on the booster. It definitely looks a bit different. At the very least, it's been a bit more pressurized, but it looks like there's some condensation forming on the bottom tank. Don't quote me on that, but that looks...
We'll keep our eyes on it and see what happens.
Okay, yeah, there's definitely condensation on the bottom tank
Okay,
compared
good.
to like 15 minutes ago.
Good. That is a good sign that we are going to continue into doing more testing.
Do the tanks get condensed if they're just doing a spin prime? That's what I'm wondering now. Or
That's a good question. I don't know.
Is that indicative of something further happening? Maybe. Also, big thanks to Chris for literally quoting me in chat saying there's condensation forming according.
Prime.
Beautiful.
There we
Now
go.
is that the same engine? Let's see.
Another one.
Another spin prime. It looked like another single engine spin prime, right?
Yep.
Yeah, looks.
I didn't see any other engines.
I mean, it could have.
See, but this is the kind of test that I like because it's boring, nothing explodey, nothing in progress.
When it comes to testing, either ground rockets on the ground or flight hardware, if you're a flight test engineer or a test pilot, boring is good. Boring is good when testing stuff like this. Obviously, it's boring, but it's a good thing. We don't want to see any damage to the launch site or the rocket or anything like that. We're hoping that SpaceX is able to test as much and as fast as possible, because then we will get to the moon and Mars as fast as possible. That's what we want.
And they have happened 25 minutes apart.
25 minutes, like on the button, or 25 minutes and change?
Almost. It's 9:01:36, and the other one is 9:26:39. So that's 25 minutes. Well, actually, it's almost the second. Now that I think about it. Oh.
I think everyone in chat has the name of the game right now. That looked like a depress, and probably means that testing for the night will be wrapping up here as we get to 30 minutes away from the closure ending. They could always extend the closure. I don't want to, call it over before it's over. It certainly isn't over yet, and we'll keep watching and waiting until the road is reopened and things are done. But that definitely looked like a solid depress vent from the booster. Just to be clear, what we just saw and what's going on. 2 spin primes. Looked like the first spin prime was a single engine spin prime. The second one, I thought it looked like a single engine. Some people are saying in chat that it looked like more than one. I'm not sure. I think it was just a single engine both times. I think it was the same engine both times. So yeah,
Yep.
And now we saw a depress. That is sort of the real quick rundown of where we're at.
I actually took a screenshot of both as they were happening, and like right on the dot. Like even the camera position didn't change at all. So it's a good A/B test.
Phrases that have been said many times on tonight's stream. More data, more better. A/B test. What else we got? Bacon.
It's just bacon
Yeah,
in
bacon.
general, yeah.
What more?
Yeah, bacon. The single word bacon counts as a phrase. I don't care. Don't try and convince me otherwise. So yeah, again, 30 minutes now. 29 minutes left to go in the in the stream, or sorry, not in the stream, in the test. Oh, my brain. So we have a window. It goes till 10 p.m. local. It's 9:31. That is where we're at. Chad is now erupting with bacon, of course. My bad.
Love it.
So yeah, I mean, we'll keep waiting and watch and see what happens next. Maybe they recycle the booster and get another test in quick before the test window ends. Maybe they extend the test window. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, they're still doing some big venting from the pad.
Damonoth Diablos is saying, if dumping the fuel is called depressing, how come filling it up isn't called cheering it up?
Aww. Boo.
Sean?
Oh, go ahead.
Sean McCallum is just baiting me here by saying oven or pan-fried bacon. You know it's oven is the answer there. Go ahead, Ian. What were you going to say that was probably of far more importance?
Oh, well, first off, to be relevant, I've never had oven-cooked bacon, and you really make me want it.
You need to try it.
I want to. Here, I'll fly out to California just to have oven-fried bacon.
Hey, okay, I'll make you this pledge. You get to California, and I will lovingly hand make you oven bacon.
Sounds awesome. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Nice. You have you unlocked the point-to-point upgrade already? You're like way advanced on the tech tree.
Oh, I should have a portal gun, but
nice.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, it's interesting to me how they only spin primed one engine, a singular engine. Well, not just a singular engine, but the same engine twice. That is interesting to me. Why not do like an opposite engine? Why do the same one twice in general? I'm not sure. Maybe just have two sets of data to compare against. But yeah, that's just interesting to me why they would choose to do that. Yeah, Gaming Central said it best in chat. Chewy bacon is the best. Chewy bacon's the way to go.
The only right answer is a little bit of chewy, a little bit of crunchy. It needs to be like a happy medium. It can't be like burnt to a crisp, and it also can't be like just completely squished because that's gross.
I'm trying to look through these questions. Everything is bacon.
Everything has become bacon, and everything is right with the world. Okay, yeah, I can see you adding questions as I look for them.
Flawed perspective in chat, adding possibly a good point, saying that they think it might be because they're going to light one Raptor at the beginning and then all the others, which is an interesting option because we actually discussed that before and I forgot about it tonight. But a secondary option, if they can't do a reusable spark igniter at the base, is to light one Raptor at first. Have that be kind of the methane burner, and then ignite all the others a few seconds later. They actually do that with Delta 4 Heavy. They ignite the one side booster 2 seconds before the other boosters to act as a big flamethrower. And yeah, maybe they could do that. Ignite one of like the outer engines first, and then ignite the others. Maybe ignite that engine that we saw there first.
Yeah, like the staggered start, and they're getting right up to the beginning of the staggered start with that test. I could see that making sense.
Yeah, like ignite that engine, and then 2 seconds later begin like going around the ring, then around the inner ring, then the 3 in the middle.
I mean, the shuttle main engines. Hey, I got to mention shuttle. Shuttle main engines famously started staggered. You can see on like some high-speed footage from the era. And Falcon Heavy's engines, I don't know if they still do it, but I remember initially, at least, that first Falcon Heavy static fire, they very audibly started up in a staggered fashion. So that's a thing.
Yeah, like I remember on the webcast, you can hear and see the plume get stronger. Like you could hear it get louder and louder over the few seconds, and the plume get larger and larger.
Super cool. Ken Kizo, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. You get Discord access at Capcom level and above, so hop into the Discord and say hey. Look at all the horrible creations in the KSP and gaming channel, or argue about tech in the tech chat channel, or just keep up with everything that's going on in Starbase with the Starbase updates channel, or post some insane gifs in the party chat. I don't know, whatever you want to do. There's all kinds of different stuff going on in the Discord. It's like the coolest perk, if you ask me, of our membership program. So you came in at Capcom, you get Discord access, pop into the Discord and say hey. You know what else you can pop into is our merch store. We have all kinds of stuff in the merch store. It's another way to support what we do. We've got metal prints, we've got t-shirts, we have new designs all the time. We've got some really cool, you can see the mock diamond shirt there, just a little bit of it. There we go. You can see the new Starbase design there. We got the Moon to Mars design. We got the Raptor Wrangler, like all kinds of cool stuff. The Moon to Mars is especially cool. It's like, you know, we're going back. We're going back and we're going to Mars. And I'm excited about it. So if you're excited about it too, grab a Moon to Mars shirt or a notebook or a mug or what have you, or whatever you like on the store. Check it out. The metal prints are also awesome. So yeah, also new mock diamond shirt. Love it. Absolutely love it. Annotated mock diamonds. Ian, were you going to say something?
Oh, I said love it.
Nice. So yeah, check out the merch store if you have not already. Let's see here. 43 minutes left in the window. Unless they extend, which they totally could. 23. I'm so good at math.
Massive brain moment.
I am a mathologist. Can you tell?
Absolutely. And it looks like the venting on the pad or the mount is done. The tank looks a bit condensation-y. Let me do some A/B testing. Yep, the tanks are losing their condensation.
Yeah, it's good to note. And good call on the orbital launch mount as well, although there it goes with that vent right there.
And the recondenser is going.
Yep.
Also, actually, I just noticed, so you can actually see how, look at the top of the booster, it's shiny. Look at the bottom, it's very dull because it's still got a bit of condensation. But look at the bottom of the methane tank. There's a bit of condensation there. And since the recondenser is active and we have not seen any other venting, I'm wondering what's happening right now. But then again, it could be the end of the window. And a beautiful shot there of our champion of the evening, Booster 7. Maybe we'll see some more action, which would be great because, yeah, the recondenser is going, meaning that there is some activity related to methane happening at the tank farm. Then it also could be that they are detanking, which is another reason that the recondenser is used to bring the methane back into a liquid. But yeah, so we're gonna be down. We're gonna be back here till the road closes, which, as of right now, is in 21 minutes. Sorry, I had to do a bit of math there.
Just the reason for the space colonization to spread bacon across the universe. Oh, jeez.
Oh, but yeah, beautiful night. Looks like partly cloudy there. Oh, some nice shot of the tank farm there. Very active as they possibly wrap up for the evening. And again, you could see towards the top of those vertical tanks, that puff of white gas coming out, that is the recondenser. You can see the exhaust from that coming out behind the stacks there. I'll see if we can find some questions here, Alex, if you have any that you could find.
Yeah, I'm actually diving into the queue here, see what's going on and what people are asking about it. They are all talking about bacon. Oh jeez, Jack has ruined the chat now.
There's one here from, I apologize if I butcher this, but Nguyen Huey saying, do we have any updates on Phobos and Deimos, the two oil rigs?
It's pronounced Win, I think.
Oh, Nguyen? Okay, I apologize if it's Nguyen then. But Alex, do we have any updates on the oil rigs? Have you heard anything about them, seen anything?
I don't know so far. I think the latest that we have of the oil rig of the oil rig stuff is Phobos had its deck completely like cleaned up of all the stuff that they didn't need and everything. And I believe Deimos is now being worked on as well. And I think they were they were moved around there at Pensacola. I think it's Pascagoula, excuse me. It's the other way around. I always, mix these two. It's Pascagoula in Mississippi, if I remember correctly, right? I didn't.
Yeah, Pascagoula.
Okay, there you go. And so they were moving them around a little bit, like shifting it here and there, probably to start working on Deimos, because Deimos is still like pretty much intact. It's not being worked on as in depth as Phobos was worked on. As I said, Phobos is now pretty much just the deck of the oil rig and a few other things here and there, but pretty much already cleared off all the hardware that they may not need. And we'll see. I know Elon was saying on the February presentation that they were gonna have a launch and catch tower on one of the oil rigs by the end of this year, but it's August and we haven't seen anything. So as always, that's probably a little bit of a nail on time prediction. But yeah, and it's Deimos, not Deimos, by the way.
Deimos, ugh.
It's like day. It's just like Deimos. It's just that easy. It's not really that complicated.
I just posted. We have a thread on the NASA Spaceflight forum. I just posted the link to it many times into chat. So if you're wondering what's going on with the oil rigs, go hang out in that thread and read up on everything oil rig related. And we were talking about Harry Stranger, friend of the channel, being always having eyes in the sky. Harry Stranger, it's one of those things that he keeps an eye on is the status of those oil rigs. So all kinds of ways to keep up. Go check out that thread if you're curious.
If you want a hard
Wait,
name,
there's a forum? Yeah, there's a forum. I suspect you're being sarcastic. Oh, geez. Harry's in chat. Hey, Harry. Hi.
Hi, Harry.
You, Harry. Hi.
Hello.
A question here from Scott here, saying, does SpaceX need to do any environmental surveys at KSC because Starship is a new vehicle, or not really because the facilities are NASA? Well, they don't need to do any more. Alex, do you want to kind of go into that?
Yeah,
not for 39B, right? But for everything else, yes?
39A.
A, right.
39B is SLS. And I might say a few words about that. But Starship environmental assessment for LC-39A was done already in 2019. So it's like 3 months, not 3 months, 3 years right there sitting with the environmental approval. And it only needs, it needs way more paperwork probably, but it's a little bit more like minor paperwork, I guess. It needs the launch license. Like that's a thing that is not there. I've heard it's on the works, but it's still a little bit away from being a reality, I think. And yeah, another thing, some people always ask, oh well, maybe because it's a NASA rocket, you don't do an environmental assessment. Well, actually, SLS does have an environmental assessment at LC-39B. And I think you can actually find that out on some of the documents that it's a little bit deep into Google, but it's out there. And it was done, I think it was 2013, 2014. And then they did another revision in 2016 because it was like both LC-39A and LC-39B for like Falcon Heavy, Falcon 9 at LC-39A. And like SLS at LC-39B, all that thing. But yeah, it has an environmental assessment. There you go.
Yeah, so they're good with 39A, with all the new stuff, new pads. That's a whole separate thing. And that's why it's going to be a little while before we think we see any action over there with 49. What else we got? Any questions, or what do you got?
Let's see, from Terrace, $5 super chat saying, Booster 7 successfully launches. Will it be the first one in history to have launched after an explosion? I guess so. Maybe not. I mean, I'm sure something somewhat similar has happened to a rocket, in terms of like the engine braking. I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say no. Anyone else have any thoughts here?
That's an interesting question. Will it be the first one in history to have launched after an explosion? It's kind of like a I feel like there has to have been rockets in the past at some point that had similar things happen to them that then still launched, but
Yeah.
I don't have any top of mind to name by model or date of the incident that it happened, etc.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but thank you, Taras.
Well, now that I'm remembering, it's probably not an actual explosion of that vehicle, but it was a nearby explosion, and it is the Atlas V for Osiris-Rex. Was within a few miles of Slick 40 when Amos 6 happened. I think it's actually like 1 mile and a half. So it's like sort of like from the launch site to a little bit less than the production site here at Starbase. So it's not really that far away in terms of distance, and the explosion was very big. And yeah, if I remember correctly, that actually hurt a little bit the processing and launch of that mission, because Osiris-Rex was still, like, it was already on the rocket, but thank God it was inside the vehicle integration facility, so it was kind of protected, but still, it kind of did a few things, a few funny things there. Yep. I guess that kind of counts.
No, I would 100% count that. It's kind of like a trick answer, because it itself didn't explode. It's just something exploded within a mile of it, but still.
Yeah.
We got about 12 minutes until the road closure officially ends, though they could keep the road closed beyond the closure, but that's currently what we're looking at right now. Booster and orbital launch mount appear to have ceased activity, although that could pick up again. But we got our eyes on the road, and we have our eyes on the booster. The methane recondenser is doing its thing. That can be something that happens while they're detanking, because of course they need to recondense that methane and put it back in the tanks. But yeah, that's sort of the state of play, as we're looking at the booster and we're looking at the road, and we're waiting to see which one flinches first. we're playing tank chicken, some weird equivalent of tank chicken. Let's see. James Juries, thanks for the support. They're asking about For All Mankind. I have not watched it yet. I really need to watch For All Mankind. It's my Adrian moment for the stream. I have not seen For All Mankind, but I need to watch it. But do either of you watch it? Are you excited for the finale this weekend?
I
do.
First... Oh, go ahead, Alex.
No, that's it. It's like in weddings. I do. That's it.
Yeah, I watched the first season. It was neat. I tried watching the second season. I just could not. But that's just me.
You do you.
Yeah, there's a few things that are a little bit too much, but science fiction after all.
I mean,
there's people
I
that
am
watch
a fan
Star
of the premise, the basic premise. I'm into, but yeah, I haven't sat down and gone through it yet. But if you're excited about it, go for it. I'm excited about Better Call Saul. We have the second last episode of Better Call Saul tonight, which is like, oh my god, so exciting. But I'm not thinking about that so much right now as I am wondering what's going to happen next in Starbase.
I think I've seen a car arriving at the roadblock.
Okay.
And stopping.
Okay, interesting.
Not sure what that means.
Could mean something, could mean nothing.
Yeah, I couldn't even recognize what kind of vehicle was. Mostly because all the flashy lights and everything. Thanks, Canaveral County Police.
Just like make rave music in your head to go along with it, and it'll be fine. Thank you. Somebody had to do it.
You're welcome.
Pepper Jack Shack, thank you for the support. They say not a member, but thanks for letting me vote in polls. We wouldn't make polls member only. But thank you for the support. Victor, thanks for the support. They say good morning. What's next for today? We kind of just went over that, so hopefully you heard everything I just said. James Juries, thanks for the support, asking how many bacon strips could fit inside a booster. I'm not going to do that math. Please don't make me do that math. Somebody please do that math and tell me what the answer is. Was that car just leaving just now?
Yeah, I think that's pulling out of was it LBJ Boulevard?
Let's see. Chat now furiously doing bacon math. Space Shuttle Discovery, thanks for the support. They say, I'm going to be honest, Super Heavy is a dumb name for the booster. Even Starship is kind of a dumb name. Inspiring, sure, but still dumb. You're allowed to think that. That's fine. I don't necessarily agree about Starship. I think Starship is a pretty cool name. Super Heavy is not a cool name. I will agree with you on that. But, you
Yeah.
know, everyone has their preferences. You don't have to like everything everyone else likes. People can like different things than you, but yeah, Starship, cool. Super Heavy, less cool, in my opinion.
They should have kept Falcon. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that would have been
Yeah.
like big Falcon booster, you mean?
Or just
big Falcon rocket?
choose another kind of Falcon, like the largest Falcon, for example. Isn't that like your Falcon or something like that? There you go.
I'm not sure what the biggest is.
Or
Michael on our back channel says booster, ship, and Starship as the entire stack. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that makes the most sense to me,
Yep.
given what we have to, like the pieces of the puzzle that we have to play with.
you know what made more sense? BFR, which had the BFP and the BFS.
Yep.
It was the big Falcon rocket, the big Falcon booster, and the big Falcon ship. There you go. It's
Yeah.
still the same booster ship, but the name of the rocket is not like some generic name Starship. More like Big Falcon rocket. It's like there you go. And with
Yeah,
Falcon,
I was always kind of partial to that naming scheme, but hey, the best word is no word, just like the best part is no part. So just shorten it to booster, ship, and Starship. I'm on board with that.
yeah, and it is the Falcon rocket.
I get it. We
Big
get
Falcon.
it. We get it.
Yeah,
Okay.
There you go. There you go. No, I mean, there's other people that think it stands for something else. I actually have the recording of One Shot was saying that. I'm gonna send it on the back channels.
Nice. So yeah, eyes on the roadblock, eyes on the booster. Keeping our eyes on both. Licorice? Asking, how do you keep bacon from curling? Takeaway is little brooms. I get it, because curling, little brooms are used in the sport of curling. I get it. Space Shuttle Discovery, thanks for the support. They say hi, Bob. I don't get it, but hi, Bob, I guess. Jimmy J says, thanks for all mankind. Reminds me of The Man in the High Castle as far as alternate timeline. I need to watch that too. I'm behind on my TV shows.
I watch both series. Come on.
Would you agree with the statement?
Yeah. Except for the Nazis. I'm not sure.
Number one on the list of things I did not expect to hear on a NASA spaceflight stream tonight. A quote, except for the Nazis. Jay French, thank you for the support. They say, did that booster engine have the issue? Hence why they're spin prime testing it a bunch of times. I don't think we know, but it's a good, it's a good guess. It's a good question.
Hi,
no,
Bob.
I accidentally, instead of showing it on screen, I made it go away. My bad. But we still appreciate the support.
See, now I can start my introductions always with hi, Bob.
I like it. Yeah, it's from For All Mankind, right?
Yep.
So we got about 5 minutes left in the road closure, waiting to see what happens next. If they keep the road closed or what. Booster doesn't look like it's necessarily fully depressed yet, so I'm curious what's going to happen.
Car coming down the road. Where will it go? Oh, it's turning.
Yeah, that's been me for the last like 5 or 10 minutes. Every time a car pulls up to the roadblock, I'm like, and then it turns like that right there.
Seems like the booster is still not doing anything, which is a good sign that depress is happening, or has happened. No
yeah, I would
venting
expect
from the
some more
stand.
venting from it to sort of wrap things up, but maybe not. I mean, we did see quite a big, long vent, although I sort of, like I said, would have expected another one before they are done. But yeah, is the recondenser still on? Question mark. Looks over at Starbase Live. it. Nope, that's not Starbase Fly. I need more screens. I thought I had enough screens. I don't have enough screens.
Well, then you need more screens. More screens, more better.
Oh, hey, look at that. You got me. You got me, chum.
The recondenser is still going on Starbase Live.
All right. So just about 3.5 minutes left in the road closure. Let's see what happens with that. I'm super curious, like I said earlier. How is that going to work? We've seen them extend the road closure plenty of times, or just go past it without extending it. So now chat is just completely off the rails. Spacefan New Zealand says less bacon, more screen. Christian says more screens, more data. It's like people are just starting to combine different catchphrases. The best bacon is no screen.
What?
my thoughts exactly.
Is there going to be an Alex NSF shirt with Alex and 100 screens and the text more screens, more better?
I'm down.
Yeah.
Another car turning away from the roadblock. Just about 2.5 minutes to go. Austin says bacon data good more. Just immediately way off the rails.
Ha! Multi-space industries A bacon testing.
Oh no.
Yeah, the B and AB testing is bacon. Yes, thank you. That is now canon. Harry with a subtle flex that he can cook bacon on the road in the summer because he lives in Australia, which is hilarious and also scary.
Oh boy.
I mean, you can cook it on the road in the summer, but would you eat it? Is the question. It has to be a clean road.
In Australia, you can make bacon of a lot of animals. Weird ones.
Like kangaroo bacon or dingo bacon?
Yeah, you just gotta have the guts to actually fight them.
I certainly
For the
would.
bacon.
Oh my god. Damon in chat says koala bacon. That is cursed.
Oh,
Anyways,
no.
moving along. We are waiting to see what happens here. Booster 7 inactive, launch mount inactive, recondenser still going. About 1 minute and 15 seconds until the road closure is supposed to end, although no indication whatsoever that it is actually going to end right at 10 o'clock. But we're kind of waiting to see what happens. And while we wait, let's answer some more viewer questions. If you have any at NASASpaceflight, throw them in chat, and we will endeavor to answer your questions and refrain from talking about koala bacon, or panda bacon. Good God.
And the bacon.
Ian, do you... Oh, OLM is venting again. What? All right.
Well,
Yeah.
let's go.
Please.
Here we go again.
Mr. Mayo in chat just says, "Oh God, panda bacon." That's bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, the orbital launch mount is venting a little bit again. That's okay. That's fine. We'll see what happens next. Do either of you have any questions you want to address that you've thrown into chat?
Let's see. From Houston, Luke is asking any guesses on how many launches Starship will have completed by the time they do the HLS demo. I guess probably like 100. That's my guess. Any thoughts? Anybody else?
I'm gonna say 20.
Okay.
Alex?
Only 20?
Yeah, 20.
Well, what HLS demo? The uncrewed one or the crewed one?
The uncrewed one, I think they mean.
I'm gonna say...
You're really thinking about this. Like, you're taking this seriously.
I'm gonna say 40 to 50.
All right, 40 to 50. Yeah, I'll buy it. Because you got to figure they're going to need to do a launch of the ship and booster multiple times, and also presumably they're going to be doing, they're going to be doing, Starlink missions. So not just test launches, but also Starlink missions before they get to human landing system. And then on top of that, they're probably also going to want to test ship-to-ship refueling, because that's kind of key to the human landing system working.
Well,
it's got to be refueled in low Earth orbit, right?
Let me correct you there. It's refilling.
Refilling, thank you. Refilling.
Yeah, 'cause
Elon,
it's not just
Elon
fuel.
being picky with that. It's
good call.
refilling instead of refueling. But yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's all of that. I mean, even just tests for orbital refilling would require 2 launches. So maybe 40 to 50 or 100, even like Ian guessed, is a more appropriate answer. I'm thinking 20. That could be too little. I don't know. It's really, really interesting and fun to think about how this whole test program is going to shape up. I mean, we're just right now at the very first initial little step of trying so hard to get to the first orbital launch flight, or orbital test flight, and that's just the first little stepping stone, because then there's so many things that have to be done after that as well. Like I said, there has to be refilling tests. That's a huge unknown and something that is basically unprecedented. So that's a whole test campaign that's going to go off. There's, tests of the Starlink deployer and getting that whole system operational. And eventually, at some point, like we've been talking about, tests of the human landing system demo. That's going to be super cool. Good question, though. That was a good shout, Ian.
One car needs to wait at the thing for it to open.
Just one? That seems like a low bar.
Just give me hope. I'm hungry. But yeah, no activity from the pad. The vent has stopped. The vehicle is not condensation-y.
Condensation-y?
Yep.
Is that a thing?
No.
It is now.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'm looking through here. If there's any that you guys put in deliberately, go for it. Do we know how long it would take them to fully fuel a booster and ship, based on like how long it takes? Oh, I accidentally deleted it.
Oh, no.
Jack.
I'm bad at this.
It shows.
So we're 4 minutes now almost since the road was supposed to open, but we haven't seen any kind of final depress vent from the booster. So we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next. They could extend the closure and do more testing. They could not extend the closure and not do more testing, but also not open the road. Anybody's say as to what happens next, and that's sort of why we've got the picture-in-picture going on in the upper left there. Nerdly Knight, thanks for the support. They say if the test goes south and the booster loses its whole left side, don't despair, it will be all-right. I get it. I get the joke. Joke acknowledged. And I'm groaning inside, don't want you to know. Ribby, thank you for the support. Generous little super chat there. Thank you so much. David Edwards is asking, will Blue Origin ever go orbital? I think certainly. That's like not even really a question in my mind. Would you guys agree with that statement?
Yeah, more just when, not if.
Yeah. Alex?
Yeah, I think the same. It's probably going to be a few years, but they're going to get there. It's just a matter of, getting everything together for New Glenn and, putting it up into orbit. We'll see. I'm thinking.
Unfortunate. Go ahead.
Oh.
You're thinking
I'm thinking like in terms of timelines, probably 2025 to 2026 might be sort of the timeline that I can see them going into orbit.
Yeah, I have no disagreements there. I'm thinking, it's unfortunate because Blue Origin, they have a lot of cool technology, and they've been working for so long. And I know we all want to see more rockets active because, as much as we're all rooting Starship along, the more rockets, the better. I hate to do the more the better thing, but no, really. Imagine if you could only buy one type of car. Like there's only the Model T, and that's it. Like there needs to be a variety of solutions and a variety of options for costs to really come down as much as we all want them to. So I want to see Blue Origin succeed. I want to see more rocket companies succeed, and I feel like they get a lot of undue hate just because it's taken them a long time, and they're trying to do hard things. So I get it. I understand. Starship also is attempting to do a very hard thing, and we have a lot of visibility into its progress and into every single little test, seemingly anyways. And we don't have that same visibility with Blue Origin, but that doesn't mean they're not working super hard at the problem. So I wish they didn't get quite so much hate. I definitely think they will absolutely go orbital. It's just a matter of time, like Ian was saying.
Yep.
It's unfortunate that question is even asked. I mean, it's a good question. It's a fair question. I wish the state of play was not quite what it was, and that they were further along. I think we all wish that. Heck, I wish SLS was further along and already launching, and we were knee deep in the Artemis program already. But that's just the way the arrow of time works. It's the way the cookie has crumbled.
Well said. From ZTGB here asking, do we know which ship will actually go into orbit first and not orbital velocity? Well, if things go well, it'd be ship 24 because it's carrying Starlink satellites, and I don't really see why it would just go on a suborbital flight if it's carrying active Starlink satellites and they could deploy those on the flight. That's just my feeling there. Anybody else have any thoughts?
I mean, I don't think we know yet. I don't think we'll know until SpaceX tells us. It's a matter of they've changed the plan for that orbital flight a couple times. They've gone from it being a full orbital flight that'll actually orbit to being one with a just barely suborbital perigee, so that if anything happens with the ship and not being able to relight its Raptors, it's still able to deorbit itself. It'll deorbit and not become space junk. They've seemingly changed it again with the addition of launching actual Starlinks, and that would seem to necessitate a full, a full orbital profile. But it could be that they change the plan again and they end up not launching Starlinks on S24, and they, go back to a suborbital trajectory. It remains to be seen, I think, is the short answer there. I don't think we'll know, but I think ship 25 would be a decent guess.
Yeah.
You can see ship 24 on pad B there, looking awesome in the white lighting. They need to shift all their lighting over to the good.
Oh boy. And you see the recondensers going crazy right now.
It sure is. And yet the booster remains chill.
Yeah. Still left the final D press to go.
We both saw that truck pull up to the roadblock and then turn away.
Is that?
And now here's another one. This is kind
that
of
the van?
That looks like the van.
Oh,
Don't
turn.
It stopped for now? Question mark?
Yeah, what is that? Is it just like a SpaceX van? Oh?
Oh. Car going?
That's one of the top trucks.
Yep, looks like the roadblock could be ending here. That van pulling up is sort of indicative of the road closure ending that we've seen before. Typically, this is. Let's see what happens. Is
that guy shirtless?
No.
Oh yeah.
I don't think so.
I think it is, or maybe it's lighting.
That's probably lighting. Also, that one guy totally vapes.
Yeah, I just hit it.
It's the bacon van, they say.
The bacon van. They're off to deliver bacon to the hungry pad.
I could run with that, but I'm going to try really hard not to. We can see, we got our eyes on the roadblock, we got our eyes on the booster. Let's see what happens next. But this seems like we are winding up here. Wrapping up, winding up down, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I think at this point we are safe to call it done and over for the night. And you know, if stuff starts happening again, rest assured we'll go live again. But until until that, we can still all hang out in Starbase Live and watch what is going on as the road reopens. But I think this is as good a place as any to call it. Does anyone have any final closing words they wanna spew?
No, not really. But it was an exciting day. Saw some.
There you go.
There you go. Number 70%.
That's a depress. Right on time. All right, well, with the booster doing its depress venting, I think at that point we can call it. Thank you everybody for watching today. Thank you for everybody that joined us on the stream. Earlier we had Chris G. We also had Nick on. We have today, right now on, we have Ian and Alex. So thank you to everybody for joining in. Thank you for watching. And let's all jump over to Starbase Live and watch the conclusion and wrap up of everything there. Thanks everybody. We'll see you next time.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPT pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger roll, Atlantic.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight outside SCE off. Say again, SCE off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.